Well, a very good afternoon and welcome to Wellington. A lovely afternoon in prospect. The sun is shining, a warm day as you expect here in Florida, and it is Nations Cup time. Brought to you by Florida Coast Equipment. And then if you're looking for the best and you've tried the rest, it's Florida Coast Equipment, your trusted local dealer of choice as well. Explore their lineup of powerful tractors, versatile RTVs and agile zero-turn mowers as well, designed for small farms, landscaping, arenas and more. Visit them today and enjoy your equestrian journey. Thank you to them and to all our supporters throughout the season. Our live stream coming to you courtesy of Dodd Technologies as well. Great partner here, and you can visit them at their website to find out more at doddtechnologies.com. And in support of USEF as well is the supporting sponsor of our live stream, in part with the support of the US Equestrian Federation and the USEF network as well. It is a big day. It is team day here in Wellington. Round 1 coming up here very shortly. Round 2 tonight. And between those two, we'll also be bringing you our Midway show as well, as we'll discuss how the teams have fared, who might buy our winner tonight as well. But these are the teams to expect, and this is the order they go in. And through we go. We've got with Belgium, Brazil, Canada, Great Britain, Ireland, Israel, Mexico, United States, and Venezuela, bringing them there in alphabetical order. Strong group, as you'd expect, in a number of the high-profile nations in there as well. For a number of teams, it's also getting some of those younger riders out there as well to do early battle in the season to see how they fare. So looking forward to seeing how they get on here in the two elements of the competition brought to you here at Wellington International. Traditional part of the season here, midway through the season now into what we'd call week 8 of the 13 weeks of competition here between our two 5-star weeks as well. We've had lots of Grand Prix action. Now it's time to bring it together as a team. 4 riders on a team, the best 3 scores to count for a team as well, and as a cumulative score over the 2 rounds as well. Wonderful mix of riders coming up for this too, and some really seasoned pros, I say, alongside some of the younger riders getting some great experience here too. It's been a good hunting ground for several big teams over the years. Ireland in recent times, of course for the USA, their home Nations Cup here as well, and also for Canada, who's been a regular onto the podium in the last few seasons too. So those are some of the teams to keep a close eye on here, and we'll take you through all of those teams in detail a little bit later on as well. Wonderful lineup of them to take part here, and again they've had the last few weeks to really get into the groove of what to expect here in Wellington. And so the chef de keeps, the team managers have been keeping an eye over the coming weeks and months have passed, and have now put together their team to do battle here in one of the first Nations Cup of the season, certainly the first on US soil. So as we build up to team competition, we're going to be back in just a few moments' time. Join us as we continue to run into the Nations Cup.
I believe in goals. I believe in dreams. I believe in passion. Your success doesn't depend on a calendar. Your success depends on the passion that's burning inside of you each and every single day. You should not need a calendar to switch to another number for you to get motivated. If you're waiting for that to better yourself, if you're waiting for that to inspire, to be passionate, to grow, then you are setting yourself up for absolute failure.
My first goal when I decided to be a professional is to become like the best horsewoman I can be. It's really important for me to find a balance with my family, with the horses. That is my passion. Work with the horses every day to do what I love. I used to have like one passion was the horses, and now I have two with my daughter. So I really want to have this balance in my life. I'm Marie Ecart. I'm a professional show jumper representing France, and I'm Lola's mom. Be mindful, be present, turn on your brain.
Welcome back, and building up to our competition here for the Nations Cup presented by Florida Coast Equipment. The final few moments before the first team riders head out into round one, and what a lineup of riders we've got coming up for you as well. We've also picked out a few riders to watch here, our Prestige riders to watch, and two for Team USA. Carly Anthony, who's been a brilliant performer here in Wellington before now, gets her shot now for the US team. Charlotte Jacobs, similar for her. She's been really solid through the Grand Prix so far this season, and makes her jump onto the team here. She's competed on the teams in Europe before. Cian O'Connor for Ireland has been the mainstay for the Irish team, was their rider of the season last year onto Nations Cup, and then multi-Olympian for Canada, Tiffany Foster, will no doubt come out with a charge as the top lady rider on the world rankings right now, the Canadian. And alongside the top of the under-25 list for Mexico, Carlos San Guerrero, in youth but high in talent, and he is going to be part of Team Mexico here. 5 riders that could well be playing a big part in competition here today. So looking forward to how they all fare, but it is a wide range of riders competing here. 9 teams in all we're looking forward to seeing, and just to give you a rundown there again: Belgium, Ireland, USA, Venezuela, Canada, Israel, Brazil, Mexico, and Great Britain, all on the list there too. And I'm delighted to be joined by Irish team rider Andrew Bournes, not on the team today, otherwise he'd be rushing in all directions. Andrew, great to see you here.
Happy to be here.
Lots to get our teeth into this class as we go through it. We're going to take a little look at the course as well. So let's take a look at what has been designed by Steve Stevens, Olympic course designer, alongside Nick Granite, our 2 course designers here this week. So remember, they jumped this course twice, and it starts off with the Florida Coast Equipment vertical over by the table bank, if you're familiar with the arena here. To next, the WEF fence after that, 148, 155 in spread, and then on related line down to a plank at the next, little golden plank sitting at 1.55 m. Turn up to the far side of the arena from the in-gate to a wall, which you don't quite get from there. We'll get the full rundown as we see it in the flesh. Up to number 5, 4 strides up there to an oxer. Then to the water, coming midway through the track at fence 6. A good bit of distance down here, probably 8 strides. We'll see what it is. Talk to Andrew more about that. To 2 verticals that come up pretty delicately after that as well, that could well bring up the scores. 153 and 155, the height of those 2. Roll back now to the fans, emulation of the fences from Tokyo, and up then to the sculpted horses' heads the next. And then it takes you on a little serpentine across the arena up to fence 10 to the white and cornflower blue flowers. Triple combination sees them to the surf club at the middle part of that lineup. Big vertical there, 153, 150, 160 on the way out, and fence 12 is our sponsors fence again, Florida Coast Equipment there, the Kubota as the final fence on course. So that is what is coming up. That's the challenge set by our course designer. Like I say, very different to our Grand Prix nights in that they'll be jumping this course twice. Andrew, let's get your expert opinion on that track. A few words from you before we go into details.
Also, first thing to look out for in a competition like this, the first round is going to be during the day, during the daylight, and then the second round is going to be at night. I can see already that the course builder is playing around with a couple of optics here. For example, number 3, that gold plank, also you're heading straight at the VIP tent. and you've got the signs in the background. He's got the wall out of a very dead turn. So a green horse, if they spook, if they get distracted through that turn, that wall could cause some trouble.
Emphasis on the rider ability.
Exactly, rideability and experience. You're going to see the more experienced horses and riders are going to fare better with that. If you watched the U25 last night, that water jump did not ride well out of that turn. It rode quite dead, and if you didn't hit it just right on, the horses were getting a little too high under the lights. We're going to see that perform a lot differently during the daylight than it will at night. When the lights come on, that water's going to be a whole different kettle of fish. Down to the double of verticals, that's an 8 strides, very normal distance, but you're going to see some people add up in the 9 strides. Through the middle, he's playing a little bit the angles. The first 6 strides from 8 to 9 is going to be a little short, a little wide. You might see some people try and leave a stride out there. The second 6 stride is more normal. And then I have not seen this color combination before in Wellington. It looks to me like it's a brand new fence. I'm really interested to see how it behaves. I think it's going to ride better under the lights than it will during the day.
A little more distinct under the lights.
I think the horses are going to get a better read on it under the lights. I think during the day it's quite...
it's a nice soft sort of pastel blues, greens, whites.
The horses might struggle to get a bit of a read on it in sunlight, but in the nighttime they might actually... The contrast might be better under the lights. And then you've got slightly open distance to the last fence. It should ride pretty normal for everybody. It's Scopy horses.
And the difference is, and you've ridden on plenty of teams now, not only are you jumping this course once, you're jumping it twice.
You've got to jump it twice. And if something goes wrong in the first round, that can be a double-edged sword.
And the same if it goes right.
Yeah. If it goes right, you get complacent. And if it goes wrong, you get a chance to either fix the issue or you have to go back in and live with the problem again.
Oh, absolutely. So the anthem playing out in the arena, and we are nearly set to go into our Nations Cup here in Wellington. Well, set to go into our 2025 Nations Cup presented by Florida Coast Equipment, and it is, as you can see, the nation's flags underneath. Now, 4 riders on a team except for Great Britain, who have 3 riders on their team here as well. So they'll come up with their second rider in the rotation. It's the first time you'll see Great Britain. So if you see the first rotation through and say, where are they? They are coming up a little bit later on. We're starting off with Belgium, and in fact, actually the 2 sisters on the team here, the contest sisters, with Emily going first, Zoe to come a little bit later on, and for Team Belgium, as part of our 9 teams competing here. Emily, 24 years of age now, she's a past young rider gold medalist as well, has been going very well out here in the United States, notably back to California, Mexico as well, just before that too. Was on the Nations Cup teams in Dublin last year and in Drammen in Norway as well, with the Stefex tables horses from their stallion, actually Tobago Z, with Trixie Z. So Andrew Bourne's alongside me. Andrew, this is going to be our pathfinder to give us a good idea here, but I think she's a really good solid one to start with.
She is, and she's been pretty strong this year. She's already put out some pretty good results with this horse. As anyone would know, representing your country on a team like this, it adds a certain amount of pressure to it. You're no longer riding as an individual, and when you make a mistake, you're not just letting yourself down, you're letting your whole team down. I don't like saying this to riders just before they go in, because they don't need the extra pressure.
They know it.
They know it already. So, and especially, you know, Emily now has gotten some quite good experience. She's jumped a few big classes like this before. She's off to a good start already. She's got that, you know, that 4 up the top actually rode a little longer than it walked. Nice over the water. She had to steady a little for that double of verticals, which people are going to be happy to
Yeah.
see, because what you don't want to have to do is keep coming and go flat into a double of verticals like that. Makes it a bit more easy. 6-stripe pattern there. She waited a little. That was good. And that's a 6 to a 6. The first one's a little short, second one's a little long. No time wasted there. And there's
just a little move going into there. Final fence. Time allowed is 69 seconds. Just a reminder that they're at 400 meters per minute around here as well. Gets inside that okay at 66.84. One fence down for the first for Belgium on the 4 faults there for Emily Conter and Trixie Z. Andrew, your thoughts with one round?
I did say that triple combination might cause an issue. It's a new color. We haven't really seen it here yet. And okay, Emily did get the horse a little bit deep on it, if I'm totally honest. But I'm just interested to see how the horses get a read on that color. It's very pastel.
So
and
you say soft pastel colours.
It's soft pastel colors. They won't just get such a good lock onto it.
Second of the riders then is the first for Ireland, and Michael Duffy with Cantano. Michael has been, again, a very good performer for the Irish squad before now as well, including through to European Championships, Team Silver in 2023, and has performed on the teams before now as well, notably in Brussels in the last 12 months as well. Cantano for the ride now for first for Ireland. Ireland with a long list of success here in the Nations Cup as well. Several wins over the last few years. Last one, of course, was last year, and that's the 5th time they've won here in Wellington. Andrew, give me a little bit of a take on Michael, because obviously you know him well.
Yeah, Michael and I both come from Galway, back in Ireland. He would be a somewhat younger age group than I was growing up. But from a fantastic horse family back in Galway. His dad, Paul Duffy, was a very, very successful rider, and his granddad as well was a rider and a course builder. So you're talking multi-generational horse people and show jumping riders.
Oh, hello.
I did not see that coming.
No, don't think he saw that coming either from that point of view. Just take a little exception to something. I mean, the fences they've seen during the week so far.
They would have, and the horse is jumping, jumped it perfect. And he just took a second to look at it.
Yeah.
Got the 6.
Now, what's going to be interesting here is obviously that's going to push up time faults as well.
It will. It'll add time faults as well as the 4 faults for the refusal. He was quite efficient there, but he's not going to be fast enough to not have time faults after that.
Yeah, you can see them ticking up.
I would say, a pretty solid round except for that. Very unexpected there.
4 jumping 11 times, so a total of 15 there for Michael Duffy for the first for Ireland. But again, it's a reminder to everyone that you can have a drop score as well.
Yep.
So that could well be the discard score for the Irish. The other 3 could go and jump clear, and away we go.
Absolutely, and the Irish as a team are in a very strong position in the world right now. They just won the Nations Cup in Doha, was it 2 weeks ago in Abu Dhabi?
Yeah.
And Michael's come here with a mission to win, that's for sure.
Exactly.
And he's put together a very strong team.
Yeah, some earlier Nations Cups taking place in the Middle East. There was Sharjah as well the other day. I think you might have topped that one as well. Natalie Dean, 25-year-old for the US. Of course, an amazing season last year for Ireland as well in Nations Cup, where they excel. Natalie with a Kota M, which again is a horse that's familiar with Nations Cup for Team USA as well. She's ridden twice onto the Nations Cup in Aachen in Germany too with this horse, and looking forward to seeing how she fares here. She's had wins in the Brain Juice Under 25 season as well here. This pair should, I would say, cope with this well.
Yeah, I would say a very accomplished pair. They're off to a good start. For a smaller horse, and Natalie's, somewhat taller rider, they really, really do make a fantastic pair. And very steady, very kind of nice connection between the two there. You can see the horse has a lot of blood and a lot of quality, but Natalie just sits still and has the horse under nice control, but they're still working together as a team really nicely. Perfect on that kind of bending 6. Little leg there in the second 6. So that might catch some people out, because the first 6 is a little steady, and the second one you have to send them forward just a little bit. Nice distance to the triple combination. Oh!
Time-wise is not going to be an issue, especially the way they started
That's a
off.
fantastic
And
round,
nicely done. So the first that clears on the board is Natalie Dean for the USA. Good start for the home team with a Kota M. But Andrew, not a huge surprise.
No, and the way the horse is jumping and the way Natalie is riding there, I think they've come out very, very strong today. There's no doubt the US have put together a very strong team. I think they're probably going to put it up to the Irish and the other guys to me.
They're not going down easily.
They're not going to give up without a fight, that's for sure.
Now to our next for Venezuela and Antonio Jose Martinez Uri now, and this is Valdez for the first for Venezuela, and he's a rider that's competed in the Bolivarian Games before now, and previously here back in 2022 in the Nations Cup in Wellington as well. Venezuela with a team of Antonio, with Alejandro Corroli, with Luis Fernando Razabal as the Venezuelan Olympian, and Juan Ortiz, the team for Venezuela. Now we should also run down 9 teams in this first round, 8 teams forwards to round 2 as well. So there's a little bit of jeopardy in here too.
That's a little rough too, because there's only one team gets dropped from the first to the second round, and you don't really want to be that team. And the advantage you have with the 4-member team is that you have the drop score, but the UK, Great Britain is the one that won't have that advantage, so we'll see how they fare.
We're going with the Olympic format, it's fine.
Yeah.
It worked just fine in Paris.
It did. It worked out okay for you guys there. Antonio's off to a good start. Horse seems to be jumping quite well, looks nice and confident. Steady down for that double of verticals. You can see how difficult it is to jump an open water. It's quite flat. And then you want to steady the horse down and give them time to jump the double of verticals. That was unlucky. Antonio did it quite well there.
And that centre line, it's more of a serpentine than we sort of see on our course plan.
It is, yeah.
It felt pretty delicate when I walked down there.
Yeah, it's quite careful. I think the Chinese fans' jump is quite airy, and there's not a lot there to back the horse off. So as they turn, if the horse gets a little brave, they might just pull you past it. Also, it's not uncommon for the riders to think about the rest of the line when you've got 3 in a row like that, and maybe they just don't focus on that front part just enough. Well, I have to say Antonio rode it quite well there.
And so finishing with a jumping 4-time total of 12 there for Antonio Jose Martinez Uri for a ride for Venezuela. And our third team out, so we've got a mix of scores so far, 4, 15, clear, and 12. Canada now, and I heard plenty of Canadian support in the arena.
Yes.
Not a big surprise there.
No.
For Tiffany Foster and Electric. Tiffany, who was on the winning team previously here. In fact, Canada have been 7 times winners here in Wellington. Second last year. Tiffany was on the squad again there. In fact, they've got several members of that same squad here with Erin Ballard, Amy Miller and Kyle Tim joining the team this time as well. But Tiffany is going to be the pathfinder with Electric and just pulls away the plank there.
Yeah, and honestly, I thought that plank would have caused more trouble already. The horse almost got a little complacent, and as Tiffany just gave the horse a little support at the base, he lost his hind end a small bit. And this is a relatively experienced horse at this level, so it'd be unusual to make a mistake like that. And don't forget, Canada have Captain Canada, Ian Miller, at the helm as well. As
on the floor, yes.
Yeah. There's that fan fence again. I think that the riders jump the double of verticals, and then they want to send the horse forward again because you have to slow them down for the verticals, and they think, okay, let's get going. And the horses are almost just getting at that oxer a little bit too much. This triple combination seems to be riding okay, though. I expected it to cause a little more trouble as well.
On the 8, they're going to be fine for time at 65.58, and so it is overall going to be a score of 12 for the first for Canada, for Tiffany Foster and Electric. A little bit of a surprise for them for the 5-star Grand Prix winning combination. And Andrew, just a little look back at the Japanese fans. As you say, they almost look as though they came a little across it.
Almost, and I really think that the riders steady down for the double of verticals, and now they're thinking of their time allowed and a wide oxer next. So they ride the horse forward a little bit. Also away from the in gate, they're going to use a little extra leg. And I think maybe they're going to have to start adjusting that ride and just treat that ox with a little more respect and ride the front bar a little bit more.
Alberto Michel, the first for Team Israel, and Abi's ridden on 3 Olympic Games, in fact, back to Beijing in 08, London and Tokyo as well. Team Israel, to give you a rundown there, Alberto Michel, Natalie Leibovitz, Ashley Bond and Daniel Blumen for the team, for Team Israel. Joint to Cannabis. By Cannabis said, hence I guess the name.
Yes.
From that point of view, hugely experienced rider, also competes a lot on the West Coast as well.
Yes.
From that point of view these days, Pathfinder for Israel. Now we've got fences going in pretty well.
We do.
A
we have
mixed
a good
direction
mix.
now.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to call a bogey just yet, even though I want to do after walking the course. But I have to say it's a sign of a well-built course. Also, Nations Cup is quite difficult to build because you've got a lot of other aspects that you don't get during a Grand Prix. Like the horses, everybody has to jump it twice, or at least 8 teams have to jump it twice. And you want to be fair to everybody in it. You don't want to be turning anybody upside down, but you don't want too many clear rounds, or else it'll go a low-scoring Nations Cup. Abby got that 6. Little leg there to that little rub in the front bar of that Liverpool. Backing wants to hold the horse together a little there for the triple combination.
Coming home on a score of 12. Last fence is going to drop as well. Interesting scoring so far. 16 is the score for the first for Israel as well. It's definitely interesting. +1 actually. So 17 the total there for Alberto Michel from that point of view. So the one time fault can also be very important here.
Mm-hmm.
Here down the triple combination. Serve Shack in the middle of the VWs.
Yeah. I definitely think this course is already taking a bit more of a toll than maybe a lot of people anticipated.
Exactly. It was sort of thinking the first round, there's going to be a little bit softer here.
Yeah.
They're just little taps here and there. But
and it's a good even spread.
Yeah.
There's no one line that's just getting everyone. There's nothing over technical about it, but I think it's a decent, it's quite a big track. And this is a very important Nations Cup. It's a really big deal. So you want to build a track that reflects that. And you've got some very, very strong teams in this too. So
yeah.
It's very hard. The course builder's got to get it right.
Team Brazil, team that was second in 2023, third in 2021. They've been on the podium several times. New chef to keep for them as well in Piet Rijmakers of the Netherlands, Olympic gold medalist himself back to 1992. Going to be really interested to see how he fares with the team as the new man this season. Gabriel de Malos Machado is first out for them with Niles. Another of the regulars here in Wellington, and went very well on major league tours last season as well. Again, it's interesting to see, Andrew, how riders get on here, because some of these horses are very used to this arena.
Yes, they are. But I have to say they're using a bunch of new material here tonight, which is helpful. They don't always use an open water as well here, which is also really interesting because you're just adding a little bit to the mix.
This is one of the weeks it comes out.
This is one of the weeks that it comes out, yeah. And they use it quite sparingly here because years ago they used it a lot. And it was said that some of the horses almost become too complacent on it. And it was better for the production of our horses that we don't use the water quite as much. So it's a little change. But it's interesting to see the difference between some people that come in just for a competition like this and other people that actually live here full time.
Yeah. Jumping 2 times, 70.07, so over the time allowed there by 2 there for Gabriel de Malos Machado. Gabby clean there through the double of verticals. They're handling that well after the water. It's after that it catches up with them, as you say.
And what's interesting is he actually did 7 strides after the water to the double of verticals, and the horse jumped it quite well. So that kind of shows there's an option there. If your horse has a very big stride and you want to leave it out and you're worried about the time allowed, you can. Or what most people would do is just steady, add up in the 8 strides and jump the double of verticals.
Team Mexico, and it is to Carlos Guerrero as the 24-year-old to go first for them. The top international under 25 rider, as I said right now, 24, so just under there at this point. He's already been a regular onto the team for Team Mexico. Really looking forward to seeing this horse as well. It's impressed us in the last few weeks. The 10-year-old H5 Shack Attack is the Belgium gelding by Cornet Obolensky. So this is a good one for this horse to get out on this stage. And Andrew, this is a good opportunity with this Nations Cup as well. And you'll notice some familiar names in terms of riders, one or two less familiar names in terms of horses.
Yes.
Because this is a great ground to really get some horses in there again that have been used to seeing this arena for the last few weeks. So again, that's where it plays both ways.
Exactly, and it's a very good experience maybe for a younger horse to get in here and jump 2 rounds in a row, and they really get to learn from it. And you really kind of learn about a horse in a Nations Cup, because you have to go in 2 rounds. You learn whether they grow for the second round and they actually start to get better, or whether they get tired. This horse has started off very nice. You can see the scope in the horse there. It's really kind of at ease at this level, and jumping them really nice. Carlos is giving it a nice ride there. Smooth back to that last combination. Almost got a little bit green there in the air. Kind of looked down at the rest of the combination. And you can see what'll be interesting now is to watch that horse go in the second round and see if he learned from that mistake.
Finishing just on the 4 for Mexico, Carlos Sancarona and H5 Shack Attack. So the clear coming from the USA, 4 from Belgium, 4 from Mexico, 10 from Brazil, 12 from Canada, 12 from Venezuela, 15 from Ireland. And like I say, Andrew, this is a horse that we've seen over the last few weeks. As you say, little less experience.
Yeah, it's only 10 years old as well, which is quite young for a class like this.
At this time of year.
At this time of year. So really he's an old, slightly older 9-year-old. Very hard to see on the screen there really what happened, but you're talking about, again, these new colours, Oxer vertical, Oxer combination. The horse just got a little bit green. I think what you're going to see in the second round is a pretty decent reaction from that. So
we're going on to the second round for each of the teams. And just a reminder that Team Great Britain will now come into the equation now as well, because they've got 3 team riders on their team, on their squad, with Jessica Mendoza, with Charlie Jones, and with Harry Charles. And so it is back to Belgium. Peter de Brabander and MTM Caden for the gelding by Cascadello for the rider. Headed up, their chef here is Marty Huggins, and making one of his first appearances onto a Nations Cup squad, and again being a regular here in Wellington as well. So this again may give a little bit of a confidence boost there too.
Absolutely, and it's a good opportunity for a rider like this to get into the ring and feel what it's like in a Nations Cup situation. And it's a big Nations Cup. I always tell everyone, don't underestimate this class.
Yeah.
They set it big. There's some very, very big names with some really nice horses in this. So it's at no point to be underestimated.
Not keen on the wall.
Now, when I walked the course, I told you that a green horse is going to struggle a little bit with the wall pushed up into the corner like that. And that wall didn't ride great in the U25 under the lights last night either. A lot of horses misjudged it and got a little bit green on it. So we'll be interested to see how that responds under the lights as well.
And that's just a thing of just getting used, as you say, from a greenness point of view, just getting used to, okay, we're going up here, we're going to get into that corner and get on with it.
And also you need the horse to trust you and say, look, we just got to go into this corner, you got to trust me with what's coming, we're going to manage it and it's going to be fine. And that's the second horse tonight now that struggled with that turn. So
wow.
This is what happens when you see some greener horses come into the competition. Little added pressure, big jumps, and then they see something like this Oxer. Yeah, it can be difficult for them.
And there we go. I'm afraid it's going to be elimination for the second rider for Belgium there with Peter de Brabander and his ride. So Belgium with 4 though from their first. They've still got a good shot here. They've still got Zoe Conte yet to come for Belgium, and their final rider in Nicola Philipparts as well. So they're not out of the equation yet.
Nope.
From that point of view, they've got 3 experienced riders in there. Bertram Allen, highly experienced as well. Bertram Allen's 29.
Yeah, I know.
It feels like he's been
winning.
59. He's been winning forever.
He's been winning.
Multi-5-star winner here in Wellington. I think he was the youngest ever Grand Prix winner on the Global Champions Tour. It was something like 21 at that point. And along the way has been a wonderful rider for the Irish. So second team rider for Ireland now. And Bertram Olympics in Tokyo. And on the team that won in Aachen last year as well.
This is a fabulous horse. It's only 9 years old.
Yeah.
But already Bertram done some great stuff on it. and it's looking very promising.
Conquest de Rigo, Belgian bred gelding by Fantomas de Muse.
And you can already see just the scope there that this horse has. He's handling this course quite well. And, of course, he's got Bertram's experience. Despite he's only being 29 years old, he still has more experience than most of the riders in this, a lot of the other riders in this class.
And I mean, not that they really get it in their head at this point. You know, Ireland have had a tough start there with Michael Duffy's 15, but this is where he'll try and make this up. But I guess you just put that out of your head. I've got to ride my round.
You do, and riders like Bertram Allen would have been in this situation many times before, where the pressure's on a little bit, and Michael Blake has told them, look, we need a clear round from you now, and Bertram delivers, as he does most of the time. I suppose his biggest challenge tonight is just to keep the confidence up on this horse and watch he doesn't get green. Very good ride to that triple combination, and just hold it together to the last. Watch his time allowed. I think should be okay.
Just 300ths of a second. 300ths of a second, okay. But the okay is a 0 score for the second rider for Ireland. That makes a big difference for the Irish. Bertram Allen doing what he's been set out there to do.
Yeah. And you know, Bertram would have been 100% clear on his job tonight, and he went in and executed. And I must say that is a fantastic horse. You can just see the extra scope and the quality that Bertram has in that horse, and you gave him a lovely ride.
Second rider for Team USA. Now remember, they started with a 0 score for Natalie Dean in now. Now it's Carly Anthony and Heavenly W for Carly. And again, she's already put a whole list of good results together. In fact, she was top 5 in the World Cup qualifier in Washington last year. A number of wins last season in Grand Prix as well. And again, a pairing that are very much at home in this arena.
Yeah, and lots of good results from these two already. So you would think in a competition like this, they should be relatively at their ease. But don't forget now, it's the US team. You're riding for Team USA. You have 3 other competitors on your team that all want to win just as much as you do. And I like to see that the Team USA are going for the girls this week. This all girl riders, and it's interesting to see how they fare out. Good ride to the water. Steady. That one stride. Very nice. You can see Carly's giving this horse a really nice smooth ride. Needs a little leg there. Very good. Steady on the 6. Good ride to the water jump, to the Liverpool. She'll want to watch her time allowed a little bit as well. She almost looks a little casual coming through that last turn, but you don't want to rush this triple combination. Super ride there.
That's going to be about a rise, isn't she? Yeah, going to be about 68. 68.55. Told you about 68. And so US rider number 2 goes clear. Very good start for Team USA with Carly Anthony producing the goods once again as well. Very nice round from Carly. And so it is 2 from 2 so far from the US. First to produce the 0 score from both. In fact, the only one that can do that. The first rider. With Natalie Dean producing the only clear of that first cycle. Alejandro Corroli and Crew now for Venezuela. Now Alejandro to follow on from the 12 from their first rider. Kroon again, 10 years of age. This Dutch bred gelding by Zorocco Blue. Again, another one he thinks a lot of. And good opportunity here for them to see how they fare over the big track. 2019 Pan Am rider. World Championships, of course, rode a very good horse called Lincourt Gino.
Yes, that actually came from me originally.
I know it.
Wonderful horse.
I was leaving the line there for you.
Thank you. Wonderful horse. And Alejandro's a fantastic rider and a very, very good producer of horses. He's really good to bring a horse on and actually bring them up to this level. And so far, this is probably not the easiest horse in the world to ride. Little leg there. So now he found that 4 strides quite long, and you'll see some greener horses will do that. They'll get in, they'll hang up over the wall a little bit, and you'll end up having to ride at that yellow. I'm going to just smooth that out. Very good. Held the horse together there and the double the verticals. That horse needed all the help he could get there, and Alejandro did a really good job. Set him up there for that oxer. Hold it together now for the 6. Just just a little bit hollow in the air. Alejandro's almost looking at the next fence, and the horse just hollowed out against his hand. See, now he wants to put the horse together a little bit for this last combination. That's a shame. And a good finish in the end. Kind of pulled the horse together and got a nice jump in the end. But you can see that that horse just lost his concentration a little bit there.
So Alejandro Corroli and Kroon for Venezuela, scoring 19 for the second rider for the Venezuelan squad. And 12 from their first. Did you say good start for them? Just with spending time in the air, and then down here in the triple combination,
yeah,
they all start to concertina up together as well, and just creating the score a little bit further up, and a little bit of time in the air also means some time faults in the equation, but a horse with lots of ability. Now to Great Britain. The first of the riders for the British is going to be Jessica Mendoza. Jess with In the Air, and this is a horse that's impressed so far this season as well. The 12-year-old Dutch-bred mare by Air Jordan. And for Jessica, alongside Charlie Jones and Harry Charles for the team. Their chef to keep, stepping into the chef to keep's role here, is Ben Mayer, who's often been on the team here, the three-time Olympic gold medalist. So he's got the, as he put it, the boss's hat on for tonight as well. Jess was on the team with him at the European Championships going back to 2015 as well, and then has carved a really good career for herself out here in the United States.
Yeah, she's another rider that's achieved a lot for her age. Some fantastic results as a younger rider as well. And she's built a really nice business here, got some lovely clients, a good training business, and she's still competing at the very, very top levels. Really, really well. She steadied the horse right down there for the 8 strides, which would definitely be my chosen way to ride that line. Just finish the water, land, and really put the brakes on, and then you can just sit and wait. It does make the time allowed a little bit risky, but
that's just going to drop.
And that's a careful vertical right in the middle there. He does set you up nicely, though, because you need to steady a little bit for the 6 strides.
Yes.
But then you're thinking about the oxer after. You want to land and get forward a little bit again. Jump the triple combination very well. And then just holds it together a little for the last. In the 7 strides. Very good.
So just finishing on the 4 at 68-61. So Great Britain on the score of 4. So still not far off the pace yet. We've got 2 more riders to come, but they're all counting. One of the few to have that vertical, but it does feel like a tall vertical walk going down the centre there.
It does, and it's a little bit careful right in the middle of the ring. And this ring kind of crests right in the middle, so it definitely feels like it's propped up a little bit in the middle.
Big cheer in the arena and the maple leaf being flown, so it must be the red and white of Canada, absolutely. And it'll be Erin Ballard, who's the second for the Canadians. Now they're first with Tiffany Foster, slightly surprising dozen there from her. And then it is on to Erin this time around with Ezaka de Belém. She talked to us about this earlier on this week as well, this 11-year-old mare. Again, not done much of this at all so far, but a really impressive looking horse so
very
far.
Impressive, big scope, big quality, and of course Erin very accomplished at this level.
Yeah,
so
Paris Olympian.
Yeah, you're going to see her guide this horse around this course really, really nicely. Very good experience for the horse. Off to a good start. You can see this horse just has such a big stride. That's a normal distance there. She has to wait. She can jump in over this wall. That's unlucky there. So that wall is just in an awkward spot, and like I said, for a green horse, they're going to get a little bit distracted going through that turn. Good over the water. She opted for the normal 8 strides, but then it set up the 1 stride, double of verticals just nicely. Right through the turn. Now she turned quite tight to that Chinese fence, and you can just see the horse's greenness a little bit on that one. Set up really nicely there for the Liverpool. Jumped it fantastic. You can pull the horse together there a little through the turn. Line up that combination. So I think I can say that combination is riding pretty okay. It's not a particularly difficult fence. I thought that the pastel colors might cause an issue, but so far they've been handling it quite well.
And jumping to time, total of 10 there for the second of the Canadians, so 12 and 10 so far. Remember, we've got a discard in there as well, so the lowest they could score is 10 for Canada at the moment. But overall, a really nice looking horse, as we said there, Andrew, before now, and this will be a big team player, I think, in the future.
Absolutely, and you can see this horse could be a championship horse in the future once it gets its act together, and just, you know, these technical tracks.
It's always nice to see
quiet.
fans out there. And for Israel, Natalie Leibovitz and Kiss Me. Well, that seems appropriate. Well, sending a kiss back to them anyway from that point of view. First rider for Israel scoring at 17. That was Alberto Michan. Natalie Leibovitz now has jumped through a number of the 2-stars very successfully in the supporting classes through the 5-star last week as well. Here in week 7. Makes a step up with his 10-year-old Kiss Me. Here this afternoon on to the squad. A reminder of the rest of the team as well there with Ashley Bond and with Daniel Blumen in the lineup for them.
Yep, good for Natalie to get in on a Nations Cup team here. Sharpen her teeth a little bit. Maybe a little bit quick down that first line. She needs the horse settle now for this wall. Yeah.
Oh, no. Just hesitate, little look before it.
Little look before it, and you can tell that turn, that's where the greenness comes out a little bit. You've got to really attack the turn and then sit up and just hold the horse and believe in the horse.
I was about to say, so talk to me as a rider at that point. You say you've got to give your confidence through as a rider and say, okay, it's fine. Let's go. And then the horse will go, okay.
Exactly, and you can actually see in the slow-mo there, she almost left her leg off a little bit, about 5 or 6 strides off. And I understand, you know, she's waiting for that distance to show up. Instead, she just had to believe in the distance a little bit more and really put that confidence into the horse as you ride through the turn. Come on, we've got this, we've got this. So that at no point does the horse second guess what's coming up next. So as soon as the horse sees that wall, they're like, yeah, I know what we're doing. Whereas if you leave off the throttle a little bit through the turn, now the horse has a chance to second guess it. Now we're starting to see where Nations Cups can be a little bit difficult. If she was an individual, she might not want to continue and jump this round, but because you're on a team, you're not. You have to go and jump. You have to try and complete.
And it's
the
also
course.
swings and roundabouts, isn't it? As you go, you come through it well, and you'll get the confidence and everything else. And that'll be great.
Exactly.
That's fine.
But it is a risk. Now I know Natalie's going to do it because she's a team player and she's. But that's another added difficulty to a Nations Cup. Even when it starts to go a little bit difficult, a little wrong for you, you've got to pull yourself together and you've got to keep going for your team.
But that's where I always see it, it's pressure on your shoulders.
Yes,
it's like,
and it's just an added little bit of pressure. Now, so she wants to do is just ride forward through this turn, really give the horse confidence, line it up, and like, good girl, brilliant. And she rode that fantastic. So that's where a horse had a little bit of an issue, and Natalie just was there for the horse and gave it a good ride to the wall. And now she wants the horse to settle with her and just trust her and jump a really good rest of the round. And this could actually be a very positive experience for the horse and for the rider in the end. Little left leg there. Hup. Very nice. Well ridden. And jump that super. So now we can see that Natalie's actually put the horse back together. She's built the confidence in the horse. And the next time this horse comes out, he's actually going to be, it's going to feel quite good. A little bit, just dropped a little short on that oxer.
Just some time faults coming into play now as well.
That's okay.
16 jumping, 10 for time in fact. Total of 26 there as they complete there for Israel's Natalie Leibovitz and Kiss Me. But again, as you say with the Nations Cup too, you're coming back later on the team. So you want to get over that problem straight away.
You want to get over that problem. And you don't want to come back into the ring for the second round thinking, oh wow, we never actually dealt with this or we never resolved it. I think she'll make a couple adjustments out in the warm-up, and I really think that the horse and the rider are going to improve from an experience like this, and it's good to see a good positive experience.
I was going to say they actually came out of it well.
They came out of it well, and positive growing experience. Yeah, very good. Well executed too.
Brazil now, and Team Brazil with 10 from their first. Now to their next with Eduardo de Menezes. Now the Brazilian with H5. Ozzy van de Bishop is the stallion by de Montesemi is the 11-year-old for probably one of the most experienced on the team for Team Brazil here this time around. Pan Am gold medalist, Olympian back in on home ground, in fact, in Rio in 2016 as well. Jumped on the squad last year too. Lovely, slick, talented rider to watch. This would be one of their stronger members of the team.
Yeah, a very put together rider, very, very experienced. You can just see here the ease at which he jumped those first couple of lines. He's steady the horse down now for this double of verticals. Little tap going in there. Nice reaction from the horse coming out. Good smooth ride around that turn. He's a little bit of leg there. Good. I think a lot of the riders almost, they're now resorting turning a little tighter back on that fan fence and just treating it like a single oxer on its own and then landing and then ride the rest of the line. And it seems to be working a little bit better for them. Very good through that triple combination.
Just enough time there. Should be all right there.
Just enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got
cool.
it.
68.38, just enough. And so they're clear for Eduardo de Menezes and H5 Ozzy van de Bishop. So that leaves Brazil, USA and Ireland so far, with still a potential 0 score if their next two riders come straight out of the starting blocks and emulate that as well. But Eduardo de Menezes doing what he does so well. Lovely slick round.
Super round.
Yeah.
Beautifully executed. You can see his line here back to the triple. He's just so efficient with his room and his time, and just set the horse up nicely for that combination. Brilliant round.
Second rider for Mexico now, Juan Pablo Gaspar Albanez and Odiel VDM now for Team Mexico. 26-year-old, not too long ago, still into the young riders as well. Finished second last week in the WEF Challenge Cup here as well. Nice step up for them there here too. And here with this Belgian-bred 11-year-old gelding second for Team Mexico. Again, a little less experienced onto the team. First team rider from Mexico scoring just the 4.
Yeah, Mexico always come out with a nice bunch of horses, nice big scopy horses. This horse already kind of showing his ease at this height. And Juan Pablo giving him a good spin there over the first 3. Little leg, just a little of encouragement there at the wall.
Yeah.
And the horse responded nicely. So that's nice to see when you see a rider send a horse forward at the fence and they actually get higher from it. Very good jump over the water, exceptional. Now he's got to pull the horse together a little for these 2 verticals. Whoa, good man, little vocal encouragement.
Now get yourself back together around the corner.
Around this corner. Super jump over that. Yeah. Almost got out his mouth a little bit just at takeoff there. You know that Juan Pablo was like, this is a careful fence, come here.
Yeah.
And the horse almost hollowed out just a little bit.
I just said, okay.
Yeah,
you said, come here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if you just sat a little stiller just at the base. Good ride to the last.
There we go. Finishes just over the time. Just looking at that. It is 1 time to add on there. 8 jumping, 1 time, total of 9. But Mexico could still be on 4 faults from their first yet. But overall, a good round. And here we just see they just
excellent
took this
round.
one away.
Yeah, and it just caught it there with the right hind. The triple, I do think he was a little bit deep into this triple combination, to be honest. And, you know, that's a little bit on Juan Pablo. He should have stayed out for a second longer and just given the horse a little bit more room going in. But really, really nice horse. Jumped exceptionally well.
Really tried on the way out there as well.
Yeah.
Zoe Conter for Belgium now, because we're going now into the 3rd rider for each of the teams. Zoe with Tombola, sister Emily, who led things off a little bit earlier on, again for the home base of the Stefex Stables. And this one is by Toulon for the now 11-year-old for Zoe. Zoe, who's also been on the team before now in Poland, in Sopot as well. Another regular here in Wellington as well. A really good finish to the season. And mentioning Mexico there was also a very good tour now of shows in Mexico in the fall, in the autumn, wherever you are in the world. And that was a whole group of 5 stars and 4 stars, etc. That gave great experience. The likes of Zoe and sister went on that too. But
I
also
went on it as
you
well.
went on as well.
Yeah.
And for the Mexican riders too, it gave them exposure to much more competition, which was great for them.
Absolutely, and I must say the shows in Mexico were beautifully run. They're in these fantastic facilities with these big grass fields, and it really is hard to even compare it to some of the shows here. And a great experience, really. I just did the one in Monterey at the very end, the Major League. But you had Henrik van Eckermann and a lot of other big
Christian
riders.
Alman, a few others, Danny Doise, yeah.
Yeah, they came over and did the full tour. So he's off to a very good start with this horse, jumping nice. He really shut it down there for that double verticals. That was a smart ride. Now she wants to just build back up a little bit, but still be a little careful on this oxer. Excellent. Still wide, not too deep on that. Just a little bit of a half halt there in the 6. Now, that could have caught me out as a rider as well, because that 6 is not that short. And the horse, after the vertical, made up a lot of line, and she had to do an emergency break a little bit halfway through it. But it did it well and got it done just in time for that.
Now, be enough
Super
for the clock.
clear round.
Be enough for the clock. One time there for Belgium, but that's not the end of the world, because remember their second rider, it was elimination, unfortunately. So that is going to count for the Belgian team, but they're still 4-1, so they're only on 5 at the moment for Team Belgium.
Yeah.
So that is still not a bad score to have on the scorecard.
Super performance there for Zoe. She absolutely rode the socks off of that one, and her horse jumped fantastic. Really nice. You can see how hard the horse tried there and be that double. And then the horse did. Even me, I was even surprised to see it. Just made up way more ground than I thought it would, going to that Liverpool at the top of the ring. Very well ridden.
Into Team Ireland, and as usual, cometh the hour, cometh the man. Cian O'Connor and Belvedere this time. Now a 9-year-old for him this time around. British bred horse by Billy Congo. Billy Congo, that was the European gold medal winning horse of Will Funnell from his Billy stud, one of his mainstay stallions there as well. Lots of the next generation coming through there. But Cian, who was the top rider for Ireland last year on Nations Cup, as he has been so many times as well, and I've lost track of how many caps he's had for the Irish. I think it's about 180, something like that, off the top of my head. And so, again, if he could go clear, Ireland need clears out of all their riders, and they could stay on a 0 score up there with the US. Absolutely.
And the US, like I said, has brought a very strong team, and Ireland have matched it, I think. But we have 2 9-year-olds on the team. This is the second 9-year-old to come in. A little bit green there. But big, scopy, future championship horses, which is, I do find it's a really smart idea. We're putting experienced riders with some greener horses in. They're getting some experience, and hopefully building good team members for the future as well.
And no other show would you have been able to have had these younger horses in this ring over the last few weeks as well, to at least get a good look around.
Absolutely.
So there's not a complete new environment.
Yeah, and they're jumping big tracks, big pressure, and then tonight they get a little extra pressure with the Nations Cup, a little extra atmosphere, and it's a very, very good positive experience for the horses. Nice jump there through that middle line. Cian, good efficient turn back to that triple combination.
That stays.
Decent rub on both of those, but he left it up. That's what counts.
That's the Irishman next to me on the 4 at 67.80. It is
nobody looked too close. That's all.
Just on the one down there for Cian O'Connor and Belvedere from that point of view. So they, as a team, Ireland will be on a score of 4. That's assuming they discard the 15 of Michael Duffy. So just the one rail early on here, Andrew.
Yeah, I think they will all be a little bit surprised on that one. I think the horse, maybe just his focus wasn't in yet. So he just left his knee down a small bit there, but he was not making the same mistake on the last part.
Third rider for Team USA now, and this will be Charlotte Jacobs and Playboy JTZ for the Jacobs family of New York. The family will all be here watching as well, with their home here in Florida just a few moments away as well. She's already produced some brilliant rounds in this arena, had a very good season last year as well for her, and well deserving of a place on the team. She was top 5 in the World Cup in Traverse City. She's previously been on the Nations Cup in Thunderbird in Canada there as well, and in Madrid over in Europe. And this a good solid horse to go to as well, Playboy JTZ. 10 years of age by Presley Boy, which was a fantastic championship horse in its own right as well.
Incredible horse. And actually this horse shows quite a few attributes that Presley Boy had.
Yeah.
Like if you look quickly, you would almost say it was the same horse, which is really fun to see. Just that quality has been handed down. Super nice jump over the water there.
One of those ones that we say, if you hadn't seen Presley Boy, go and Google it and you'll find some videos.
Yeah, it's not hard to find. He was a fantastic horse, and this horse has been very, very good for Charlotte so far.
But Charlotte's really just kept moving up the gears, hasn't she? And really, worked with Greg Broderick, has been mad alongside as well. They've really played a sensible game.
I think what she's done is she's built a fantastic team around her. She's got some really, really great people there, some great knowledge. And a good system. And also she's buying nice horses. She's buying nice young horses all the time, putting them in with these expert systems, and this is the result you get. What she's also building is longevity. She'll be able to do this for the next couple of years, because as her horses start to age out or sell or whatever she chooses to do, because of the team that she's set up and the horses she has coming behind, she's basically got like an endless supply of really nice horses.
So let's put that in perspective. Team USA 0-0-0, so they will complete round 1 on a 0 score regardless. From that point of view. So really good, well done there from Charlotte Jacobs, getting the job done for the home team.
Laura can sit this one out and just jump the second round as well.
Absolutely. Laura Crouch was due to go fourth. It's up to her whether she may go in to give the horse experience. I don't know.
She might, and she might want a double clear for her ranking points as well, because a double clear in this for her ranking points is very, very strong. Okay,
we'll see what she does. So Laura Crouch, though, is the fourth, should she wish. But regardless, Team USA will finish this round on a 0 score. Venezuela on 12 and 19 so far, and Luis Fernando Razabal and Quick Chick 3. For the next the Venezuelan riders, who was part of the Paris Olympic Games last year. He went top 15, in fact, at the Pan Am Games in Santiago. That was with Condara. Quick Chick 3, not as experienced here, but as what we've seen so far of them this season, produced some really good rounds. And again, good experience for this potential future championship for us.
Absolutely, and this would be a new horse for Luis at this level, or it's new for him to ride at this level. I think it's a nice track today for them. The horse seems to be responding quite well and jumping well for Luis. Little setup for the water and leg. Super jump over the water. Little vocal encouragement to slow down there. Double of verticals. Jumped in nice. This is a nice horse, actually.
Yeah, been really impressed by this one so far this season. He's been one of our leading international riders so far this year. Won a number of classes.
Luis is very, very consistent, and he's a fantastic horse person. So he's what you would call, he's a very adaptable rider. He can ride different types of horses in different situations. And he's showing it here this evening. So that's a really nice quality horse there. He was a little deep on that, and the horse just really found a nice technique. Jumped that fantastic. Luis should be very happy with that round.
Very happy with that. It helps the score for Venezuela, so they would stay at the moment at a score of 12 for the Venezuelan team.
That's only a 10-year-old horse as well there. Really, really impressive. Very nice. You can see even the horse's expression there. It's very focused the whole way through that double of verticals. At no point did the horse look under stress or under pressure. Just jump that whole course at its ease. Very good to see. Nice setup there for the triple. Little deep going in. The horse jumped it. Oh, come out perfect.
Second rider for Great Britain now is 25-year-old Charlie Jones. And Charlie with capital 6. Charlie's been based out here in the United States for a good while now, has had spent a couple of winters in Ocala too, and a long time over in Thermal in California as well. Ridden a number of horses for Carrie Rufer for the Morningstar Sport Horses too. A man very much bred for the job. Mum's a European medalist. His uncle's Nick Skelt. His dad's had been a top rider as well. So he's very much followed in to the footsteps of the family there, and makes his debut onto the big stage here in America, onto the Nations Cup here. So good luck to Charlie.
Yeah, he's another rider that's multi-generational, comes from a show jumping dynasty, and definitely a good natural horse person, like really good feel. Horse, there you go. Another
and that
horse
was exactly what you say.
Yeah, as it came out of my mouth, he gave us a perfect display. The horse, whoa, jumped that water, fantastic. Horse over jumped the wall a little, definitely just hung up and got a little bit green, which is normal. We've seen a lot of horses do that already tonight. And Charlie was right there. He didn't even have to think about it. He was right there, put the leg on, get the horse put back together, get the horse going forward again for the next fence.
Just going to catch that one.
Yeah, it got out his hand just a little bit. And that's not the first horse we've seen do that tonight.
Well, his teammate did it as well.
Yeah. Where the rider asks them to wait a little bit, and then they fight them and just get a little bit inverted over that vertical. So, you know, if I was riding in this class and watch a few people do that, I would consciously put a little bow in that line, so I'm not having to ask the horse to wait quite so much, and still get that same distance to the vertical without having to pull on the horse quite as much.
8 jumping 2 time there for Charlie Jones, as you say. Here is the little vertical that cost them as well. 2 time on top, so 10 to add to the score for Great Britain, so they go on to 14. And their third rider is Olympic gold medalist Harry Charles. So you'd be looking to aim to keep them at that. First part of the triple combination for Charlie, but again, a decent enough debut for him.
Yeah, excellent. He should be very happy with that round. Horse got a little green once or twice and actually came out of it well the other side. And I think Charlie gave the horse a lovely ride.
Amy Miller now. Amy, who's been on the podium here in 2 Nations Cup before now. She is a Canadian Olympian. Again, she was on the podium last year, actually, in second, alongside Tiffany Foster and Erin Ballard as well, 7-time winners Canada. Now, Canada with a little bit of a sticky start so far, with 12 and 10. So 2 clears from their final 2 riders would keep them at the best they could do is 10 at the moment, but that's still, we'll see.
Good start, though, for Amy. Little leg there to the water. Very nice. Horse jumped that double of verticals. The water's riding better right now in the daytime than it did last night for the U25, so it'll be interesting to see how it responds.
Now, Jagger HX that she's jumping as well is a horse that she's thought an awful lot of, and again, it would be her next championship horse.
I think so.
Really.
I think they're very, very high on this horse, and you can see why when you see how it's going around here. It's got lovely scope, nice quality horse, good concentration, and I think Amy does a good job. She has it nicely schooled, and it listens to her. It stays very calm. You can watch the horse's expression. He's very with it the whole way around there, never under too much pressure. And a super round. Well done, Amy.
Super round for the Canadian, going clear at 68.93. Like I say, Canada could still be in the mix if they keep their final 2 riders at a 0 score. Pressure's going to be on Kyle Tim, but certainly Amy Miller answering the questions there with Jaguar HX, or Jagger HX.
Nice ride. Really nice form over that Liverpool as well. And yeah, excellent horse for the future. Really exciting, actually, for Team Canada.
Looking forward to seeing more of them. And to Israel. Third rider now is Ashley Bond. And Ashley with her long-time partner, horse that she rode at the Olympics twice, in fact, in Donatello by Diorado. And she's been going very well with a horse that's coming up through as well in Nightwish too. Scores for Israel so far is 17 and 26 at the moment. But this is a pair I would expect to pretty well eat this up. Yeah,
a very seasoned pair. You know, great results at 5-star level. Very, very competitive. I mean, these are the ones you do not want coming after you in a jump off.
Well, she was in that situation, a week ago?
Yep.
Was it only a week ago? Lugano Grand Prix there as well.
Yeah, and just absolute killer against the clock. And a fantastic horse, just really quick. Very smart horse, intelligent. Ashley gives a good ride. Definitely one of the more seasoned pairs you'll see in this competition tonight. Good jump over that. I don't think she'll have any problem with the time allowed either.
No, that's never really a thing for them.
So now, Donatella with almost on a bigger distance coming into that combination, but you can see the experience there. He just was able to handle it with his eyes closed. It wasn't even a challenge for him.
Just on the fall for Ashley Bond and Donatello, but team-wise, it's going to make it harder because regardless, the best score they can have is 21.
Yeah.
At this point, this is on my quick maths from that point of view. But 21, they were 17 from their first, 4 from there, and so that's going to make things a little bit harder. But again, as we see, the good experienced pair, but it's a really interesting year for a lot of teams because, okay, we had a little bit of this discussion the other day on WEF Weekly that. You know, for Europeans, you've got European Championships this year. For the non-European countries, there's no championship to aim at this year.
Yeah.
So the Europeans are aiming at their championship, but the others are sort of in that transition year. World Championships next year.
You're going to see a little bit of reshuffling going on as well. You see people like Charlotte Jacobs bringing out horses, slightly younger horses to get experience in this. It's necessary because she's going to need that horse for a championship next year. Yeah. So it's great to get in. Jump a big track like
Worlds,
this,
Pan Ams, and then Olympics again.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you're going to see, a lot of people just getting their younger horses in here, getting them in front of selectors, building a bit of a reputation, and putting up good performances.
Brazil will be key in that as well. Guilherme Dutra-Faroni and Come On. Now Brazil 10-0. Now 2 clears in a perfect scenario here would also keep Team Brazil on a 0.
Yeah, and Guilherme's off to a strong start. This horse really is operating for him. Very nice over the water. Steady for the double of verticals. Gave it a very nice ride there, actually. That was good.
It's one of the First Nations Cup, but he's been a gold in South American games before now, so championship experience, some World Cups in Brazil too.
Almost overdid that 6th stride, but he was able to apply a little leg at the end, and the horse really answered the call. Nice to see. Watch Guilherme's balance. He just stays very centered on the horse all the time. I spoke too soon, but that was unlucky now, because I must say that they were having a great round up to this. Super ride.
Going to leave them with a little bit of time on there as well. 8 jumping, 1 time, total of 9 there for the Brazilian rider Guilherme Dutra-Faroni and Come On. So 9 is still the best score for Brazil at this point because they would discard the 10 from their first. So they would be on a score of 9 at best. As you say, a little bit of a shame there because up until the triple combination.
Yeah, the rest of the round didn't really reflect that. Little deep there on the wall, but that's okay. Yeah, the horse has enough scope, managed the 4 strides really well there in the end, stayed inside line.
Mexico, Adoro Parada as the 3rd rider for the Mexican squad. And then we'll resume to the 4th rider for each of the teams. Fellow is the Dutch-bred gelding. Okay, 15 years of age, but hasn't got a huge record FEI-wise from that point of view. Has jumped here in the last few weeks and looked pretty solid from that point of view as well for Toro. So it'll be really interesting to see here this afternoon.
Horse, big jump over the first. He's off to a good start. I thought more people would have that gold plank down, but it seems to be riding quite well. Another jump we might see respond differently. Again, Toro just maybe kept a little too much pressure on the horse just to the base of that wall. Good jump over the water. Steady 8 down to the double of verticals. Bit of push there to get him out over that back bar. Stayed in the 6, he got that done. Good line over that Liverpool then in the end. I think he's going to regret having that brick out of the wall because it's going to be a pretty decent round after that. Good through the combination.
Should just about squeeze the time, leave the
Just about.
last up, and it's going to be what? Oh no, just one over.
One time fall.
69.22, 4 jumping, 1 time, total of 5 there for Arturo Parada for Mexico. So 5 from Arturo, 4 from their first, so on a score of 9 so far for Mexico. So after
It was too deep as well on that wall.
that third rider for each of the teams, let me give you a little bit of a spin through very quickly. USA on 0. They may well send Laura Crouch, we'll see. From that point of view, we've got Ireland on 4, Belgium on 5, Canada on 10, but Brazil and Mexico on 9, Great Britain on 14, Israel on 21. Is my quick rundown for you from that point of view.
And one rider to go for each team.
One rider to go for each team, and for Belgium they send out a highly experienced rider in Nicola Philippart's less experienced horse. It's the 9-year-old gelding that is by Mosito van der Hele. Hof is going to be Konoka de Muse for Nicola Philipparts and Team Philipparts. Many-time championship and Nations Cup rider. In fact, he was on the Nations Cup in Aachen last year. Similarly in Rome previously. But again, for him, thinking of championships to come, and again, we're looking at horses of whatever the plan is. But if you're sitting on a 9-year-old now, you're still looking at a horse that's going to be perfectly aged for LA in 28.
Well, that's what you're seeing, and you're seeing these big, scopy, powerful horses that really could jump championships someday. And this is the perfect opportunity to get them in under the lights on a team situation. And there's a lot of attention on this Nations Cup. It is a big deal. And a great opportunity to kind of put a horse on the map and put a horse and rider on the map. Off to a good start for Nicola. You can see just the ease at which this horse jumps. He's just got so much scope. A little bit hollow over that. Just pull his hind end a little bit through it. Line it up here. Nice in. Kept him nice and straight through that triple combination. Perfect ride down to the last fence. And nice for the time.
Just on the 4 for Nicola Philipparts and Konoka de Muse for Belgium, 67.13, meaning that Belgium will then carry the 4 there of Nicola Philipparts, so they will finish on a score of 9 for the Belgian team.
Hard to see really what went wrong there, because I think Nicola rode it okay. I think it was just an honest green mistake by the horse. He just got his head up a little bit just at the base, and didn't use his hind end quite as good as he should have. But it's super round otherwise. Nice, very, very scopy, rangy horse. Good to see.
Daniel Coyle is the final rider for Ireland in this first round. And Daniel now with huge championship experience from Olympics through to World Championships. Of course, was on the Paris lineup last year with Legacy. Now with Incredible. And riding for the Ariel Grange stable, and based up in Ocala these days. Daniel makes the trip down this week with this Clinton side horse. And actually, he bought out first time, won the World Cup qualifier in Live Oak, straight out of the starting blocks, as Daniel is the super horseman to do.
Yep.
And he's going to be your final rider here. Now, Ireland are sitting on a score of 4 at the moment, so only 1 fence away from Team USA. A clear here from Daniel Cole, which is highly possible.
Yeah, it wouldn't
going
be
in any kind of English.
It wouldn't be the first time he's done this. I don't want to jinx him though. But we have relied on Daniel and Cian before, and honestly, all the Irish team members that are in it are all very, very solid riders, well used to performing under pressure.
Yeah, a horse that jumped on the Nations Cup at Spruce Meadows last year.
Super ride to that wall line. It just showed up right where he wanted it, nice and smooth. Good jump over the water. He's shutting the horse down a little bit in the 8 strides. So now Daniel's just such a natural rider. He's able to get those adjustments done and not make it look like it's hard work. Big jump in over into the 6. Very nice. Almost overreacted a little bit there, but the horse actually jumped out really well. So clearly Daniel knew something that we didn't.
That's what he's there for.
Yeah. Nice through the triple. Just got to hold it together now. Don't overcook the last fence.
No, they don't.
And he's inside the time.
Daniel
Super.
Coyle and incredible for Ireland. Deliver what is expected of them. So 0 score for them. So 2 clears, a 4 and a 15 for Ireland. So they're on a team score of 4 after round 1 from the Irish. Just the 1 fence away.
Also, a lot of times in Nations Cups, you never know what could happen in the second round. So 4 falls very much keeps them in the running for the jump off. Now we see Laura's going.
Yeah, Laura Kraut, Team USA, as I say, regardless of what she does here, it's really for her because they're already on a 0 score, 3-0 so far from the US squad. Laura Kraut to go now then with the St. Bride's Farms Très Bien Z. And 10-year-old Zangazai gelding by Toulon for the multi-Olympic medalist, of course, the most recent in Paris 2024 with Ballatinu. But again, this is a horse that's getting more and more exposure into the big classes. This is a good opportunity and good platform for this horse.
It is, and during the summer, Laura was on our Team Helios for the Major League team, and she actually used this horse in Tryon, and it was exceptionally good. And that was the first time that it came onto my radar. Very, very good jump over the water there. And obviously Laura... Oh! I did not see that coming. Laura, a fantastic team member.
Yes, no denying.
Wonderful to have.
No denying that one with two silvers and a gold
Yeah,
in the Olympics,
just
World Championship
one of the
gold,
most
etc.
incredible people to be on a team with. And now, watching that, I didn't really see a mistake. What I think happened is the horse jumped very, very high over the water, and then as she asked it to wait, here we go. As she asked it to wait, it just resisted her a little bit, and I think she just didn't get it done in time, and then the horse thought, well, do I do an extra stride or not? Where am I at?
Have another look. There we go. That's
Jump
where she's so good.
There we go. Problem solved. Good turn. Nice ride on the 6. So now she's put the horse back together, got the confidence back again. This is a fantastic, really beautifully jumping horse.
And the point where you see a real pro at work.
Yeah, and you can just see where the horse is maybe having a hard time with it, but that's where you have the experienced rider, the brilliant rider like Laura. Just get up there and say, it's okay, come on, we got this together.
Finishes on a confident note there.
Yeah.
12 jumping, 12 for time. Total of 24, but isn't going to matter for Team USA. They're going to stay on the 0 regardless from Laura's point of view. And so Team US will stay on a 0 score. No.
It'll be interesting to see what she does in the second round, because if her other teammates are not clear, she will have to jump.
She's got the pressure position.
She's got the pressure position, but no one better.
Which is where you see that she wanted to get that round done, finished on a high note, so they come back in going full of confidence.
Exactly. She wants that horse, just in case she does have to go, and just in case she has to pull off that clear round to win it. She wants the horse to finish on a positive note and be ready for the next round.
1 Ortiz now for Venezuela, and Vintage for the final rider for them as well. Now, horse that's been just coming back into work, jumped to the Pan Am. He's a rider that jumped to the Pan Am Games in 2023 as well. He's a Central American Games bronze medalist that same year as well.
Just pushed a brick out of the wall there. Little deep on that water. So the water hasn't caused too much trouble tonight. He's just maybe 1 or 2 other people. Through the turn, he's going to need a little left leg here. Keep that horse going. Horse took a little look at it. Juan was right there with a bit of support. Good over the vertical in the middle. Just got a little stalled up in the air over that one.
Just gets the engine running again.
Yeah. Good in. Jumped that combination quite well. 7 strides down to the last. And you can see the horse just hung up a little bit in the air over the last one as well.
16 jumping, 3 for time, total of 19 there for Juan Ortiz and Vintage. So actually they've got two 19s in the frame for Team Venezuela from that point of view. And so that be added into the score, so 19 and the 12. So that's going to put them on 31 as a team score for Team Venezuela. They'll have to wait and see whether that will put them into the second round or not. Worst score from the rest of the teams is 21 from Team Israel at the moment. Harry Charles, the 25-year-old now Olympic team gold medalist, goes for Team Great Britain there on a score of 14. But only the 3 riders on the team. Casco Blue this time around for Dad Peter Charles, and Style Z for Harry, who's his second season competing out here in Florida.
This is a Choco Blue.
I know you like those.
Yeah, I've had a few. Most people do.
C-top blue, etc. Your top horse.
This horse is a really nice technique. Very, very nice type. You'd have to like this type. You can see just the little extra scope that he's got there. He's just jumping these jumps with such ease. And Harry's very experienced. For a young kid, he's so experienced at this level.
Well, already World Championship bronze, Olympic gold. And again, in terms of what he did with the pace there.
Yeah. And, you know, he has his dad on the ground helping him as well. Pete Charles, just one of the most fantastic riders.
I think they are the only father and son Olympic gold medalists.
Wow. Yeah.
Both have won a gold medal.
Impressive.
Yeah.
Nice ride through the middle there. And you can see just this horse is just so riding nicely for Harry. You know, that it's a nice relationship. Pull the shoe there right in the middle there. We'll see how he responds.
Keep the concentration.
Yeah, you just see the quality there. It's fantastic. Such a nice horse.
And so nicely clear for Harry Charles of Great Britain. So we'll keep the team at 14. So as we know, with a 31 on the scorecard, it is not going to be Great Britain that go out after round 1. They're going to still be in the mix and could build on that yet. But
very nice right there. Yeah, excellent ride there.
Little look back here. And just, we just quietened down after the water.
Yeah, but you can see where he's able to just pull it enough on the reins, and the horse listens and comes back to him. But that's like good schooling, and okay, it's a more experienced horse for sure.
Kyle Tim now for Canada, the fourth rider for the team. Kyle, who's been on teams now for Canada several times, including a Nations Cup last October as well in Spain. He was top 5 in the London Grand Prix on the Global Champions Tour, top 10 in the recent World Cup qualifier in Ocala as well, running for the Rain family here with Kanda Mail. They've been supporting him and several members of the Canadian squad, and wider than that to Nina Malavé of France as well. Now, Kyle Tim, he's been quietly producing some very good rounds.
Yes, he has. And Kyle's been a very good rider for a long time. It's nice to see now that he's got just a string of horses to compete at this level, and he's making a good job of it. Off to a good start. Little deep there on the wall, and he just responded nicely in the 4 strides. Good reaction. Jump the water. Now he's got to steady a little. Oh. Good ride to the double of verticals. Now this fan has not been causing as much trouble in the ladder riders. I think they're kind of riding it as more of an individual fence and not thinking of the whole line after it. And just having a bit more luck with it. Good ride there in the 6 up to the Liverpool. Selling the horse down a little bit there. Let him take a breath. Line up for this triple combination that has been riding quite well.
Time he's got plenty in hand and looking good there.
Round.
Kyle
Super
Tim.
round there.
Kanda Mail 67.87 and clear for the Canadians. So they'll be carrying their 10 from their second. And so 10 for Canada in the end, 9 from Belgium, 4 from Ireland, clear from USA for the big contenders. But that's a good team performance.
It's a very good team performance. I was just about to say we could see something very special from Canada in the second round. You can see a surge in confidence there. The last 2 riders jumped clear, and The other two riders, they have Aaron Ballard and Tiffany Foster, two extremely capable riders with really, really, really very good horses. So we could see a turnaround in the books for Canada in the second round. Should be good to watch.
3 riders left to go as we go to Israel now. Now, Israel on a score of 31. At this point, looking to keep themselves into round 2. Daniel Blumen, the world number 25, is their last, and it would be no surprise to see a good round out of him here to keep them still in the frame of being back for tonight. And so this, the mare by Kornel Obolensky, is Capital L for Daniel Blumen and the over-the-top stables of New York. Daniel, multi-5-star Grand Prix winner here in Wellington as well, multi-Olympian too. All the experience here. But again, it's a good opportunity for him to get this horse out.
Absolutely, and you see just an enormously experienced rider getting out with their next generation, basically, of younger horses, and it's super experience for them. You see the goal plank came down. I think the horse just got a little complacent. Wonderful jump over the water there, beautiful. Daniel just had to get on his hand a little bit too much there to get the horse back for the 8 strides for those 2 verticals. Nice turn, a little bit green. Just looked into that one, into the fans a little. Good over the vertical in the middle. That's a careful vertical. Very good jump out over the Liverpool. Now you're going to see Daniel just get the horse in front of his leg a little bit and settle. Line up this triple. And just give it a nice ride all the way home. Again, there's your experienced rider. Just putting a horse, the horse struggled a little bit in the middle, and he was just able to put it back together nicely. And in the end, that horse could pull out even better the next time.
It is going to be 12 there for Daniel Blumen and the ride of Capital L for Israel. But as a team score, he's actually got 3 for time there as well, so a total of 15 to add to the score. So it's going to take them to a score of 36 as a team. So looks like they will be the team that are going out after round 1, unfortunately, because Venezuela on 31 from that point of view. But again, you've got to work through there and take out the good parts of what's been experienced tonight as well.
And you'll see some people will have grown from that experience tonight.
Luciana Lucio of Brazil. Wonderful to see her back. The Week 9 Grand Prix winner from last year in the 5-star as well. Jumped some brilliant rounds there. She's jumped superbly ever since too, and it was really good in the run-up to that. She was one that was just coming on the radar.
I was commentating with you that
night.
Actually.
You were.
It was so much fun to watch.
Lady Louise, this is fabulous mare now, 15 for Luciana. And for her, it's been a big 12 months as well. One in Chantilly. 2 there over in France, headed over to Europe last year. Jumped on the team at Hickstead. She was top 5 in the King's Cup there as well.
Another fantastic Nations Cup show.
Yeah.
Good ride. Now she had a really, really good ride to that wall. Just kept the horse in front of her, just kept the connection nicely. Good jump over the water. Steady in the 8. Good ride through the double of verticals. Nice blood type of horse. It's always going, always taking her forward. Good in the 6 strides. Just almost let the horse drift out a little bit there. She could have held the horse together just a little bit. She'll go back now and think about that for the next round. 1 too many strides to the triple combination. A little bit of a right drift there on the horse is not helping her. And just a little green over the last.
Going to see them on a score of 12 for Luciana Lucio and Lady Louise from that point of view. So 12, that's actually the higher score for Brazil. So they're going to discard that, and they will stay on 19. Should be the score there for Brazil from that point of view. Yes, it is. So 19 for Brazil.
You can just see the right drift started to get to the horse there a little. And then as she turned this turn here, just started to override it a little bit.
Final rider to go is for Mexico now, and it's Patricio Pascal and Chakalu PS. I talked to Mark Laskin a little bit earlier on this week as well, and from his side of things, he said, Patricio's such great experience with Babel going through the World Championships and so forth. but from he's building the next horse to take him to a big championship as well. So it'll be really interesting to see how this horse performs here. Of course, he was Olympic Games in Tokyo, individual 7th, and team silver at the Pan Ams and Lima as well.
He's been doing well with this horse. Nice type of horse, big, scopy, brave horse. Really, really nice jumper. Patricio, another person, has a great system set up at home. He has really good people behind him producing the horses, bring them on, and his sons ride as well. So it's just kind of a family affair for them. So really good group of guys. Good start. Nice jump over the first. Line up the second. Just saddle a little bit here. He has the scope. He has the stride. Horse almost, I would say, made up too much ground there from 2 to 3. And just got on top of that plank a little. Not making the same mistake there to the wall. Super jump over there over the yellow. Line up the water. Very, very good jump over the water. Water's been riding well so far tonight for most people. Steady on the one stride. Roll back right. Jump that well. Just got to steady in the 6 now because he has a lot of stride. He has a big stride with this horse, so he has to settle the horse down a little bit. Good in the next 6 strides. Through the turn. Should be okay for time, so he's just steady the horse a little. Good in. Nice jump. Settle down for the 7 strides to the end. Actually, very good finish.
Good finish just on the 4 there for Patrizio Pascal and Chakalu PS.
I think he's going to be excited to get into the second round now and see if that horse has learned his lesson there. Because if you see how the horse responded, just got past Patricio's hand there a little bit, almost a little bit too fresh, I might say, in that first line. And then, but for the rest of the round, you can see the horse really started to respond and absolutely put in a stellar effort there through the combination. I think we're going to see big things from that horse and rider in the second round. I think we'll see a big improvement.
And puts Mexico on a score of 12, so that puts them into 5th place. We'll give you the full rundown of the teams. The team, I'm afraid, that heads out after round 1 is Israel on a score of 36. The remaining 8 teams will carry their scores through from round 1 into tonight. And reminder that we've got a big show coming up for you at 6:15. But we'll be back after a very short break here from the Nations Cup here in Wellington, Florida.
I believe in goals. I believe in dreams. I believe in passion. Your success doesn't depend on a calendar. Your success depends on the passion that's burning inside of you each and every single day. You should not need a calendar to switch to another number for you to get motivated. If you're waiting for that to better yourself, if you're waiting for that to inspire, to be passionate, to grow, then you are setting yourself up for absolute failure.
My first goal when I decided to be a professional is to become like the best horsewoman I can be. It's really important for me to find the balance with my family, with the horses, that is my passion. Work with the horses every day to do what I love. I used to have like one passion was the horses, and now I have two with my daughter. So I really want to have this balance in my life. I'm Marie Ecart, I'm a professional show jumper representing France, and I'm Lola's mom. Be mindful, be present, turn on your brain.
Presented by Florida Coast Equipment here in Wellington. USA on a 0 score. Ireland 1 fence away on the 4. Belgium 9. Canada 10. Mexico 13. Great Britain 15. Brazil 19. Venezuela 31. Israel not returning for round 2. At 6:15, just to remind you, we're going into a midway show. We've got lots of analysis to bring you there on the teams and what to expect from round 2. But Andrew Bournes, just to wrap up from round 1, you're going to be back with me for commentary on the second half.
Yes, I will.
Really interesting first round.
Very interesting first round. I think we see maybe not entirely unpredictable score. But it's a Nations Cup. We're going to be jumping under the lights. We got the open water. You could see a lot of turn-ups, a lot of changes in the second round. I think you're going to see some teams really surge and get a lot better, and then it'll put pressure on the likes of USA, Ireland, and Belgium to make mistakes.
And I think you see round 2 generally a lot more confidence.
You do, and you see some of the older horses come through and really perform. And like I said, some of those teams, there's a couple of sleepers in there that they might actually do very well. They might just put a lot of pressure on USA and Ireland to make mistakes in the second round.
Okay, so pressure will be on Ireland, just 1 fence away from Team USA. Team USA with a superstart there with the 3 clears, not needing to use the score of Laura Kraut, even though she did go in and have a round from that point of view. Ireland fighting back after their first team rider with the 15. Belgium staying not too far away there. Typhoid's coming into play a little bit as well. They may strengthen up the second round course too. Yep. That's something that is available to the course designers. They will decide that too, just in terms of height, etc. It'll be the same course, but might be just 1 or 2 little adjustments. We will see. So Mexico on the 13, Great Britain 15, 2 back from that. Brazil 19, Venezuela 31. Those carry those scores through to round 2. Like I say, 6:15. We're going to be going into the midway show. That's going to be myself. That's going to be Maximia, Lily Keenan, and Peter Leone, giving the full rundown for a good 45 minutes of what to expect between the rounds here as well. So we're going to be there taking apart each of the rounds of the teams and giving you what we think might be the outcome here. Will it remain as USA at the top? We will see. It'd be nice to have a home win there. They've won more than any other here into Florida as well. But there is only 1 fence difference, and Belgium are just creeping up there and just holding on to that slot, sitting in our top 3 for a podium position at the moment. And as Andrew said, I think you and I'm not going to disagree with you here. I think Canada could put some good performances in.
Yeah, I think so. I think USA are really going to have to put out a proper performance because Ireland's going to come after them properly. Belgium are always a strong team, and I think we could see Canada and Mexico really do something. It should be a very exciting second round. Good watching.
It is. And Great Britain with the 3 riders there on a score of 15. The 1 time fault there from Harry Charles, just putting them up to 15 there from that point of view. Brazil 19, Venezuela 31. Team are just putting the final touches to the arena. Our first horse on course will be at 7:30, but as I say, just around 15-20 minutes, just over 15 minutes time before we will be back with the Midway show, our Grand Prix show, as we call it, for the rundown of what to expect from today's Nations Cups. An exciting lineup of riders, an exciting set of horses, and really seeing some really interesting horses coming through there, getting experience. As you say, I think they'll gain confidence from that first round, Andrew.
I think so. And you're also going to see some horse and rider combinations now struggle with the fact that it's under lights. The water will ride a lot different. I think that wall will ride even more difficult again under the lights. So yeah, you're going to see some changes in the second round, but you'll see some of the old school riders, the more experienced riders, are going to come through and put even more pressure on.
Okay. Looking forward to that. Riding under the bridge, the night is nearly upon us. The lights are starting to take over here in the International Arena here at Wellington. And join us, as I say, just around 15 minutes' time for a rundown of what to expect or analysis, and then we'll be back at 7:30 with our first rider on course. We will see you then here from Wellington. Nations Cup, presented by Florida Coast Equipment.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
In equestrian sport, equine and human athletes compete as one, but a team of many stand behind each. Together, we are unmatched in our commitment. Looking back, our athletes have won 235 medals over the past 60 years. And now, we look to the future. Share the dream. Become a part of the U.S. equestrian team. Together, we can raise the bar.
We fly horses anywhere around the world, whether it is a hobby horse or it's an Olympic champion. It's about getting an animal from point A to point B safely, in best of health, and in the quickest possible of time. We understand the business better than anybody else. We do not leave any stone unturned, and we are staffed by horse people from every layer of the company. We give horses wings around the world, across the globe, or across the street.
I think I found them.
Really?
Making your dog your ring bearer is one way to show your love.
Car part. It's just a car part, look it.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way.
I drink Brain Java House Brew, packed with the brain power blend of essential vitamins and minerals my brain needs every day to get it done. Be mindful, be present, turn on your brain.
Tonight's Nations Cup presented to you by Florida Coast Equipment, your trusted local dealer of choice. You can explore their lineup at their website, and you can visit them today on your equestrian journey. As they say, happy riding from Florida Coast Equipment to them as well. And also to our sponsors throughout the season, including to Mars Equestrian, a better world for horses, pets and people. We're going to explore the world of the Nations Cup.
If only every adventure began with your makers of wishes come true. If only they anticipated every aspect of your imagination. They would remind you that surprises are for the child in all of us. Help you celebrate successes and ensure all your milestones are absolutely unforgettable. What if only was possible? It is, with only NetJets.
Giving back has been something that's always been incredibly important to me.
Doesn't matter where you come from all over the world, we are all people. We need to do something together.
I think if you've helped one person, you've made an impact.
This younger generation is what inspires me.
I think an extraordinary life to me would be to take chances, to take risks.
You can't make yourself be iconic. It just, you are.
When I look at a painting and my heart starts beating, that's impact. Or a piece of jewelry, definitely.
Tonight's Nations Cup presented to you by Florida Coast Equipment, your trusted local dealer of choice. You can explore their lineup at their website, and you can visit them today on your equestrian journey. As they say, happy riding from Florida Coast Equipment to them as well. And also to our sponsors throughout the season, including to Mars Equestrian, a better world for horses, pets and people. We're going to explore the world of the Nations Cup.
Gravity Defier for life. IMS for life.
Something like the US Open, it would be incredible to have in your trophy room.
It was typically the hardest Grand Prix of this winter season down here.
Trying to get to the highest level. As long as I don't make a mistake, he can do this very easily. Getting closer, I would like to think, so I'm there to compete.
How about the gray here, Spencer Smith for the USA?
Obviously it's a sport, but at the same time, the only reason I do this is because I love horses. Hi, buddy.
He's really been an incredible horse.
Everyone wants to win a Rolex Grand Prix.
I think adding the US Open in a great new initiative, and I think it's only going to bring more excitement and more prestige.
More ground line, please.
First jump is nice.
It's really all leading towards the US Open.
The person that stamps their name on it is going to, kind of go down in history, and we all want to do that.
Parents, does your child love horses? U.S. Equestrian's Kids Club Stable Stars is bringing the joy of horses to the whole family. Get access to quarterly activities, learning opportunities, coloring pages, and more. You can sign your child up by going to www.usef.org, logging into your free fan account, and finding the Stable Stars Kids Club tile. Then fill out your child's information and click Enroll.
Join the U.S. Equestrian Kids Club.
We fly horses anywhere around the world, whether it is a hobby horse or it's an Olympic champion. It's about getting an animal from point A to point B safely, in best of health, and in the quickest possible of time. We understand the business better than anybody else. We do not leave any stone unturned, and we are staffed by horse people from every layer of the company. We give horses wings around the world, across the globe, or across the street.
Yeah? I fell. Okay, there's bandages in the cabinet.
I'm bleeding.
Grab 2.
Sheba, what cats want? From no-drill mud flaps and water-repellent seat protectors to our laser-measured floor liners, WeatherTech has everything you need. Order yours today at WeatherTech.com, the ultimate protection for your vehicle.
so much.
Thanks. This has been great. Changing the strategy makes a lot of sense.
Doors.
Keep an eye out for the invitation. Can't wait to see it.
Bring us together. A dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors with a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your
The
wealth.
architect left the plans in the back if you want to take a look.
She's so ready to take over. For retirement and everything else you're looking to build. We'll get there. Your Fidelity advisor can help your legacy last for generations. Doors were meant to be opened.
My first goal when I decided to be a professional is to become like the best horsewoman I can be. It's really important for me to find a balance with my family, with the horses, that is my passion. Work with the horses every day to do what I love. I used to have like one passion was the horses, and now I have two with my daughter. So I really want to have this balance in my life. I'm Marie Ecart, I'm a professional show jumper representing France, and I'm Lola's mom. Be mindful, be present, turn on your brain.
I've seen you twice in 8 weeks, and you?
And welcome to the Grand Prix show. And this week it is the case of the Midway show between our rounds in the Nations Cup competition presented by Florida Coast Equipment. And round one completed, round two coming up. We're going to give you all the analysis, what we think of how it went, and keep you up to date with how the scores were after round one. And an exciting day of competition. We're going into a nighttime of competition now, and our thanks to Jumper as well, the official stats provider of the Winter Equestrian Festival. You can download their app to find all the stats on the riders competing, not just today, but all throughout the season as well. And our thanks to our presenting sponsors in Florida Coast Equipment too. And if you're looking for the best after you've tried the rest, it's Florida Coast Equipment, your trusted local dealer of choice and great supplier here to Wellington as well. Thank you to them, our Kubotas out there in the arena. And also thanks to Mars Equestrian as well. Our thanks to them throughout their season support for Mars. A better world for horses, pets and people is Mars's motto, and a thanks to them too. And also to our presenting sponsor of our live stream throughout the season as well in Dodd Technologies, that bring us our live stream each week for the competitions here in Wellington. You can find out more at their website, doddtechnologies.com as well. And to USEF as well, the supporting sponsor of our live stream, in part support of the US Equestrian Federation and the USEF network as well. And so it is a big welcome as we have completed round one of the Nations Cup here. Halfway through, we are done but not dusted, because we have that second round yet to come, and that's the exciting thing with team competition. What's on the table right now might not be the final served up meal as well. So we will take a look at, with our panel to run down what we've seen in round one, what we might expect from round two, what we predict, and what we'll hopefully get right as our teams have completed with their first round scores. We'll run down those for you as well. Great start for Team USA on a 0 score, and I'm delighted to say alongside me to talk it all through is a wonderful lineup. Again, we're going to the very centre to World Championship rider Lily Keenan, US team rider. Lily, good evening to you.
Good evening, Stephen.
I think we're just about into evening now as well. Olympic silver medalist Peter Leone. Peter, great to see you here once again.
Good to be here, Stephen.
I know you like a bit of Nations Cup.
I sure do. I mean, team jumping is, for me, the most exciting thing because every rider counts. Your young rider, your veteran rider, you know, the green horse, you know, who's going to pull that clear out, because clear rounds win Nations Cups.
Certainly do, and a man who's trained plenty to that and ridden them himself, World Championship rider and trainer Max Meyer. Max, great to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
Really interesting first round.
Very interesting. You know, I'm very pleased to see that the US came on strong. All three clear rounds, you know, youngish riders, you know, Natalie Dean was exceptional. So Ireland is always tough to beat. They're there right on their heels. And Belgium is putting some nice rounds, so it's interesting.
Let's give you a little fill-in if you're really just catching up with us from round one. Team USA on a 0 score. It's Ireland on 4. It is Belgium on 9, Canada 10, Mexico on 13, Great Britain on 15, Brazil on 19, Venezuela on 31. Israel didn't make it through to round 2, but that is who we have in the frame. Lily, great start for Team USA. Natalie Dean, Carly Anthony, Charlotte Jacobs, all with a 0 score. Laura Kraut did come in, didn't need to come in. That's some start.
Yeah, I mean, obviously going into this week, we want to always have a strong team with the US. It's a home Nations Cup. I think that the group of riders that they have, we have really the future of the sport is jumping tonight. And then Laura, who's obviously the veteran and someone that all of us look up to. I would say I can speak for the 3 other girls there as well as myself, that we want to be like Laura eventually. So she has a greener horse. Obviously her first round didn't go as she wanted, but I bet that's why she went. The horse doesn't have much experience at that level, and I would not be surprised if this second round goes a little bit differently for her, and I think the other girls will be pretty consistent.
You've ridden on a Nations Cup here.
Yes.
What was it like your first time?
Oh, the first time. The first time feels like a long time ago now. It was probably like 8 years ago maybe, or even 10 years ago the first time here. But obviously Wellington has become like home, so in some ways that's a little bit of a security, and in other ways it's almost more pressure because it's your home crowd. And this is always a really fun Nations Cup to have the daytime and then to go under the lights. Usually the horses feel fresher. It's kind of like starting a new class. And yeah, obviously the first round went well for all of them, and I hope for them that we can keep it up.
See how it goes. Now it's only 1 fence difference to Ireland. Max, Ireland hovering there. They're always danger.
Yes, you know, this is a strong group of riders, Bertram, Kian, Daniel Doyle, and Michael Duffy. They're super experienced, they're very good. Some of them, if not most, are on some younger horses or not their top horse, but still, I wouldn't count them out. You know, they come back and they fight in the second round.
One fence difference from that point of view. Belgium on 9, Canada on 10. Peter, Lily said it a moment ago, 2 very different halves to this Nations Cup, one in the daytime, one at night. The nighttime could be a very different factor.
It will ride differently, and the experience of horse and rider will really come into play. This is week 8 of the Winter Equestrian Festival, so the majority of the horse-rider combinations have jumped at night. Now, one thing that Lily referenced was Laura Kraut. She didn't really have to go, but it's a darn good thing she did, because Team USA may well need her to put in a clutch clear round to win this thing, and let's hope it comes down to that. Ireland's performance was much better than its score, and their team score is really good. Michael Duffy and his horse jumped brilliantly in round 1. I mean, my goodness, that horse was not near a jump, and going very early in the competition, pointed out a jump that caused a lot of problems. But it's really going to be an exciting second round.
it's going to make it very different prospect. Canada in there, jumped some good rounds. They came back well. 2 clears from Amy Miller and Kyle Tim. Mexico staying pretty solid throughout their max as well. We had looking at Mexico, 4 from Carlos Guerrero, 9 from Juan Pablo Gaspar Albanez, Toro Parado just on the 5, Patricio Pascal on the 4. They stayed pretty solidly in there.
Yeah, and they're also, experienced riders, even though 2 of them are young, but they have competed all over, and I'm sure they're going to come back in the second round and give it a fight too.
In terms of then, we go Great Britain on 15, Brazil on 19, Venezuela on 31. Peter, from your point of view, you've been in this situation with lots of chef to keep before us now. What do they say to you between these 2 rounds?
Well, we go back a little bit. Frank Chapeau's patent in line was let them go clean. We need a clear round, and it's that black and white. I really have to commend Robert Ridlin on how he managed his team. We've got an all-girl team, which really doesn't matter. They're top riders, top horses. But, who he put first, who he put second, who he put third, I mean, you got to have a feel for that. And he did just a brilliant, brilliant job. I think the night time is really going to have an effect on the second round. I believe Steve Stevens and Nick Granite, our co-course designers for Tonight Nations Cup, did a fabulous job because you've got time faults that have come into play. So there's really only Ireland and US that are a rail apart. Time faults are separating, so even if the rails end up the same, the time faults are making the difference. I think it's a brilliant course.
Lily, you've jumped on a number of teams with Robert Ridland as the man heading up the squad now. What's he like behind the scenes? Is he a big talker, or is he a man of few words? We talked to him earlier this week, to be fair.
I think it really depends on each individual rider. You have to figure out what works for you. The best chef to keeps, they always figure out for each of their team members what they need. And for some people it's more support, other people it's let them be. I'd say with myself, he's probably learned that just let me do my thing and then it will work out best. Obviously, the 3 first girls have the least experience, and for sure being able to depend on not only Robert but also Laura, that's a huge asset. I think the way that he stacked the team, Natalie has more experience at that level than the other 2 riders, and having her lead off first with a horse that she knows so well. She's jumped so many night classes here on that horse and done very well in big Grand Prix, so I don't expect a huge change for her between the first and the second round. I'd say Charlotte, she's also jumped her horse at night, Carly as well, and then Laura's horse being a bit greener, but it has Laura riding it. I think for some of the other teams though, the night portion could change quite a bit, especially having the open water under the lights. For some horses, that's a little bit of a different experience. And then you also have to take into account that as the chef to keep, you're leading a group of riders that probably have jumped many Grand Prix where you jump a single round and a jump off. Now you have to jump the same round twice. And once the horse knows their way around, it's not always the easiest to jump the exact same course in the same order because usually the horses get ahead of themselves. So Robert typically tries to remind us, you want to repeat your performance, but it's not necessarily going to ride exactly the same. And I think that's an important piece of advice for the riders.
Max, you've been involved in training a lot of the younger riders through as well, so brilliantly. This is a great opportunity for some in here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a fantastic opportunity. And like Peter and Lily were saying, Robert does a fantastic job with the US team. He's knowledgeable, he's done it himself. He gives you the encouragement you need. He's very active, he's super involved. And being in the home, country and having the opportunity to compete in this such wonderful event in the Nations Cup is a great privilege.
Okay, so it is going to be a good opportunity for a group of them here from that point of view. We're going to be catching up with Robert a little bit later on as well into our competition here. We're going to get thoughts on the course as well, but and how it breaks down. But initially, Lily, it's actually thrown up some interesting scores.
For sure. I think like Peter touched on about the time faults, that's always something that's important in a Nations Cup, the time allowed. And having the wall early, set so deep in the corner, that obviously proved to be a challenge for some horses. Have the water not on a related distance, they have to come out of a corner and actually see a stride to an open water is a little bit more difficult than when it's out of a line, especially with double verticals immediately after. We saw that cause a few problems and some choices on doing 8 or 9 strides to the double. And then having an S-line, I think the placement of each of the questions is really what makes a difference, and I think that the best course designers, they are able to set a course that's not asking too much, but it's about how they ask the questions. And I think that that's been proven tonight. I think the course was built extremely well and was difficult enough, but we also saw a number of clean rounds, so it's obviously jumpable.
Getting into the head of a rider that's done this, Lily, I'm going to come to you first. You jumper clear in the first round, your team's leading. Does that give you confidence, or does that make you nervous?
Confidence, for sure. Once you've done it and you've had a good round, you always have confidence. But like I said, the 2 rounds do not always ride the same, especially if you have a slightly more experienced horse. They will always anticipate. And if the horse is anticipating the next jump or a turn, they might not take as much time to clear the fence. And I think that's something that you have to definitely think about. On the flip side, having the change in atmosphere actually kind of counteracts that. So it's really about knowing your horse, trusting your plan, and not changing too much.
Peter, from your point of view, you've done plenty of Nations Cups from this side of things. What's always been your mindset? How do you deal with those 2 rounds? Do you just put one right behind you and say, forget that, here we go again?
It's time to go out and do my job. I've trained really hard for this many years. And you know, one of the things about a 2-round team competition, and it takes experience, as Lily said, normally you grow up as an international rider doing one big Grand Prix first round and then a short jump off course. But you have to get a clear round over a 12, 13 jump course a second time. And when your horse comes back in the arena, they're a little bit more tired, or they may not be as impressed. So you as a rider have to, and it takes experience, find a way to bring out that second clear round. Maybe you have to do something a little differently. Maybe you have to change the rhythm a little bit. Maybe you have to change the intensity. And it's only through experience that you get to do that. And we've got some really talented riders, and it's wonderful to see them out there tonight. And Laura Kraut, you know, that was a wonderful little wake-up call. You know, that's what makes a winner. Because I feel like after the little wake-up call that she got with that green horse, if we need to lean on her for that clear round to win, that's going to happen.
And Andrew Bournes and I were commentating on that first round. That was what we said about a couple of the rounds in there. Very different in a Nations Cup, in that if it's not gone to plan, if you're doing a Grand Prix today, you might have said, okay, I'll save that for another day. Today you had to go, we've got to get this right. I've got to get the confidence back.
Right. You've got to make it work. If something goes wrong early in the course, you've got to finish jumping all the rest of the jumps clear, bring home that 4-fault round under the time. Time faults was something that when I first started jumping Nations Cup, you know, Frank Chapeau, George Morris, Bert DeNemethy, they're time allowed. Time faults were the kiss of death in clear rounds, because you lose championships, you lose medals because of time faults. But it's going to be, I'm really excited to see these riders. The other thing is, when you ride in a Grand Prix, it's just you. No one else really. If you have a great night, well, that's great. Yeah. But if you have a bad
really
night,
smiling here.
If you have a bad night, it affects your country, it affects your teammates, and that's a big deal. That's a different kind of pressure that these riders are getting a chance to become familiar with and overcome. You know, there's a certain kind of mindset. BZ Madden is a master at it. McLean's become a master at it. You know, and Laura Kraut has been fantastic at it. And we can go down over the years. There's a number of riders that when you need that key clutch clear round, you know, we could talk about some of the great riders. Keane O'Connor has been fantastic at delivering that. But in any event, I just love a good team jumping event. And if I may say one more thing.
Go for it.
When I was a junior rider aspiring to ride for the U.S. team, George Morris, Frank Chapeau, they would all say the most important accomplishment in the sport of show jumping is the team gold medal at the Olympics. Because any country can have one great rider that wins an individual gold, but a team gold reflects the depth and program of a country's riders and horses and methodology. So that was really driven home in us, and that's, you know, to that point, you know, a team gold.
Well, let's see who brings home the trophy tonight. We're going to take a very short break, and we will be back to go in depth on each of our teams that are in the frame here tonight as part of the Nations Cup, brought to you by Florida Coast Equipment here in Florida. And our thanks to Jumper, once again, our official stats provider of the Winter Equestrian Festival as well, and to all our supporting sponsors throughout that bring us the competition throughout the season. And Florida Coast Equipment, our presenting sponsor here for the Nations Cup. We're going to be back in just a few minutes' time. Join us then.
Thanks for walking us through the plan.
You guys heading up north soon?
Yeah, got Lizzie for a couple weeks this summer.
Taking her fishing, I hope. That's the plan.
Doors. Connect us to what's important.
Excited, sweetie?
A dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors. Backed by a team of specialists, your advisor helps you build a personalized, tax-smart investment strategy, identifying opportunities across your entire portfolio. And when life surprises you, your plan can change too. Because doors were meant to be opened.
To our analysis of the Nations Cup here, and our thanks to Jumper once again, our presenting sponsor of our Grand Prix show as well, Midway show as it is this time for the Nations Cup as well, and we're going to be diving into each of the teams to who we might think comes out on top. It's looking strong so far for the home team right now as well. So let's start to get under the skin of this and delve down with our teams and take a look at the first of our teams, which is a nice easy one to take a look at because it is Team USA, who had a fantastic start there with 3-0 scores on the scorecard, and a wonderful lineup there for Natalie Dean, Carly Anthony, Charlotte Jacobs and Laura Crouch in there going fourth. Didn't have to go in there. We're going to talk a little bit about that already, so let's take a little look at how they performed and talk about that as well. Max, let's come to you first. Natalie Dean, lead out rider.
She was spectacular.
Yeah.
The horse jumped fantastic. She executed the plan beautifully. Super under the time. I mean, it was to me it was beautiful to watch. Strong.
And she's had a good number of Nations Cups now. She's jumped in Arcot and so forth.
Yes.
That makes a big difference coming in here. And she jumped here a few seasons ago.
I think it does. She's jumped here. I remember maybe 3 or 4 years ago. She's jumped in Atkins. She's jumped in the Masters, Spruce Meadows. Faster. I mean, she's jumped plenty places. She has experience. This horse, like Lily said, is jumping phenomenal. Jumped many times here, 5-star Grand Prix, clear. There's no reason why she wouldn't repeat the same thing.
Lily, Carly Anthony probably has flown a little under the radar for some from that point of view, but for those that have been following, she's done superbly in Grand Prix, really solid rounds, proved it once again today.
Yeah, Carly, I think, is a very strong rider that maybe hasn't always had a top horse, but she's really grown with Heavenly and kind of brought him along. And I think at this level, she does a nice job of kind of extending him and then dropping him back and not asking too much of him too many times in a row. And she actually knows the horse super well, which I think in a Nations Cup is so critical. Like I said, over 2 rounds, you have to really know your horse to know how they're going to change. Obviously, for Natalie, she knows her horse like the back of her hand. And I think for Carly, it's not as experienced of a pair, but she really has gotten to know her horse and understand him and kind of work with him. So I hope that now under the lights that she can bring in the same result.
Really good start for them, as we say, from both Natalie and from Carly. We'll also take in a few moments, have a look at Charlotte Jacobs, Peter. I mean, she has been rising and rising. I'm not going to say it's instant because it's been a really hard work to get to that point.
A slow build. I'm so impressed with Charlotte Jacobs tonight. You feel a sense of calm, a sense of poise, composure, and she was really on point tonight. There was not a single stride from timer to timer where she didn't have her horse right under her thumb. The partnership was great. The horse jumped great. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised for her to come right back and do it again. But I'm really impressed as someone that is always looking out, who is our future? That young lady was brilliant tonight.
Max, from Charlotte's point of view, again, she's been doing all the right things. She's been the shows here in the US and sometimes over to Europe as well. Had a strong run through Traverse City this season again, getting through the 3-4 stars and some of the 5 stars as well. To just build that solid base and build the basics, and that's so important.
Yeah, she's done it. You know, this started a long time ago with her family and herself, all the way through the equitation basics. You know, with North Run. Then she had the pleasure to work with me a little bit, and you know, she was always talented, and they were building, you know, this incredible team they have now with Greg Broderick and her husband, you know, Matt, and they work really hard, and they have very good horses. She's a wonderful rider, and like Peter said, she's definitely the future of our sport.
And then, so Charlotte Jacobs, Laura Crack, we've talked about a little bit in there. Obviously, there's very little we need to say about Laura in there, Lily. I mean, Olympic medals by the string, etc. From her, it's good experience for her. So USA leading the way at the moment, so by just that one fence there, and the scores overall of how those teams have played out up to this point. It's 4 for Ireland at that stage, and those are the scores there for Team USA. Nice big blank blocks because there's zeros. That's what we want to see. We saw the 24 there for Laura Crack, 12 jumping, 12 time, but like we said, that's something that I'm not going to worry too much about from that point of view. Peter's shaking his head. Yeah, good schooling round from that point of view. Let's take a look at Team Ireland. Team Ireland are just the one fence behind there. Sticky start for Team Ireland. Michael Duffy having the 15. Bertram Allen back in with the 0. Cian O'Connor on the 4. Daniel Coyle on the 0 as well. Back to you, Max. Michael Duffy there having a few issues early on, but he got over it.
Yes, I mean, Peter mentioned the horse jumped a spectacular round, really beautiful. The horse definitely got green. Michael is a wonderful rider, very strong with a lot of experience. I don't foresee that happening again.
Yeah, and so Michael, we expect to come out strong from that point of view. Michael Duffy with huge experience onto teams. He's a silver medalist from World Championships. Bertram Allen here, Lily as well. Bertram, one here and one here and one here. And he can just manufacture around.
Yeah, I mean, Bertram's always been a rider with so much feeling. He's had huge success from a very early age. And yeah, I mean, he's kind of the rider that you don't even always need to look at the horse that he's on because he's always going to give a solid round and often a clear round just like he did here. And I would expect the same for the second round from him.
Cian O'Connor and Belvedere in there. Cian, their top team rider throughout 2024. And then Daniel Coyle in there too, Peter. Incredible is the horse and incredible is the rider, really.
Yeah, really, the combination is amazing. Daniel, you know, you don't look at him for technique, but his instinct and his communication with the horse. He knows how to get a horse to try for him. He knows where the top rails are, something said about a great rider by the name of Eric Lamaze. He's just a winner. And all these boys on the Irish team, they know how to put in a clear round. this is a team to watch. You know, the U.S. cannot rest easy.
Now, sitting there in podium position at the moment is Belgium as well. But we're going to talk about Team Canada as well. They're just 1 point away from that. Tiffany Foster, Erin Ballard, Amy Miller and Kyle Tim sitting in fourth place at the moment on a score of 10. Lily, surprising score from Tiffany Foster to have 12 to start off with electric.
Yeah, for sure. I think that would be unexpected. Tiffany's jumped that horse in some major Grand Prix, but she's maybe not the most experienced mare, and I think that was probably a bit unexpected in her first round, but I would expect Tiff to just make a few adjustments and I think come out stronger now for round 2.
Erin Ballard in there, Max, 10 on what is, she has said, she was with us earlier on this week and said it's a new ride, we're going to see what happens. She's brilliant at doing that, and actually thought she got a really good round out of it.
Yes, Erin, you know, it's one of the most amazing catch riders at the 160 level.
Yeah.
She's very accurate.
Catch rider at 160.
Yep. She's unbelievable. She's very accurate. You know, she rides all day long. You know, alongside with Ilan Federer, they have a really good thing going. I believe she, like Lily said about Tiffany, she's going to tweak a few things and they're going to come strong in the second round.
Peter, from the point of view, they came back strong in the end, Canada, with 2 clears, Amy Miller and Kyle Tim. Let's talk Amy first from that point of view. She's talked a lot about how excited she is about with Jagger HX, and some of us have seen that horse.
Brilliant. I mean, as good as Ian and as good as Jonathan Miller, you know, as Ian was and Jonathan is, Amy's a talent. She's got that Miller ability, but she's got grit. She's a fighter. And that's what I love about Amy. She had a brilliant round today, and it was no surprise. She has a lot of confidence in her horse. Kyle Tim, a huge talent, under the radar, or maybe not under the radar. Jumping in Europe,
he's
here.
Not so under the radar, Lily says, yeah.
But he is a real cool customer, and you know, and Ian Miller and the rest of Canada knows it. I was not surprised to see him go last, but you know, wow. Riding anchor for Team Canada, and he did his job. Like Lily said, Tiffany Foster is just too good a rider to not rebound off of that 12-fault score. And I look for her to really come back. That horse is an exciting horse. I know she's very keen on it. Erin Ballard, you know, we're going to have to see. I mean, she's amazing. She really is an amazing talent. And that horse looked a little lost. I don't know if the lights are going to help that horse or not in the second round.
Okay, we will see. Canada definitely not Miller Light. They're coming out. They're going to come out strong, I think, into the next round. Let's take a step back to the podium. Some Belgium. 2 sisters on the team, in Emily Conter and Zoe Conter. Peter de Brabander had a tough time, unfortunately had the elimination for him. Nicola Philipparts on the 4. It is Emily Conter on the 4 and Zoe Conter on 1. Max, the 2 sisters really have got stronger and stronger. They had a really good tour in Mexico and really good run here in Wellington.
Yeah, they're good riders. Their dad, you know, Stefan, puts, you know, a really good operation for them. I was so impressed with Zoe's horse, Tombola. It looked incredible. Emily's been going on very strong all summer with Trixie and the other Chestnut. She's done very well. Nicola is the veteran of the team. You know, he can always help. And Peter was a little
9-year-old tonight.
Yes. And Peter was a little bit unexpected. You know, he jumped very good in the grass 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
And he just got a little bit green and things happen.
Yeah, he was second in the WEF, I think, from that point of view, close in the WEF the other day. Really good stuff from them. Belgium hovering on 9. It's a little bit of a distance away. I mean, that's 2 fences and a time fault.
It's not.
Yeah.
You know, a time fault comes very easy, like it did for Zoe. Hopefully, she fixed that for them. And 2 rails come down like nothing, or a foot in the water.
Yeah. Lily, it's very easy to say 2 fences, but then we're across 4 riders. Different situation, all of that. That's where team competition's challenging. I was going to say fun. Challenging.
It is fun, but it's also, I think, why it's exciting to watch, and you can't rest until it's over. And I think when you look at really the top 4, even though it's the first is on 0 and 4th is in 10th, they're actually very close together. Just like you say, it's easy to have a fault or a foot in the water after you've jumped it already once, going to the second round. time faults can kind of play into the round 2, because I think a few of the riders that had them in the first round will start to take a little bit more risk as to not have them again. For example, you look at Zoe's round. She had a beautiful round, the horse jumped fantastic, but she opted to add in multiple lines that no other riders did. She had one time fault. Now the question is she going to go back in and maybe leave out a stride in one of those lines, and maybe that's not the right choice for the horse to be able to jump clear, or maybe it is. And so that's kind of where the 2 rounds, I think, really play a part in adjusting your plan, but don't change too much.
Don't change too much. Nicola Philipparts there, good round on the 9-year-old too there. And so they sit in third at the moment. And then it is on to Mexico after that as a score of 13 with Carlos Sancarero, Juan Pablo Gaspar Albanese, Arturo Parada and Patricio Pascal. But I think we've also got Ali, who's out in the warm-up in just a moment, to catch up with her, and on a score of 13 there for Mexico at this stage. Carlos Sancarero, Max, Shack Attack, I've been a big fan of this horse right off.
Yeah.
Not just the name of it, but straight in there, and performed well again.
Yeah, wonderful, you know, he's riding great. The horse is very scopy, he looks like he has a great mind, very careful as well, and he put a beautiful round,
Carlos, the top under 25 on the list so far. Arturo Parada, newer ride for him as well in Fellow, and again he produced a good round out of that, which again he didn't quite know where this was new territory for them.
Very much, and they're in striking distance, not so close, but things could happen.
Okay, so Team Mexico sitting on 13 there. Patricio Pascal building up after Babel as well, Babel, whichever way we want it, Babel, from the World Championships Olympics. He's building that net string.
Yes, he is, and he's always present for the Mexico team. He's a great rider, he fights a lot, he's somebody that is not going to not produce a clear round that easy. He will fight to get a clear round.
Excellent. Well, we're going to catch up with Team USA because they're leading the pack, and Ali Wolf is down in the warm-up with the key people, aren't you there, Ali?
Hey, Stephen, I'm down here with Robert Ridlin and Laura Crowd. Thank you guys both for joining me. So far, we're looking good. Robert, I just wanted to pick your ear. What is your strategy for choosing a team such as this one that you put together tonight?
Well, the first thing, obviously, is to have a competitive team. And I feel we have a team that can win this and certainly end up on the podium. But as important, we're looking to the future. And this was a young team. We got 3 young riders, and Laura's got a young horse. So they're out there, hopefully, with a very good, positive experience. But that's what we're trying to do.
Absolutely. And so far, it's working.
So far, it's working. But we all know, and I know, Laura, you know, too, things can really change in the second round. We've been on the other end where we've come from behind, and we've got the Irish just 1 rail behind us, which is pretty darn close.
And what does it feel like to represent Team USA on home soil?
Well, it's an honor, and of course there's much more pressure.
Absolutely. And Laura, talk us through the course today, this afternoon. How do you feel the course rode? You know, we saw a little bit of a bobbler miscommunication with you and your horse, but you finished amazing. You finished super strong. Talk us through this afternoon's course.
I think that it was technical. It was big enough. But I think if you had a seasoned horse or a seasoned rider, it was not difficult to negotiate a clear round. I unfortunately had a miscommunication after the water, but my horse, we reapproached it. He seemed fine, and I'm really looking forward to getting back out there and trying again.
And we saw this first round go in the afternoon. We're changing gears. We're going into tonight. What is the difference? What is the strategy jumping in under the lights versus jumping in the daytime?
I think under the lights, obviously, there's a different look and feel to everything. Also, the energy that's out here, you can already hear it. The horses will notice that. I mean, it's a different atmosphere for them. But then also you can deal with a horse getting tired because they've already jumped 1 round. You just never know. I think, again, when you've got a young horse, you aren't really sure how they're going to handle 2 rounds like this until you do it.
For sure. And good luck to you both. Thank you so much for speaking with me. Even back to you.
Thank you very much, Ali, and great to hear from the Team USA, and well, they're looking forward to round 2, getting stuck in there as well. So exciting stuff coming up. Remaining 3 teams, just remind you of those as we were. Great Britain sitting there into the next position after that. on a score of 15. It is Brazil on a score of 19 and a score of 31 for Venezuela, as they will all return with those same scores carried through to round 2 as well. So that's what it looks like for the 8 returning. They'll go in reverse order of those scores too, just so that you know how the format works from that point of view. It's going to be close between them. Clear from Team USA, 4 from Ireland, 9 from Belgium. It's going to be a push for the podium there, Lily, I think.
Sure, I think anywhere, really the teams that are in the top 4, it's kind of open to any of them, and it's not so easy to jump a double clear in a Nations Cup. So I hope our girls can pull it off and hold on to gold, but I think we'll see some change up with the other 3 spots.
And one more factor to throw in tonight, we're going to have a big crowd in there. This afternoon that was quiet.
Yeah, for sure. In the second round, there's always more atmosphere, but typically that helps the horses, especially once you've already been in there once. I think it makes them jump better, and a good horse grows with a crowd. So I think, at least for our team, the one that I care about, I think it's going to be helpful.
Excellent, good. Looking forward to Team USA growing into the next round. We're going to be back after a very short break as we come into the closing stages, getting ready for round 2 and more rundown of this year's Nations Cup in Wellington.
I believe in goals. I believe in dreams. I believe in passion. Your success doesn't depend on a calendar. Your success depends on the passion that's burning inside of you each and every single day. You should not need a calendar to switch to another number for you to get motivated. If you're waiting for that to better yourself, if you're waiting for that to inspire, to be passionate, to grow, then you are setting yourself up for absolute failure.
My first goal when I decided to be a professional, it's to become like the best horsewoman I can be. It's really important for me to find the balance with my family, with the horses, that is my passion. Work with the horses every day to do what I love. I used to have like one passion was the horses, and now I have two with my daughter. So I really want to have this balance in my life. I'm Marie Ecart, I'm a professional show jumper representing France, and I'm Lola's mom. Be mindful, be present, turn on your brain.
Well, thanks to US Equestrian once again, brilliant supporters of our live stream throughout the season, and to Dog Technologies as well, with their fabulous technical support, creative design, and much of their wonderful boards you can see in the arena as well. And you can visit their website at dogtechnologies.com, bringing you the live stream throughout the season from all the action here in Wellington. And of course to Florida Coast Equipment, our presenting sponsor of the Nations Cup here tonight in this $150,000 class. And you can visit them today for you and enjoy your equestrian journey. Happy riding, as they say, from Florida Coast Equipment as well. And well, more happy riding to come, more discussion of what happy riding is taking place here into the evening. Fingers crossed with my 3 fabulous guests, and to Max, to Lily, and to Peter. Let's delve in there and talk about who have been your best performers of the Nations Cup so far. Peter, I'm going to start with you. Who's really stood out to you? Wow. Who's your MVP?
Wow. I mean, we're really not going to know that till it's all over, but out of the first round, I'm going to have to go to Natalie Dean. You know, to put a clear round as the leadoff rider for your country, that's a really big, you know, great way to start. So I'm going with Natalie Dean.
Okay, Lily.
Can I pick the same one?
No,
I
fine.
mean,
Yeah.
I think Natalie leading off, she has so much experience with that horse, and she did her job. I love that horse. I think it suits her so well. And if I had to pick one person to ride on a team with tonight, I would pick Natalie.
Okay, Max.
For sure, Natalie did. Not only she did everything that they described, but the reality.
Don't worry, I'm going to ask you a different question. Just like,
she put a beautiful round.
Yeah.
All of the accomplishments of going first for the team and all that, the round was executed beautifully.
Okay. Let's flip it round. Horses of the night. Who do you think is going to come back well in this, Max?
Well, the horse of the night for me was Zoe Conter's Tombola.
Yeah.
I was impressed. That horse jumped a fantastic round.
Okay, and in terms of Tombola there as well, you know, they've got a wonderful line of horses for the Stefex stables. Baitulon again, Trixie Z with Sister there with Emily, which is actually by their stallion Tobago Z as well. They've really thought about the future in where they're coming horse-wise.
Yes, I mean, their father, Stefan, has been doing this for a very long time in the very top level with riders like Lorenzo De Luca, Daniel Deusser. I mean, he's been doing this for a long time, and they have an incredible operation going, and you know, there's no accident. The two daughters are where they are.
Lily, Nations Cup horses are often different to Grand Prix horses. What?
Not always. But
not always, but there are certain attributes that times. Who in here really stands out as a Nations Cup horse from your point of view?
Ooh. I mean, I was going to say if I had to pick a horse that for myself to ride tonight, I would pick Charlotte Jacobs, but I can't say that I wouldn't also want to jump that horse in a Grand Prix. So I don't know if it's strictly a Nations Cup horse, but I really love that horse's style. Yeah, it's a great.
What do you like about Playboy?
I like his balance. He has a really uphill natural balance. The canter is so elastic, and I actually a few weeks ago was talking to Charlotte about him, and she said, "I think you'd really love to ride my horse." I said, "I think you're right. I think I would."
You're not having him.
I'm not having him, but I'd happily ride on a team alongside of him.
Excellent. Peter, from your point of view, again, your fantastic experience with championships, what looks more like a championship horse in here that can come back for a second round for you here?
That, you know, granted, this is a 4-star competition. This is a big, challenging course, but it's not a championship level course.
It's the road to one, I would put it.
It's the road. I'm going to kind of answer that two ways. The horse that I'd want to ride, even though it didn't have a great first round, was Michael Duffy's horse.
Okay.
That horse really excited me. I'm like, oh
Cantana,
my goodness, that would be one. Now, given that I'm not riding at this level, I'd like to have that horse on my team.
Why is that?
The ease, the light off the ground, the electric reaction, the quickness of the horse, the easy scope. You know, for me, I just think that Michael got caught sleeping, you know, at an unexpected, you know, question, you know, rolling back on that jump after the double verticals. But I really love that horse. The other one, and just like Lily, the Playboy horse. I mean, it's technique, it's light off the ground, it's clever, it's sharp, it's confident in itself. You know, it seems allergic to wood. It's a great match with Charlotte.
Yeah.
I love it. But that's a very interesting horse. I have not seen it enough to know whether it's a championships horse or not. But usually those type, when they have that kind of technique and quality, and they have heart, they can do anything.
But that's what we're exploring here, isn't it? From that point of view, Lily. I mean, I talked to Andrew about this a little bit earlier on. For the US this year, there is no championship. For the Europeans, there's a European Championship. For you guys, it's World Championships next year. Yeah. Then it's Pan Am's. Then it's Olympics again. Yeah. So the road starts here again with the likes of you know, the 9 and 10-year-olds.
Yeah, I mean, every time we jump a Nations Cup, it's leading towards something. So right now, the longer term goal for sure is Aachen next year, World Championships, but we want to do well in every Nations Cup. This summer we have some huge Nations Cups over in Europe that we want to have strong teams for, and there's enough of them, you have to have enough horse rider combinations. I also think it's really important, to your previous question about finding the championships horse, it's really a championship combination. Yeah. You're going to have a super horse with the wrong rider or an amazing rider with the wrong horse, and that won't work. You have to have the right formula and the right combinations. In my opinion, when you look at this list, a name that always stands out to me is Daniel Coyle, although he's not riding for my team, so I'm not rooting for him tonight, but Daniel Coyle is such a strong Nations Cup rider, and he has jumped an unbelievable number of double clears for his country, and always in a championship when he needs to, he's able to pull it out. So for him, although I don't know that I could really ride his horse at this level, I always know that he's a threat.
But again, he's looking Max at the next stage, because Legacy is fantastic in there as she is. She's been through 2 Olympic cycles, etc., and maybe World Championships, whatever. But I mean, if you're looking ahead, really ahead, you want the next one.
Yeah, correct. I think, like you described, whether it's Europe or America, the main goal would be, the championships in Aachen. The Europeans, for sure, is a real strong goal for European countries. But everybody in these competitions, 4-star, 5 stars, Nations Cup, they're planning, their next big event, their next big championship.
And Peter, from your point of view, from experience point of view, we talk World Championships next year. Aachen is a different game again, and it's a different animal for anyone that's ever been there. 40,000 people in the stadium. It's always big. It's always exciting. It has a different pressure cooker.
You want tried and true veterans, to go to Aachen with a newbie, a rookie. For the World Championships. I mean, if you have no choice, you have no choice. But over the years,
that's where this year is such a good year.
You want tried and true veteran riders, maybe one brilliant young phenom rider to go out there. We've seen it over the years. We've seen some young riders pop up and do amazing things for Team USA at Aachen, but no, that's big time.
And Natalie Dean has jumped there the last couple of years and jumped
Natalie
really
Dean
well.
has proven herself. She can do that. I mean, this young lady, she's proven she can do that. We've got a number of young riders that have, have turned the giant, imposing arena of Aachen into their workshop. It's their office. At a certain point, you go out to do a day's work. And that's what the veterans are out here doing tonight. They're just doing their job. They're not getting too high, they're not getting too low. They're going out to do what they've done countless times before. They pick up that canter, they answer each question as it comes up, and when they have to ad-lib, they ad-lib, and they find a way to get it done.
Lily, when does it become a day at the office?
Oh, it was a day at the office since I was 6 years old for me. And my family owns my animals, so it's unique for me to say that. But I think you have to have the mindset that it's a huge privilege to be able to ride for your country. And I'll never forget being on a small pony and my mother telling me that every time I went in the ring, I had to mentally tell myself that I was riding the final round of the Olympic Games, jumping off for gold. And she meant it, and I believed it. But I think that everyone that gets to jump at this level, you feel such an honor, and when you jump for your country, it means that much more. But you have a job to do, and that's why we're here.
And that's in all sports. The golfers stand on the greens as kids and go, this is the putt for the Masters, and the tennis players going, this is the one to beat Federer from that point of view. Yeah. Let's talk about the course, set by Steve Stevens and Nick Granite. We're going to take a little look at the design of what has been in store for them and see where the highs and literal lows have been in there as well from that point of view, because it's the same course for round 2, starting over the Florida Coast Equipment fence at the first. Lily, this first part of the course still causes its problems.
Yes, I mean, I think actually the beginning of the course is pretty inviting, but you have the wall at number 4 set out of a corner that's early enough and maybe not the easiest approach, but always the beginning of the course is about getting in the rhythm. And I think that those that had trouble, they were anticipating what was coming and maybe started a bit below pace. As the course goes on and more questions are asked, I think after jumping the open water, that's the most flat really that you can get a horse is an open water, and then to have a double vertical set on a choice distance afterwards. The nice thing is that 8 or 9 strides is much easier to make a decision than if it's 5 or 6. But headed at the in gate, of course, you have to really balance the horse, and you do this roll back. Now you have a bit of an S line. Again, you have a little bit of a choice. Like we said earlier, Zoe Conter, she decided to add in the second line doing 7. Most obviously are doing 6. To that Liverpool, it's those horizontal stripes. Horses do not jump that well because it's hard for them to read the depth perception. And then obviously coming home with a triple combination, which didn't cause too many problems. I think in the second round that might change because it's up against the VIP. And then of course having the last fence right headed towards home at the in-gate. The riders, never mind the horses, want to get home. So you got to remember the job's not done until you cross through those timers.
Max, we're into round 2. It's a different look. It's under the lights and all the other things that we've said there from that point of view. We actually saw it pretty spread out in terms of faults. Actually, the Japanese fan surprisingly caused a few problems early on.
Yes.
Where do you see all that this time around?
I think, like Peter said earlier, one of the biggest things is going to be the fitness of these horses. Some of them, they haven't done that much in that short period of time. So when they're doing their home stretch, after the S line, which is quite taxing, they go to a triple combination. That's going to show probably for me the most faults in the second round.
Peter, you were talking about this, it's a very different animal, Nations Cup round 2. We're not going in and racing now against we might do with a jump off yet later on, but we're not yet. It's a very different scene setter.
Right, the second round, most of the horses are going to be a little more knackered. They're going to, and like Max is just saying, coming around to that very last line, Heartbreak Alley, they're going to be getting a little tired, and they need to be careful and scopy. So they have to stay alert and sharp to bring home the clear. The course itself, if the time allowed wasn't tight, my goodness, you could get a nice clean shot to everything. But because the time allowed is tight, that's
like
why
those.
fence 2 and fence 3 have come down.
Yeah.
And then it forces you to make a short turn on that wall, which you really don't want to make a short turn on that wall because it really caused a lot of problems in the first round. It's in that relatively dark corner of the ring. I mean, there could be a lot of surprises this second round. Look for the veterans to come through. Look for the odd young rider to step up. And then there's going to be some, oops, the rug got pulled out from underneath them. But I think it's a brilliant course. One thing that I'd certainly be wanting to know from my chef or from myself as a rider, did they change anything?
Yeah.
Did they change any of the heights? Did they narrow it up? I would think that given the fact that we have nighttime and a crowd, I don't think they have to change anything.
Yeah.
Unless for some reason they want to get a few more clear rounds. But
And I think probably from a faults point of view, yes, there was enough came in that round. You wouldn't really need to change anything much there, Max, from that side of things. Yes, they could go up if they want to, but again, is that going to...
Or go down.
Or go down. Yeah, there's that option. There's the option to play around with it. Don't do that.
No,
Don't do that. Don't go in that direction. Lily, where do you see is key on the course here tonight compared to this afternoon?
I think always the second round, the water, because a horse that jumps the water really well, the second time they come to it, they're usually not so impressed. And then other horses under the lights, it can be a bit of a different experience. And then the triple combination, just like we've been saying, end of the course, headed towards home. The horses are tired. Also important to note that a lot of the riders are going to be tired, not only physically but mentally. And that's something that Robert always harps on all of us about, that our physical fitness matters, but also our mental fitness. And your job's not done until you've jumped 2 clear rounds. So I think having triple combination at the end, I think that will show some faults.
Do you have any techniques between rounds? I mean, they go and talk the eventers and they go and have a little sleep before they go cross country and things like that?
Whenever I jump a night class, I take a nap before.
There you go.
But usually between 2 rounds of a Nations Cup, depending on the number of teams, you can't really do that. I tend to watch my first round, the video, a few times. And then I just have like my rituals that I would do for any Grand Prix. But I think the biggest thing is not getting distracted by what everyone else is doing. And if you did well in the first round, repeat it. And if you didn't, change what you need to change and do better.
I'm not going to get you to go down your rituals, but the key so much is repetition, isn't it?
Yeah, well, if something works, you keep doing it. And for the horses, they're creatures of habit, and you have to find a routine that makes the horses happy. And I think trying to stick to it. So much of what we do and going to horse shows is out of our control and changes. So the things you can control, you try to keep the same, so you can depend on something that you can expect, because there's so much that'll happen that you can't prepare for. So I think jumping 2 Nations Cup rounds, like I said before, you're jumping the same exact course, and horses are smarter than people think. So they can anticipate, and in some ways, I find that actually the second round is almost more difficult than the first.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
let's get into our picks of how we think this is going to play out. I'm not going to think this is going to be a big surprise. Okay, Lily, who is going to be our top team at the end of tonight?
USA.
USA. Peter.
Team USA.
Oh, what a surprise. Max.
USA.
Well, USA. All three for USA. And I just like to be different. I actually think Canada will jump a big round here. I'm not saying we're necessarily going to get ahead of USA, but I think some big stuff from Canada could be exciting in there as well. We do share a king. Good luck to them all tonight. Looking forward to that. Thank you very much to all of you who've joined us throughout. We've got lots coming up for you as part of tonight's Nations Cup competition. Final scores. Do we think Team USA is going to stay on the zeros?
Yes, we need to believe in them. Yes.
I say yes.
Need to believe in that one. Peter, if you were putting your Chef to Keeps hat on now, we've heard from Robert Ridlands. What would you say to the team now?
I mean, you've trained hard for this. You know, those of you that haven't been in this situation before, dig in, treat it like it's the first round, find a way, get out there and fight. Do what's right for your horse. You know your horse. Some horses that are a little quieter, you know, you need to get a little bit of intensity to get it clear out of the second round. Some of the other horses are a little hotter, so you need to breathe. Whatever works for your horse, dig in, give that, and find a way to get it done.
Excellent, good. Okay, so let's just remind you before we go into it, it's USA on a score of 0, it's Ireland on just the 1 fence behind on the 4, Belgium on 9, Canada on 10, and then New Mexico 13, Great Britain on 15, Brazil on 19, and Venezuela on a score of 31. Thank you very much to my guests here tonight. Peter, you're going to sit back and go and enjoy watching the rest of this now?
I sure am. I mean, I studied the first round. I loved it. This is going to be great. This is going to be great.
I love your enthusiasm for it.
I'm guilty. I love it. I mean, the temperature's perfect. You know, we've got a really good course. The time allowed is such that it's very unlikely that there will be a jump off. We could see, I think the USA is going to win it on 4.
Okay.
And there could well be a jump off between Ireland and USA, but I can't wait.
Okay, looking forward to that. Lily, you can go and sit back and enjoy now. Go and cheer on the team. You're going to go and give them a little pep talk or stay out the way?
I don't think they need a pep talk. I think I'm going to just enjoy watching them, and for once I'm sitting on the side, but I expect to jump a lot of teams with some of these younger riders coming up, so it'll be fun to watch them and cheer them on.
Excellent. Max?
Definitely going to watch, cheer USA on, and watch good competition.
Excellent, good. Okay, well, good luck to all the teams. Thank you very much to my 3 guests. You've been an absolute delight as always. And we are going to be back with commentary as well. Myself, Andrew Bournes and Ann Kaczynski for the big second round as well. Join us after the break. We're going to be taking you up to the second round of the Nations Cup presented by Florida Coast Equipment here in Wellington.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Something like the US Open, it would be incredible to have in your trophy room.
It was typically the hardest Grand Prix of this winter season down here.
Trying to get to the highest level. As long as I don't make a mistake, he can do this very easily. Getting closer, I would like to think, so I'm there to compete.
Up on the green here is Spencer Smith for the USA.
Obviously it's a sport, but at the same time, the only reason I do this is because I love horses. Hi, buddy.
He's really been an incredible horse.
Everyone wants to win a Rolex Grand Prix.
I think adding the US Open in a great new initiative, and I think it's only going to bring more excitement and more prestige.
More ground line, please.
First jump is nice.
It's really all leading towards the US Open.
The person that stamps their name on it is going to, kind of go down in history, and we all want to do that.
U.S. Equestrian. Thousands of equestrians have united
to watch, to learn,
to experience,
to compete. In the pursuit of fairness, safety, welfare, and joy.
From the grassroots to the Olympic Games.
Each with personal goals, but all united together for the joy of horse sports.
Ride united. Ride with US Equestrian.
In equestrian sport, equine and human athletes compete as one, but a team of many stand behind each. Together, we are unmatched in our commitment. Looking back, our athletes have won 235 medals over the past 60 years. And now, we look to the future, share the dream, become a part of the U.S. Equestrian team. Together, we can raise the bar.
We fly horses anywhere around the world, whether it is a hobby horse or it's an Olympic champion. It's about getting an animal from point A to point B safely, in best of health, and in the quickest possible of time. We understand the business better than anybody else. We do not leave any stone unturned, and we are staffed by horse people from every layer of the company. We give horses wings around the world, across the globe, or across the street.
I think I found them.
Really?
Making your dog your ring bearer is one way to show your love.
Car part. It's just a car part, look it.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way.
I believe in goals. I believe in dreams. I believe in passion. Your success doesn't depend on a calendar. Your success depends on the passion that's burning inside of you each and every single day. You should not need a calendar to switch to another number for you to get motivated. If you're waiting for that to better yourself, if you're waiting for that to inspire, to be passionate, to grow, then you are setting yourself up for absolute failure.
Paying attention to the smallest detail. Getting to the destination the most efficient way possible. Ensuring all individual elements are working together to drive high performance. And making sure you do it consistently. Being the best comes down to perfect execution. That's not just good show jumping. That's good railroading. We love a sport that rewards precision.
Well, thank you to Florida Coast Equipment, our presenting sponsor of tonight's Nations Cup. The afternoon, a big competition. Now we're into the night time. The big opening has already taken place. Lots of lights, lots of entertainment. And thanks to Florida Coast Equipment, our presenting sponsor here tonight. Of course, supplier of our Kubotas out there in the arena as well in those famous orange colours. Mars Equestrian as well, our presenting sponsor throughout, supporting our big Saturday night appearances as well. A better world for horses, pets and people. Thank you to Mars Equestrian once again. And also to the USEF network as well, supporting sponsor of our live stream throughout the season, and in part with support of US Equestrian Federation and the USEF network as well. Huge thanks to them throughout the season, bringing you all of the big competitions. And delighted to say alongside me tonight, part of the team, Anne Kaczynski, Olympic medalist for Team USA as well. Anne, an exciting night ahead, an exciting afternoon already completed.
Very exciting. I'm so proud of our girls,
yes.
our girl team, yes.
Now explain to me your role within the team as well.
Well, I'm the assistant chef d'équipe, so just below Robert Ridland, and really take the 3-star teams to Europe, and actually also they'll be in the summer here in the States, and then also young riders and junior teams to Europe. So I get them sort of ready for Robert.
You bring the next generation on. That's how we put it from that point of view. An exciting lineup there. They did a great job in there. Carly Anstey and Charlotte Jacobson, of course, Natalie Dean as well. Natalie's had a bit more mileage now, hasn't she?
Yes, and yet I'm proud of them. They've all ridden on teams with me. Natalie actually is a young rider in the Youth Nations Cup final. Carly in a 3-star, and then also Charlotte 3 stars. So it's great that it's paying off.
Now, Andrew Bournes is also going to be joining us here tonight as well. He was with me for the first round. Ireland are just a fence away. There's a rascally team are not far off.
Yes, and right along, the girls have said, let's beat Ireland.
There's not a rivalry at all, honest, from that point of view.
And boys and girls, and yes. Yeah.
But that's what's great about our sport. It's a great leveler from that point of view, and especially a Nations Cup. You know, you ride for your country, and you ride out there with the jacket on, with the flag there. It gives you a different sense of pride, doesn't it? You've done it to the very highest level.
Yes, absolutely. And the nerves and the pressure in our home squad here, there's a little extra pressure in a way. You know, you say home court advantage, but in a way there's more pressure for these young, inexperienced, not inexperienced, but need more experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've been talking about this in the pre-show and the run-up to here and through our first round as well. We've got a terrific mix tonight of some horses in there that are getting more experience in here, some riders that, again, the youth coming through. We've got the top under 25 rider here in Carlos Sancarrero and so forth, and the Conta girls in there too. But also people like Laura Kraut, who's trying out horses like Trebian here tonight too.
Yes, definitely the young ones. And horses and riders, you don't learn about Nations Cup till you do it. Again, to go in the 2 rounds, to jump the water 2 times, to jump now under the lights after jumping in the daylight. There's just way more to it, horses and riders. And it's the most exciting thing you can do. And Laura was even saying it recently. We were talking about it. There's just nothing like putting the team jacket on and riding for your country.
Now, from your point of view, you've ridden on Olympic teams. Do you prefer at this point to be in front or coming from behind?
Oh, that's a hard one. I guess it's always good to be in front.
I'll take in front. But you're protecting a position as opposed to attacking.
And yet I love coming from behind too.
Let's take a look at those. Team USA on the 0, Ireland just the 1 fence behind on 4, Belgium on 9, so 2 fences plus 1 time fault. Now, time faults are a big factor here as well. We saw in round 1. Canada on the 10, Mexico 13, Great Britain with 3 riders on 15, so all 3 riders counting there. Venezuela on 19, on 31 rather, Brazil on 19, Israel 36. They don't return for round 2. It's just 8 teams coming forward there. Mexico, we saw some of their scores there. A lot of the teams, like Mexico is a good example there. Just a number of 4s in there. There was just a pole here and there that could change around now.
Yes, absolutely. I thought it was really a very fair course. I thought it was enough questions, but not too much. But again, it can certainly change with the lights. It's like a whole nother class now. We've seen that.
Steve Stevens and Nick Granite, our course designers, here tonight as well. We'll take a look at that course in just a few moments' time as well. The arena itself now bathed in all sorts of coloured lights at this point. And from the overall run, the Americans coming out strong here. And we've talked about this from building up. A few shots of those from a little bit earlier on. And talk to me about some of the riders here.
Yeah, Natalie had a wonderful ride to lead it off and jump the first clear round on this amazing horse. She rode beautifully, again, kept her focus. The time allowed was no problem. She's fast, she's quick. So to see her maturity at her young age was wonderful.
Excellent. So we'll be obviously seeing the Americans in action now. Again, what's different about round 2 is it's a change in order.
Yeah.
So you guys go last.
Yeah, so a little more pressure again, as you say, holding on to the clear rounds. And then again tonight, the atmosphere, it's way more. There was a nice crowd at, earlier today. It is a packed house now. And the horses get it, the riders get it. That's totally different.
Team performances in there. Charlotte Jacobs, we just saw sensational team performance from her. We've got to see how they tackle the course. Let's take a look at the course designed by Steve Stevens and Nick Granite here. Steve, who has designed Olympic Games as well. Nick Granite is on the rise as well.
Yes.
Is doing a fantastic job there. So let's take a look at the course of what's going to be the big challenge tonight. Now it's the same course as round 1, brought to you by Fidelity Investments. As we take a look at this track, and this, I was just talking to Peter Leone about this, about how this is different, and talk me through what faces them.
The first jump is a nice big vertical. Most horses did 10 strides to the second, a little bit forward up that first the line, 5 strides. The roll back, this is that spooky wall that caused a little trouble the first round. Again, from that could be a little forward and 4 strides to the Rolex. Then the water jump. Again, that caused some trouble. And again, with the lights, it can be different. Some will spook at it maybe a little more with that glare. Then everybody, I think, added 8 strides. You had to slow down. These 2 verticals, very, very short, tall and short. You got to judge that. Then a big oxer off the turn, and here you've got to think about the time allowed. Even though it was a big oxer, you've got to stay right in there. Get up there in the 6 strides, a very delicate big black vertical. Then again, another 6 strides. I would say stay in again to the Liverpool. That again with the lights might be a little different now tonight. Then, to me, the beginning of the course was all a little forward to this triple. To me, to slow down, exactly. Big oxer, the whole line, and actually the whole thing rides a little bit like a gymnastic. 7 strides to the last, again, a big oxer towards the in-gate. I thought it was a wonderful course. I thought it was great. Asked enough questions, but was fair.
And for round 2 here, as we were talking in the pre-show a few moments' time in the run-up there, it's managing your fitness at this point too.
Yes, definitely, the horses and riders. And again, the younger ones, they do know, but that's a huge part of it, the 2 rounds. And the riders' mental focus. Can they keep it together?
Okay, well, we'll see whether they can. As you say, it's not too far away in terms of starting time. It's close in terms of scores. Fingers crossed for Team USA as well. Maybe they'll get it done without having to send Laura Kraut out there.
That would be excellent, yeah. Perfect.
Who knows? But, as I say, the Irish are really hanging a fence away as well. So great tradition here tonight as we have all the wonderful ceremony underway in the arena as well, in the build-up to tonight's big class as well. And the playing of the national anthem on its way as well, brought to you by Palm Beach Central Choir as well. Great to welcome so many of those here to the arena tonight to start off proceedings. It's always a great one for getting behind your nation in a team competition and really feeling a part of what is going to be a big occasion here. So we're going to be handing over to our arena team for the start of the playing of the national anthem tonight, and who knows, maybe we'll be playing at the end of tonight as well. So that's coming up, and it is great to welcome the choir here, who again, it's wonderful to work with so many of the schools and the local organisations integral here to Wellington to be a part of the Wellington international shows here as well. So moments away from that, and then really getting into the grit of the second round of this Florida Coast Equipment Nations Cup tonight. So it is set to hand over, and the playing of the national anthem of tonight, and good luck to the home team for the United States of America. Thank you very much to the Palm Beach Central Choir tonight, and all set to go into round 2 of the Florida Coast Equipment Nations Cup. And it is close between our top few teams. Who will finish on the podium? We will see Belgium in the mix, Ireland just that one fence back on the 4 faults now, and USA leading on the 0 score. The stands are packed out, and we go in reverse order of the teams as well. They carry their scores from round 1. So first up will be Venezuela. You'll see the first rider of each of the teams, and it is the best 3 scores from a team that count added on to their scores from round 1. So Venezuela on a score of 31 after round 1, as they start with Antonio Martinez Llorinao and the rider Valdez for the first of Venezuela. He scored 12 in round 1. 31. The obvious fact here is that they're not going to put themselves into a winning round, but the key is for a lot of these teams as well. Andrew Bourne's alongside Irish team member as well. Andrew, the key here is to improve on round 1, really, and that's what you want out of this in terms of a learning experience.
Absolutely, and you want the horse to come back in and see an improvement from the first round, any mistakes that were made. And if you were clear in the first round, you want to keep your consistency at that point. What you will see, particularly the change from daylight under the lights, second round, some horses might get tired, most of them won't or shouldn't. And actually what I think you're going to see this round from some teams is that they will make an improvement, and you'll almost see a surge, and that will in turn put pressure on teams like the United States and Ireland to keep their scores up there. So yep, you see a lot of ebb and flow, a lot of changes will happen.
And it's so difficult coming back in a second time, isn't it? Especially if you've had not such a perfect round in the first round.
Yeah, it's difficult, and yet all of these riders are going to fight for it. You know, everybody wants to be on the team, and that you want to come back and improve your score and make your horse have a good, confident round. So it's difficult, but I think it's everybody's going to fight for it.
Coming home on the 12, let's remind you, time allowed of 69 seconds now. Interestingly, they're quickly around there for Antonio Jose Martinez at 63-64. Okay, score of 16 this time for them. In terms of how that's going to play out, as you just mentioned there, Andrew, do we think we're going to have less of an issue with the time allowed this time?
I think so. A lot of the riders have been round once before. I think you have to be very complacent. I don't think the time is particularly tight. As far as Nations Cups goes, I don't think it's ridiculously tight. What you might see more is some of the greener horses have a little issue with some of the fences under the lights. But I think that's it.
But Anne, as well, you see a number of horses as well thrive on this atmosphere.
Yes.
You get a very different atmosphere, you get the crowd in there. What were horses like, your great horses like Eros and so forth like?
Eros, and especially Starman, the bigger the crowd, the higher he jumped. You know, they got into it. And you take them to a little bit of a lower level show, and a lot of times they didn't put on such a good performance because people weren't really watching. So a lot of horses do thrive under it, and yet young horses need to learn about that, and young riders need to learn about the crowd and the energy. It's a packed house tonight.
Gabriel de Meadows, Machado and Niles for Brazil scored 10 in the first round. Team score of 19, a splash this time. We've talked a lot about it in the Midway show with Peter Leone, with Lily Keenan and Max Amaya, that the water might play a bigger part here now, Anne.
I think sometimes sometimes in the Nations Cup the horses don't jump the water the second time as well because they know they've already jumped it. They get a little plain with it. On the other hand, here with the lights, some might be overly impressed with it. It's very different. So the water is a big factor depending on your horse.
But it's a strong bunch of riders and horses in this Nations Cup, so I don't think you'll see too many have issues. But yeah, definitely the water, maybe the wall up in that corner.
Yeah.
The lighting is quite different.
Yeah, and the riders, like the young riders that haven't ridden on a Nations Cup too many times. Yeah. I've had a couple, the first time they jumped it great, and the second time the riders just sat there and said, oh, well, he jumped it so well the first time. I said, you have to kick him the second time, you know? And the rider has to learn that, yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They almost get complacent the second time around.
Yes, that can happen.
Yeah.
Gabriel doing a good job to stay balanced there at the water, but just caught up with them at the double after that. So putting them to a score of 9-8, jumping one time there for them. So 9 onto the scoreboard for Brazil, 19 from the first round. from that point of view.
That is not a pleasant feeling when that happens.
No, it's everything's disappearing, but at least it's coming back to you.
Yeah, we've all
that.
done it.
Yes.
It's like, oh, please don't.
Carlos Hangarero now, and so we're skipping over the British team because they have three riders, so they will pick up with the second cycle of riders from that point of view. The top under-25 rider in the world right now with the H5 Shack Attack for Mexico on their squad for the Olympics as well. Jump round for just the 4 faults earlier on as well. And I'm a big fan of this horse, but I'm going to let an expert like you talk about it.
Yes, he's an incredible jumper. He does it so effortlessly. Scopy, brave, beautiful style, intelligent. And for this U25 rider, I mean, he rides very, very well. And I know his country, his team between the horse and rider are really excited about him for now and the future.
I think also he's a nice string of horses too, and he's got some very good people behind him, sourcing the horses and helping him with them, and I think they should be excited because his first round was very, very good, and he's putting down a nice performance here again. I just like how rideable the horse is as well. Like, he's got the scope and the power, and he's aggressive enough, but at the same time, Carlos and him seem to have struck up a really nice relationship.
Yes, beautiful connection between the horse and rider, and as you say, the rideability. He can come back when he needs, shorten when he needs to after the water.
There's options,
Yes, absolutely.
Carlos still on the clear at the moment into the triple combination for the first of Mexico. Little tickle in the middle. Mexico on 13 after round 1 again. Time looking good there from that point of view. 69 seconds time allowed. He's going to be around in 68.05. A little bit closer than I thought, but it is a clear. He went from 4 in round 1. Clear this time around. Anne?
A beautiful round. Excellent. He rode it beautifully. A little lucky in the middle of the triple combination. Little rub there. But other than that, it was really flawless.
I did say in the first round that horse is going to come back and jump better in the second round. I think he made an honest green mistake in the first round. And I think we really saw the horse put in an extra effort this time to be clear. Nice to see. Very promising.
Canada, and the first team rider for Canada is Tiffany Foster. Tiffany and Electric, they've been big winners in Canada before now, and she's, of course, a hugely experienced Olympic rider for the Canadians. Now, she didn't have a smoother passage in that first round. Went round for 12 faults there, Andrew, from that point of view. Again, we've talked about this in the lead up to this. I think she's going to come back. She's going to put the tools back together.
I think so. And look, this is a horse. She's had a lot of very good rounds. It was quite unusual that she would have a round like that. With this horse. She's already put out some very good performances on this horse. I think we were all equally surprised that she wasn't even clear in the first round. I think Tiffany's a very clinical and stylish rider and very put together rider. She's going to go out, really think about it, analyze it, and do what she needs to do to put out a better round this time.
Anne?
Yes, I totally agree. She is such a wonderful rider, and I was really surprised with her score of the first round. And as you say, I think she's going to fight for it. And if she can't get the clear round out of him, so far, very focused, very organized, beautifully ridden. And again, you learn from each experience, I think, as a rider, you know.
Yes. And a rider like Tiffany is so practiced and good at this. She's able to take the positive and not let it affect her in this round.
Just on the 4 across the oxen now. Be interested to see how this triple combination rises second time around. Drops the second rail. Clears the last. It's going to leave them on an improvement at 8:68.06 there for Tiffany Foster. Anne?
Yeah, just not their night. I'd be interested to ask Tiffany what she thought, because it is unusual for this horse. She's petting him. She's still pleased. But you want to learn from that. Why did they have that? Because the beginning of the round was so good.
So good, yeah. I thought it started great.
Yeah.
And it's almost like it seemed like an okay line.
Yeah.
Pretty solid. And then the horse just dropped a little short, and then it's almost like the horse just lost a little bit of confidence from that down the last line, possibly.
Yes.
Emily Conter, one of the two sisters competing on the team for Team Belgium. Belgium in third place after round 1. Emily and sister Zoe on the squad alongside Peter de Peter de Brabander and Nicola Philippots. Now, Peter had an elimination in round 1, so the weight went on the other riders, and actually they went 4, 1 and 4. So actually they had a really strong run there, Anne, and a really good start here with Emily, fingers crossed, or not quite the perfect start there as she was.
A little sticky at that first jump. And they've been also jumping very well this season.
They have.
They've been having
amazing performances so far.
But again, being on the team and again going first, that's also pressure to lead the way, and yet she's earned it. She's riding very well, and it's an amazing horse. I love this horse.
Again, perfect opportunity. She's 24 years of age. She's a past young rider, gold medalist from that point of view. She was top 3 in a Grand Prix in Thermal to finish off the season. Nations Cup in Dublin last year and in Norway as well. They're giving her good opportunities to go alongside the veteran riders.
Absolutely. That's how you learn, and to ride with good riders, winning riders, to get that experience. And it's been great to see her here and in Europe, improving, growing, just been doing a marvelous job watching her grow to this level of riding and jumping.
And she's gotten very consistent as well. For a girl her age at this level, sometimes it can be hard to be so consistent, but she's one that you're almost going to bet on a clear or 4 at any point. She's gotten to that level now where she has been very consistent.
Good clear there for Emily Conter and Trixie Z from that point of view. And she stayed cool after a sticky start.
Yes, I was just going to say her focus is fantastic. Her position over the years has improved, and that with the horse, her short reins, all that. But her focus for that consistency is amazing. Really, hats off to her being young and leading off like that again.
Absolutely.
Fabulous.
Yeah, and she's been good both rounds, but that round was another level.
Yeah.
Another step up there for Belgium and for Emily Conter on a 0 score. We've seen 0 from Carlos Sanguerrero as well. Michael Duffy of Ireland now, and Ireland just that 1 fence away from Team USA on the 4 faults. Now, Andrew, we watched Michael, and again, same applies here. He had a sticky first round. 15 was the score.
I think the horse started very well, and the wheels came off a little bit as the round went on. It kind of looked to me more like a greener horse situation. Either two things are going to happen here. I think knowing Michael on that, he's going to really go back, reanalyze, and give this horse just the ride it needs to get around. Sometimes the horses will get easier in the second round because they've been around once before, but also it can go the other way, and it can actually get more difficult on them if they get a little bit nervous and they're more apprehensive for the second round.
And he works with Helena Stormans, who's a top Grand Prix rider herself through an amazing career, who also trains Emily Conter as well in there. So there's going to be a little bit of discussion going on between those two.
Helena's having a good night so far.
Yes, very good. Again, hung up a little bit, looks like a little green, but he's a great, strong rider.
Yes.
Just as a great rider. So to give him confidence.
Oh, no.
And again, can be the hard part with a Nations Cup. If a horse starts to get a little green, a little nervous in the first round, you don't have a choice. You're going back in for your team again, and you got to go.
Yeah, that's part of it. Too bad.
That is a shame for Michael down there. It's unfortunately elimination for the first, but we've often seen, Andrew, the Irish fight back here, go and produce three clears.
Yeah,
and
it's still a strong team.
Yeah.
It's going to put a little pressure on the other guys. But the one thing about Ireland is a very, very solid team spirit. And I'm sure the guys that are involved would have no problem rowing in and carrying a little bit of the weight for tonight. And there's been so many times where Michael has been the anchor rider and the strong rider on an Irish team. So trust me, it's not his night, but he'll have his day.
There are plenty of days it's been his, and the flip side of that.
Absolutely.
Natalie Dean starts off for the USA. Huge cheer in the arena as well for Natalie, for Team USA here with a Coterem horse that she's jumped. She's 25 years of age, and she's already jumped on Nations Cups in Aachen, which is, as you know, to jump on that is one of the biggest. If not the.
Yes.
And she's proved herself well.
Yes, she's, again, she's mature for her age. She's got the experience. She and this horse have a great connection. Robert put her first because he believed she could lead the way. He was very confident with her. And again, jumping at places like Aachen on the team, she has experience even though she's young. And she's going to fight for it. I know she wants a clear round, and hopefully she'll bring one home for us.
You've obviously worked with her through your involvement development as well. What's she like?
Yeah, she's a great girl. She loves her horses. She loves to work at it. She's always learning. Bummer. No, she's a wonderful girl to work with and a real student of the sport, I think, trying to always learn and get better.
I think so too. I think she's very dedicated. And again, just one of these girls that puts out that consistent performance every time. Nice ride to the water jump there. So far, the horses haven't responded too negatively to the water under the lights. I think her horse has just been, it gave it such a nice performance in the first round as well.
Anne?
Yeah, I think a beautiful ride so far. Too bad at the plank, but just staying with it, holding her together, the horse really gets kind of on the muscle, and that's just the way it goes. And Natalie does a great job of a little balance and.
But it's just enough pressure. You have to get that balance with a horse like this, that you don't put too much pressure and actually boil the horse over like a boiler pot.
Yes,
and I think she does a wonderful job.
Great job at that.
Finish on just the full there for Natalie Dean and Nakota M. From that point of view, she takes a bit of a breath after that. Yeah. Here, Anne, at the plank, just a fraction off.
Just, a light, and it's on flat cups and very, very light. It looked like they didn't hit it hard. She met it well, just unlucky. The rest was excellent. Jumps the heck out of the combination, and again has this a bit of aggressive horse, and just balances her enough, just enough.
So let's talk, because we have now shifted the balances a little bit. Ireland, I'm looking at Andrew, an elimination in there, and Anna 4 faults. With the game's changing.
Absolutely. And like I said in the first round, Canada might surge, and we've got to watch out for that. What I'm saying is anything could happen at this point.
Okay.
We've got 3 extremely strong teams and a bunch of other very good teams as well.
Let's pick up with Venezuela and the second rider now. So into the second rotation of riders for each of the teams, Alejandro Caroli and Kroon. Now, Andrew, we watched this horse a little bit earlier on, and Alejandro spoke to us earlier on this week and said, it's a horse a little bit less experienced, like some of them are here.
Absolutely.
But it had got scope and ability.
It's got the ability, it's got the quality and the scope, and we all know Alejandro is going to do a good job on the ride. What we saw in the first round was that it just got a little bit unraveled and a bit green. And very often what you might see is that a horse like this will come back and actually do better in the second round. They get confident. There's almost less distraction for them the second time they come in. Also, it's a horse that's quite on the muscle quite a bit. So you hope that as he gets a little bit tired, it's almost easier to ride and will start to jump better.
Yeah, I agree, and he rides him beautifully. Alejandro does a great job, and actually started very confidently. That was too bad, the oxer they just had down. It's getting a little harder, tougher in the bridle towards the end there around that turn, but Alejandro handled it well.
Yeah.
Beginning of the round was great. And then, as you say, he's a little on the muscle.
A little on the muscle, and very often horses like this, the more they do, the easier and the better they get.
What do you mean by that? Because it's a phrase we use, but...
On the muscle, and you go probably better than I do.
They're just eager and excited, and you have all this energy, and you have to be able to control it.
For me, I would say there's a hint of aggression in it as well.
And exuberance.
An exuberance, like a freshness and exuberance. And I was always taught that horses perform best from 50 to 75% of their energy level. A lot of times if they're running at 90-95% of their energy level, they're too fresh. Especially horses at this level of the sport. They need to warm up, they need to calm down and focus before they go into a competition of this size. And if you've not done that properly, they're on the muscle.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. There we go. There's the explanation. For Brazil now, so it is 14 there for Venezuela to bring into the score. I'll update you on the scores in just a moment, because it makes a little more sense once again to our third rider for each of the teams. Eduardo Menezes jumped clear a little bit earlier on Aussie here as well. He's a hugely experienced rider as well, and part of that team for H5 that we mentioned earlier on with Carlos Sancarrero, of course, training there alongside Enrique Gonzalez. Now, he has the wall down as well this time, Anne.
Yeah, I was just going to say the first round was beautiful, and he's, again, such a great, consistent, strong rider. And to see if he could do it again, and interesting, the horse really kind of hit the wall a bit hard, actually.
Yeah, it did. It almost got a little bit past the wall.
Yes.
And frankly, I thought that wall would react a little more differently under the lights. I thought horses would back off from it, but actually more horses are actually almost getting past it under the lights, which is unusual. Not what I expected.
No. Or maybe the riders are riding them a bit
The
also,
riders
you know.
might be overriding a little bit.
With
just
the lights.
compensating. Yeah. And this horse was fantastic the first round.
Yeah, interesting to see
Green
for
horse,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah. And they have to learn to jump 2 rounds. And as I say, lights, atmosphere, it's like a whole nother class now.
It is. And it's only about an hour ago or an hour and a half ago that he did jump before. So it's can be something for them to process. He was a little bit deep there too.
Yeah.
But nice back end though. It's still a nice quality horse.
Yeah.
One time for there to add into that as well for the ride of Eduardo. So total of 13 there for Brazil. Brazil starting on 19. They had 9 from the first rider, 13 from the second. I don't expect you will keep up on that score. I'll try. I'll throw it in, as I say, once we've got the third rider in each of the rotations, because then it all starts to pan out. But 9 and 13 from Brazil in round 2. Venezuela 16 and 14 from round 2 as well. First rider for Great Britain now, I say, a 3-rider team, so it just means that all counts, and so that they're 1 rider minus this time, but they did score 15 in round 1, and they've got 3 very strong riders in Jessica Mendoza, Charlie Jones, and to Harry Charles as well, the Olympic team gold medalist. So Jessica Mendoza to start off with in the air for a rider who's built a really good career out here in the United States. Ben Mayer is looking after the team tonight as well, the 3-time Olympic gold medalist, and she and he competed on a number of teams, including the European Championships before now. And this is a horse that's impressed quite a few so far this season.
Yes, he's been very good. She's ridden him under the lights and looks wonderful. I bet she could come back and jump a clear round. She had 4 the first round. She's very... Oh, I'm sorry. I think I jinxed her.
I blame you for that one.
She's very focused, very calculating. Oh, interesting. This jumping, again, I think 2 rounds is a real different...
But again, this is a horse that would have done Grand Prix, but not necessarily this.
Exactly. And the horses have to learn how to come back and jump 2 rounds. You know, 100 years ago when I started showing in the big Grand Prix, well, maybe not that long. But anyway, you know, all of our Grand Prix were 2 rounds. You
yes,
2 rounds and a jump off a long time ago. And the horses learned that, and now these younger horses have to learn that.
Yeah. It is definitely a different dynamic for them, and it's funny because now there's maybe 3 or 4 Grand Prix in the world that go that way.
Yes.
And it's a big shock to the system when you have to do that. So.
Yes, and even I had a good rider, and we were in Spain, and she jumped again a 3-star a few years ago. The first round was clear. I sent her out first. And the second round, he went and knocked several down, and she said, "Oh, he thought it was the jump off, and he was kind of running away." And I said, "You have to pull on the reins and tell him it's not a jump off." Yeah, right.
This is your job. So it is 8 there for the ride for Great Britain for Jessica Mendoza and in the air. Unfortunately, a couple down there. That immediately adds on to the score for Great Britain. So 15 plus the 8, 23. And we will move on to Mexico now. And the next rider for the Mexican team in the ride of Odiel VDM for the ride of Juan Pablo Gaspar Albanez as their second rider. Jump round for 9 faults in the first round for the next for Mexico. And he again, 26 years of age, finished well in Young Riders before now, finished second in the WEF on week 6 here as well, out in the field in preparation for this. But again, that's a very different prospect.
Totally different, jumping on the field rather than this huge arena and the lights. And he's a young rider, but he rides very well. I was impressed with him.
And Andrew, several in that first round and he was an example, went so well until the final stages, and the last lines were catching up with him.
Absolutely, and I think this horse jumped fantastic in the first round, and it just got a little bit keen by the end of it. But I think Juan Pablo does a really nice job at holding him together, because it's a lot of horse. He's got a big stride, big powerful jump. And you can see there he does a nice job just to settle him in that 6, square him up in that vertical. A little bit of leg for that Liverpool. It's just kind of the ideal ride. You ride the back bar a little bit, settle him. And we'll just see. Just struggled again.
Yeah. Yeah, the beginning again, a beautiful round, and had to hold him together. That was too bad down there.
It was too bad. I honestly didn't see that coming, because I thought that Juan Pablo rode it quite well. And the horse is jumping. There's no doubt the horse is a wonderful ability and a really nice way of doing it.
Yeah, and I think with experience they should get better. That was
Just pulled it hind end there a little.
And in that first round, he just hooked one away in that as well, didn't he?
Yeah, just a little bit the same again. He just gets that hind end in at the front bar. I honestly think this horse, the next time he sees a Nations Cup like this, with very little work or very little training, he's going to jump that a lot better. I should hope he'll learn from this.
Yes.
Canadians, and it is 8 from their first team. Score of Canada after round 1 on a score of 10. Erin Ballard, and Erin now with Zaka de Belen for Alain Ferrer. She said herself when I interviewed her this week, you know, this is a newer horse for her. It's got lots of ability, hasn't got the mileage between the two, but as my team just said a few minutes ago in our lead up, one of the best. They not only said catch rider at 160, which is
incredible.
Which is incredible. The
What's that
wall
again.
Yeah.
It's slipping off a little more easily this time.
Did she get a little close as well?
It looked like a little deep, maybe.
I just wonder, do they want to turn and just gap it a little bit now? Whereas in the first round, that was almost risky, because if you left the gap, the horses were almost putting down at the wall. A couple of horses actually did.
Yeah.
And this time the horses are coming through the turn. It's almost like they're not looking at the wall enough and getting past it a little bit.
Yes, I agree. A little deep and then not high enough.
This is a fantastically quality horse. Like it's giving fantastic air on all the jumps, and a huge stride as well. Like she did 9 strides from 1 to 2 without even trying.
Yeah, huge scope. I mean, she's amazing riding all these new ones, as you say, at 160.
160.
8 jumping 2 time, finishes on a total of 10 this time, so we'll be counting in the score of Tiffany Foster. So Canada going up to a score of 18, Mexico go ahead of them on 13. That wall.
Yeah, he just hung his front end a little bit in it.
And sort of the same thing there.
Yeah,
same.
He'll learn.
Yes, exactly. I think for sure he'll learn. He's big and scopy and get in her program. We'll see a lot more of him, I think in the future.
I think so. I think the quality and the class is there for sure.
Canada's score of 18 then so far is the best they can score. Mexico 13, Great Britain 23. Let's keep advancing. Peter de Brabander now for Belgium, for the 27-year-old who's been jumping out here in the United States as well. The chef to keep, Marty Huggins, keeping a close eye too. And for him, and this is the tough one, he had an elimination in the first round. He's not done Nations Cup much before, or if at all before, from that point of view, looking through. MTM Caden, this is where you go out, have a chat, build the confidence of the rider as well, I would guess, a little bit too.
Yes, again, it's the experience. Get out there, let's see if we can get around this time. And it really is an experience for the rider, for the horse. Come back and fight for it. That's why he's out there. And sometimes you pull it off.
I've seen it happen.
Yeah,
I've seen it happen. It's certainly a more experienced rider helps to get it done. Not too bad. There, he got a little deep there again. But that horse gave it to him.
Yeah.
Very nice. So far, the horse looks a little more settled, actually, which is good.
Yeah.
One could say a little less on the muscle this time. It's actually working for him.
Yeah.
Just didn't wait enough for the rider there, but the horse does look a little braver and a little more settled this time, which is good. I like it. Up.
Good ride. That was a heck of a ride. After having those 2 verticals down, the horse hung back, and boy, he really gave him a great ride.
Oh, good. Not too bad. He's getting it done.
Yeah. And you learn from this, you and your horse.
Absolutely. And that horse now, take a little break. He's going to come back a much stronger and much better horse for it, I think.
Yes.
He learned a little bit this evening.
Yep.
16 jumping 2 time, 70.33 for Peter Brabander and MTM Caden. But this time it was a completion, like you both said. That's a step forward.
Absolutely. He jumped the wall well, actually, and after the water, as you say, he just didn't come back.
I think the horse just didn't come back enough for him, and then just got past that double.
Yeah, you've got to ride the water, and then it's aimed right at the in-gate also, those pair of verticals.
You're right, actually. That's not going to help either, because they're going to keep going at it. Yeah.
back to Ireland, and Ireland with a little bit to do now with Michael Duffy's elimination in there, but it was the 3 remaining riders' scores that counted in round 1. It's going to have to be them again, but you're looking at Bertram Allen, Cian O'Connor and Daniel Coyle, 3 immensely experienced riders from that point. In fact, 3 Olympic riders from that point of view, so no slouches by any stretch of the imagination. Bertram Allen to go first. He jumped clear first round with Conquest de Rigo. Here he's a multi-5-star Grand Prix winning rider here as well. Has the confidence. Andrew, this is your squad.
Yeah.
What do we think?
Okay, this is a newer horse at this level, but really gave an exhibition in the first round. And you can just see Bertram's feel and his experience just to guide this horse around. Sure, the horse is all the quality, all the scope that he'll ever need, but he's green and is inexperienced at this level, and Bertram just able to put him just at the right speed, just at the right spot for each fence. And also, what you have to watch with riders like Bertram is, and it's hard for even them to describe, but he's able to put just the right amount of leg on, where it's enough, but not too much that he's actually pushing the horse past the fence.
Absolutely. His balance and that connection, and to give the horse confidence but not overdo it. He's a brilliant rider.
Yeah.
And I think them with their first rider not doing it, I think these guys are going to fight hard. In a way, I think it's worse for the Americans because they're going to fight harder than the other 3.
There we go. So it's going to
motivate them.
Yes.
4 there for Bertram Allen as well. Conquest de Rigo, but America had 4 as well.
Yes.
In there too with Natalie Dean, but they're going to have to carry that 4 for Ireland, so Ireland going up to a score of 8. Now Belgium on the 9, potentially 2. Andrew's watching closely down this combination.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what went wrong. I honestly think the horse miscalculated a little bit because the ride looked good, the pace looked good.
Yes.
You just dropped that right front a little on it.
Yeah.
Carly Anstey is going to be the second rider for Team USA, and I could run down her accolades, but Anne, I'm going to hand over to you because you're well aware of her ability.
Yeah, she's a great rider. She's really done a marvelous job with this horse. She's really taken time with him, has had a lot of top rounds with him recently. And I think she earned her spot on this team. And for her to jump a clear round, let's see if she can do it again. She was so excited to get on the team, finally, to get on the senior team. She's been working at it, and she earned it.
I think she has. I think she's done a really nice job with this horse as well. Interested to see how it goes. Almost looked at that a little. Okay, now she's kind of settled in nicely. Come on, get that change. Good.
He misses his changes a lot, so she deals with that. That's part of him.
Okay.
Dig in.
There we go.
On dry land, I think.
Yeah, good.
Nicely done.
I don't want her to think too much about the time. She was just under the time, and that can be a problem. Oh, she lost her stirrup.
Yeah, she did. So she's not budging. That's what the good equitation
There you go. All those lessons where they take your stirrups away.
No time fault. Come on.
You just got to fight this one out.
Yes, come on.
Atta girl. You got it.
She's good. Go. She's good for time. Go on, Carly. Stirrup or not.
Very good.
66-49.
Amazing. Very good.
So Team USA remain in the driving seat with a clear from Carly Anstey. They could well be discarding the 4 yet, we'll see, but I think we could come in down to Laura Kraut this time around to go second, but Team USA going to stay on the 0 score after the second rider for each of the teams. And gritty performance.
Totally. Great description, gritty, and she has that for sure in her. And to, again, keep her focused, have enough pressure on him, but not too much pressure. And of course, have a beautiful position with one stirrup. That was jumping a meter 60.
Stirrup, you'd hardly know.
Yeah. No, it was great, and great for Team USA, hanging in there.
Hanging in there with the second rider of each completed so far. So we're going to take a little bit of a breather, and we're going to be getting into also chatting to some of our riders that have been a part of the team so far as we go into the drag break here as well, which means essentially they do a little bit of maintenance work back on the arena and we take a little bit of a breather, but it gives us a chance to reflect. Team USA, although saying 4 there, yes, they could still be on the 0 score from that point of view. Then to the rest, Ireland still on a score there of 4 to add in there, so they would be on 8. Belgium still potentially on 9. I'm going with the best score they could have from that point of view. Canada 18, Great Britain 23, Brazil 28, Venezuela 45 from that point of view. This is looking some of the scores as they would stand with everything added in at the moment. But still it is USA, depending on what their final 2 riders do, that is in the driving seat at the moment, expanding that move away from the Irish at the moment. Join us back in a few moments' time after the break as we catch up with the riders as part of the Nations Cup tonight.
I believe in goals. I believe in dreams. I believe in passion. Your success doesn't depend on a calendar. Your success depends on the passion that's burning inside of you each and every single day. You should not need a calendar to switch to another number for you to get motivated. If you're waiting for that to better yourself, if you're waiting for that to inspire, to be passionate, to grow, then you are setting yourself up for absolute failure.
My first goal when I decided to be a professional is to become like the best horsewoman I can be. It's really important for me to find a balance with my family, with the horses, that is my passion. Work with the horses every day to do what I love. I used to have like one passion was the horses, and now I have two with my daughter. So I really want to have this balance in my life. I'm Marie Ecart, I'm a professional show jumper representing France, and I'm Lola's mom. Be mindful, be present, turn on your brain.
Hi, I'm down here with Natalie Dean. Nat, that was an amazing first and second round. You were clear in the first round and unlucky rail in the second round. Can you walk us through how Akota felt for second?
Yeah, Akota, Annie as we call her in the barn, she's always an amazing horse and I trust her so much. And I made a little mistake in the second round to the plank and I had it down, but I think she jumped super tonight.
And jumping the same course, first round versus second round, how do you deal with the mental pressure, the mentality of jumping the same course for the team event?
Well, I think normally it's actually easier to jump the second round, but I unfortunately had one down in the second round, but I think it's really you just stick to your plan and you know your horse and you've already jumped it once, so it's pretty easy.
And of course, we have to say we're jumping on home soil for Team USA. Talk about the excitement, the pressure. What are you feeling jumping for Team USA?
I think it's really exciting. You really feel the crowd behind you here, and this is home for all of us on this Nations Cup team, and Carly did a super double clear, and we have 2 more strong riders, so exciting for us.
Game's not over. You're still looking pretty good. Good luck with the rest of the team. You rode a Back to you, Steve.
Thank you very much, Ali. Yes, we're getting ready for the final conclusion here. It is 2 riders left to go for the teams, and it is close with Team USA, as I say, still potentially on the 0-score island. They had that elimination, so they're counting everything now. They're on a score of 8. Belgium, potential score of 9, so just the one after that. And so Canada, potential score of 18. I say I'm going with the view of the best scenario that could. This is adding in the scores as they stand right now, with everything added into the equation. Venezuela, their final 2 riders deciding not to jump, so that's going to take them out of the equation from that point of view as well. But they were at this point on the back foot there on a score of potentially 45 to 62 there as the full score as it stands. And so it is Anne Kosinski alongside me. Who better to talk team competition as well? We heard a little from Natalie Dean down there as well. She's very happy with Annie and how that went. Now, the final 2 team riders, Charlotte Jacobs, we talked about a lot about her with Lily Keenan a little bit earlier on, and what a super rider she is. She's jumped a number of Nations Cups. She jumped in Madrid. She's jumped in previous ones in the developing Nations Cups. She's not been in this atmosphere like this before.
Right. No, and I think Charlotte will handle this atmosphere well. She has jumped under the lights here, not the Nations Cup.
But Grand Prix.
Yes, yes, for sure. And yet I was saying the atmosphere is so amazing out there, and it's different. It's a different atmosphere, I want to say, than when it's just the Grand Prix. Everybody, the countries, they're going for it. It's fun to see and great. And I do think our riders for sure will handle it well. And like I said, most horses kind of. Well, I want to say the horses here will rise to the occasion. I think our American horses. Yeah.
USA and Ireland put together there. That's sort of appropriate as well with the two closest to each other. Belgium are only 1 point away from that second spot as well. They're sitting on 9, only that one time full difference.
Yeah, and Belgium, they have a very strong the next riders are great. And they know how to fight for it.
Yeah, Zoe Conter, and finishing with the experienced rider in Nicola Philipparts at the end. Less experienced horse, but Nicola, again, is the one with all the stripes already.
Absolutely, and having that confidence and and his horse has loads of ability. So it's a night of that, like Laura with her a little bit greener horse, but great to see these Olympic riders and these championship riders. And yet with the young riders, everybody's a mere mortal, and they're young horses, they're mere mortals. It's great to see.
Yeah, for you, you working with these young riders here, it is great to see. There is a superb, and I've talked about this a lot this year, superb group around 24, 25 for a number of nations coming through right now, which is quite exciting for the next strata of those in the sport.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see. Not just our team, but all of them. We have to be bringing the young ones along. I mean, that's what I do for the federation, but in the whole world.
I'm looking at Team Mexico, I'm looking at Great Britain, I'm looking at France, I'm looking at all of them.
Yes, and to see them develop. I mean, watching the Contour girls, seeing them the last several years here, and now they're just going around the Nations Cup like it's easy, you know.
They're flying.
Yes, absolutely. So watching that growth, and then again, the quality of horses, and these young riders have got great horses to ride. I mean, it really is incredible. And a lot of times they're out jumping some of the senior riders. It's wonderful for the sport, and then even for the younger riders to see that.
Yeah. But that's where it's so good in like the programs the US has, Great Britain and various others have, and working with the likes of you. They're able to draw on that experience to say, not just go in there completely blank and go, I don't know what's coming now. You go, look, I've done this.
Yes.
Here's what's coming. Let me help you. Let me prepare you.
Absolutely. And being able to say, I've fallen off at the World Cup finals, or I crashed here or there, but I came back to do it, and I got to 5 Olympics later, and those things that it can happen, and they think it's their worst day, and it's like, oh, this is nothing. Come on, keep going, and they learn.
And the reality is, whether it's you, whether it's McLean Ward, whether it's Laura Crouch, Beezy Madden, what everybody forgets, there were times in the middle which you didn't go smoothly, but you learnt from. and you went, okay, that wasn't my day. But, you know, those sort of get erased in your history as you go through.
Absolutely. You know, when you lose, don't lose the lesson, or no failure, just feedback. And,
Yeah.
and again, when you're out there doing it, it's hard to remember that, but after the fact, to learn from it, or the coaches also to, you know, that you're going to learn from this. And then again, when the next time you're in the Nations Cup, you'll know how something went.
Okay, so I think we're probably going to go all the way here tonight, which is going to be really interesting, with Team Ireland on a, say, potential score of 8 from that side of things. Clear, potentially for Team USA. They had the 4 from their first, so again, I'm going old school in the way I'm scoring it from that point of view. But the best scenario, we are heading back in with our teams. Now, Venezuela have decided, their final 2 riders have decided not to jump, so they've called it a night from that point of view. So we'll go straight into Brazil and Guilherme Dutra-Faroni for the Brazilian team, and he's been a South American Games gold medalist, placed in World Cups in Brazil. One of his first Nations Cups here, though, for him from that point of view. And it is a score of 9 for him from round 1. Plenty to build on here from that point of view as well. And again, it's going to be interesting for Team Brazil, because they've got a new chef to keep in Pete Rijmakers.
Yeah.
For those that follow the sport will know, I mean, he was gold medalist from Barcelona.
Yes.
Rode the great Retina.
Yes.
And some brilliant horses in his career, super trainer now.
Yeah.
It's going to be really interesting to see his influence on the squad.
Yes, absolutely, and it's been great seeing Pete here and talking to him. You know, I rode against him for sure, and
Yes.
and he sounds very passionate to be coaching these guys, which I think is good for them to have him as their chef now. And I think this is a fabulous horse. You know, the first round, maybe a little green again, but it has all the ability, loads of quality. And as you say, this is his first Nations Cup here, right? So a little different for him, but he looks like a very good, strong rider, and I think it's a lovely horse. See if he can come back and jump a clear. Because sometimes coming back the second round, like they can jump a better round, for sure. They learn from it.
A little bit further off there. He came off the water really nicely down to that double.
Yes, he listened to the rider. He shortened well, just got a little long off the turn there to that oxer. But looks good. See if he can bring this home faultless. Oh, jumps the oxer well in, and then again a little at it. Again, weather may be possibly a little tired. Again, that 2-round kind of thing that the horses aren't really used to. Are they fit enough? That was really too bad at the end.
Score of 12 there for Brazil, for their third team rider there, with the ride for Guilherme from that point of view. So 12 into the equation for them. So in theory, they would drop their 13. So they were 28 plus the 12 plus 40, 40 from that point of view. And we do have a scoring team here as well. But again, from his side of things, he's going to take a lot of positives there, because they haven't done this before.
Right. I think they'll learn a lot from it. There he jumped into the triple well, but then needed to balance a little bit at B and C. He kind of just kept going through those last 2 jumps. But I think they'll learn from it. Be better next time.
I think so. Nice quality horse, lots of scope.
And take us on to our next of the lineup now for Great Britain. And Charlie Jones. And Charlie making his first run here at the Nations Cup here in Wellington as well. Great to see him part of the lineup with Capital 6 for the Morning Star horses as well. Thought it's support of Carrie Roofer there. She's supporting with several horses. He's been competing in Ocala as well. His nephew to Nick Skelton as well. His mum and dad were top riders too. His mum won medals at Europeans. Rode the great Tinker's Boy, as I remember, at some point as well.
Yeah.
But Charlie here, again, Britain looking to develop a team here.
Yeah, and that's what it looks like. Again, having a little bit of I don't know how green, but a little less experienced at this. And to come back now and let's do it again.
Yeah, and it's good. You can see a horse that's already improved from the first round to the second.
Yeah,
and
jump around for 10 in the first round.
Yeah, and I think Charlie's putting out a very, very solid performance here as a rider, and kept his cool, kept his composure the whole way, and he put the horse right where it needed to be the whole way around that track. So I would say very, very impressive ride from Charlie, and a big improvement in the horse. It's always good to see.
So they will add 4 to the score, just the 4 this time, so a team total of 27 for Great Britain, because they're adding in all of their scores, 8 and 4, to add to the 15 from round 1. And Kaczynski, what do you make of Charlie's performance?
Yeah, I think excellent to come back and again make it happen, really fight for it. The horse looked better this round and he rode beautifully, really focused, and yeah, it was a great round.
He's got Ben Mayer on the floor this week as the chef to keep their 3-time gold medalist, sort of helps along as well. And I'm sure Nick
Kerry Roof for Morningside Sport Horse is
Morningside,
helping him a lot as well, which is really a big advantage to some of those guys. You know, he has all the talent as a rider, and he needs somebody like that to support him. Very good to see.
And I'm sure Nick gives a bit of advice along the way as well. Arturo Parada and Fellow. Now the next up for Mexico with a clear and an 8. They start on a score of 13. Before I get too lost in the numbers from that point of view, this is a newer pairing together, Andrew, that we saw in round 1, and a little bit of an unknown quantity, but have jumped well from what we've seen of them so far, and jumped well in the first round too.
Yeah, we saw a lot of good jumps in the first round. Just like I said, a couple of simple, a simple mistake really in the first round, but actually a pretty solid round. And a lot of times with a horse like this, you can actually see they come back and jump even better in the second round. So far it looks pretty solid. The horse looked a little anxious in the first round and almost just towards overriding a little. I think now it just looks more settled. That was a shame.
Yeah. Yeah, a really good ride at the beginning. That was too bad, the Oxer. But as you say, looks actually more settled now. He doesn't really look too tired. To me, he looks more focused.
Focused, yeah. Now, that Oxer, the fans, for the first couple of horses in the first round, didn't ride great. A lot of people were making mistakes on it. And I honestly think a lot of the riders kind of figured out just to ride it as an individual fence.
Yes.
And maybe be a little more careful of the front rail and not worry so much about the back rail. But then that time he had to override it a little bit.
Yeah, but a great round. Really good round.
Just on the 4 faults there for Arturo Parada and Fellow this time, just at the Japanese fans there. And so for Team Mexico, that just adds 4 to the score. 17 is the score for the Mexican squad at the moment, discarding, assuming the 8 comes out of the equation. They've had 13 to start off with. So again, they're not too far away, but Arturo's definitely digs in there.
Yes, yes, for sure. A real team rider fighting for it. Really did a great job.
Great team rider with our next, and she was on the team that was second here last year, an Olympian herself, and it's Amy Miller now, and Jagger. And Jagger HX for Amy, this gelding by Ustinov, now 11 years of age. And into round 1 there, Andrew, from the point of view of the ride for Amy for Canada. She jumped round clear. In fact, the 2 riders remaining for Canada jumped clear.
Yeah, okay, both riders for Canada were very, very strong in the first round. Amy's been deep about 3 times already in this round, so I should just want to watch that a little bit. But the horse is jumping fantastic, and I think a really, really talented horse and rider combination. I think in the first round it was absolutely stellar. I'm just interested to see under the lights, second round, how this horse and rider perform, but so far they're putting up a pretty good performance.
Yeah, very good. And the first round earlier was beautiful, and she's making it happen again this round.
Yeah, she really is. She just dialed the horse in really nicely here at the end of the track. She had to put a little bit of pressure on for that triple, but this is where you see Amy's experience. She's able to put on just enough pressure and then back off when she needs to.
Yes, brilliant round.
Result.
Yeah, double clear, amazing.
Ooh, just
really
one time.
rode it. One time fault, yeah.
One time fault there for Canada's Amy Miller and Jagger HS. Regardless, Anne.
Yes.
Terrific rounds.
Fabulous, fabulous riding. And as you say, under the lights to see how the horse would handle all that. 2 rounds, excellent.
Both rounds, very consistent. Both rounds, really, really nice performance.
So Canada would add that 1 time fault in the score. That's assuming we discard the score of their second rider. That would take them up to 19 by my quick maths, and just behind Mexico actually move up a spot from that point of view. Then we'll get into the real meat of what's going on here. Belgium, Ireland and USA. Belgium, best they can score is 9. Ireland, best they can score is 8. USA, best they can still score is a 0 score. So they're just a couple of fences away from each other at the moment. USA are getting a little bit of a buffer, but it will come down here. Zoe Conter, we've mentioned her several times already tonight. Sister already jumps a good round for the clear a little bit earlier on. Now to Zoe, who's been on Nations Cup before now in Sopot in Poland. Like I say, she's been producing good rounds here in Wellington, went superbly well on the Mexican Tour in the fall as well. That's been a good boost for a number of riders to be able to really develop their horses there throughout the winter too. And so Zoe to keep Belgium in the frame, and she's sort of in your category of riders you'd be looking at.
Yeah, and again, her consistency, her maturity at her young age, same thing. She really has been focused. I think she just had a time fault, right? The first round. See if she can be that consistent again. She has a wonderful partnership with this horse. Again, the lights and things, it's different, the energy. But Zoe's ridden here now for a couple of years.
Yeah, she's got good experience in this ring as well, and has just such a nice partnership with this horse. You can see how smooth they are through that turn there. Horse just doesn't agree. It doesn't disagree with her at any point. Just nice connection. Wow, lovely jump over the water.
Huge.
Fantastic. Yeah. Settles nicely for the 8 strides to the 1, and just it does that without any pressure. It's really nice to see. Just a lovely horse and rider combination, just getting it right together. A little steady in that 6. Oh, beautifully done. And now she's got to. That line is slightly technical in that the first 6 is a little steady, and then you got to move forward for that Liverpool at the end.
Yeah. She can hold it together.
Fantastic. That's the last
fence.
Super.
Fabulous.
Super round 68.70. She doesn't pick up a time fault this time. Belgium is still in the frame, and so they're still on the score of 9 from the first round as well. Delighted Zoe Conter there. Tom Bowlers there does a great job once again. The 2 clears both coming from the Conter sisters.
Yeah, so focused. Beautifully ridden, but the whole round there was nothing lucky or change this or change that. That was just a perfect round, all of it.
Helena Stormans will be smiling tonight after that.
Well,
She's put up a good performance.
I think Dad Stefan will be smiling as well.
Sure, Daddy Stefan will be very pleased. He should be.
He's down at the in-gate, I know that.
Yeah.
I've seen him here this week. And so 2 brilliant performances by the sisters there. I feel like we're talking tennis more than jumping. Cian O'Connor. From the point of view of Ireland, and Belvedere here, and jump round for just the 4 faults in the first round. He's the man for the big occasion, delivered more times than I can count for the Irish team, and now he really needs to, because Ireland elimination and 4, so they're on a team score of 8. Belgium are just 1 point behind them. USA are 2 fences in front of them at the moment. Andrew, as the fellow Irishman.
If there's anyone ever built for a high pressure situation, it's Cian O'Connor. He's really a teammate and a team player that you want on your side. Anybody who gets a chance to jump on a Nations Cup team with Cian, you just jump at it, because he's a real performer. He's a real team star.
Oh, that's a splash.
Now that was maybe a little bit on the angle on that water, and the horse just didn't catch it.
Yes.
Maybe as quickly as he should, and then just landed a bit short in it. It certainly didn't affect him for the rest of the round.
Now it looked like maybe he was thinking about the time allowed also.
Almost,
that he was.
Yeah, like he was cutting in on the water, which when I walked the course, I think, wow, some people are going to cut in on that and jump at an angle, but the water's kind of riding well enough that you should be able to get away with it. But I think green horse, they just didn't call it. But look how nicely the horse finishes his round there.
Yeah, and
Lovely
Cian's
scope.
not focused. It didn't matter to him. He just, okay, let's bring it home clear.
Exactly. Keep it together.
Yeah.
Keep going. There's still how many jumps left to go. Don't let it go.
Absolutely. Yeah. Again, his focus maybe jumps it, as you say, a little bit of an angle out to the right.
I'm not sure if it was intentional or that, but I know the horse just didn't call it, that it was on such an angle.
Yeah.
Now I want to get into some scoring here because I've been keeping track. Belgium on 9, Ireland now go up to 12, USA on a 4 and a clear. 8 or better it's done for US
Great.
by my
They have to
maths.
win. Yeah.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but
It sounds good.
Charlotte
The
Jacobs
girls run away with it.
but if she puts in a 4, the worst they're going to score is 8.
Yeah.
So they're going to stay ahead of Belgium. So you've got Belgium on 9. So she goes 4 faults or better. USA, job done.
And frankly, the way she jumped the first round, I would not like to bet against her right now.
No,
Not
but
to
you
jinx
never
her.
know. You never know in this sport.
A time fault could make a difference as well, but we'll see. Good luck to Charlotte Jacobs of the USA and Playboy JTZ to maybe get it done here for Team USA. As I say, Belgium on a score of 9 and US 4 or better for the win.
Yeah, so see how she can keep her focus, and I'm sure she knows that from Robert. Keep her focus to ride her plan.
Love that nicely.
Yeah.
Just held enough, steadied the horse for that plank. Lovely distance. They're not getting as deep to that wall now. I think some of the riders have kind of figured out, don't override that turn.
Yeah.
Did
Just
she lose
lost a
shoe there?
boot or a shoe.
boot,
Yeah,
yeah.
maybe.
Settle the horse lovely there. Easy. Set that.
Yeah.
Good. With the 8 strides to the 1.
Beautiful
Good
jump.
Yeah, super nice. Steady. Good. And just a little leg for the back bar here. Very good.
Excellent. And just keep the focus.
Yeah. Almost there.
Time to get it done for Team USA.
Fabulous.
1 fence from home for Charlotte Jacobs and Playboy, and it will be a hair win for them.
Brilliant.
Brilliant clear
Brilliant.
from there. So
Wow.
the worst the US would score would be 4. So it's job done from that point of view, because Belgium best they can score is 9, Ireland 12. And that was a really cool performance.
Totally. You know, as you say, cool. A cool customer. She
Yeah,
has a
she
plan. She wrote it. She didn't get excited. She didn't override. She did what she needed to do. She has developed this beautiful feel. It's fun to see that how much stronger she has her position and everything the last couple of years.
It's fantastic. And just every jump is the same. Her position is the same. The connection is the same at the base of every fence. And then a horse like this with this quality can really learn to trust her and really learn to perform probably better than it would for anyone else.
Yes, fabulous.
Really
And to be a team rider, to say, okay, double clear round here, and,
Yeah,
and
it
again the
doesn't get much
pressure.
better,
Yeah,
yeah, it really doesn't.
absolutely. Yeah, very
Well done,
exciting.
Charlotte. Yeah.
Well, the rest are playing for places now.
Yeah.
Podium finishes, and we will go back to Brazil now with Luciana Locio and the lovely Lady Louise, winners in Chantilly in France last season. A little hesitant at the first. Winners of the Grand Prix here onto the 5-star last year as well, and what we would refer to as Week 9, which was the Bainbridge Grand Prix from that point of view. Lovely to see them back in action here, Anne.
Yes, it's great to see, and I want to see how well they can do this second round. I was a little bit surprised at their performance the first round, but I think she will fight for it. Oh. See if she can, like Kian, bring the rest of it home clear.
Just not impressed enough with the water that time.
Yeah.
Super jump in there.
Again, keeping her focus. Very good.
Yeah. Because that's where she had a little bit of an issue in the first round there. And I think the horse, it just jumped it better this time. A little straighter. Oh, no.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah.
Did you say a little off to the right?
Just
No.
a little off
Yeah.
to the right.
Yeah.
Because over the Liverpool, she held it, and then just the triple combination,
Yeah.
just a little bit of that right drift.
Yeah.
Good
Well,
performance otherwise, though.
Adds 12 to the score for Brazil, final score of 52. And just to spin back one with Charlotte Jacobs, it was 1 time fault there as well. Not that it makes a difference.
No.
Because they'll still just finish on the 5, but she did just have the 1 time.
Yeah.
But it was, again, sensibly played round from that point.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That she could afford the time fault to keep her focus. Yeah.
So 12 there for Luciana Locio of Brazil, and now on to Great Britain. And their final team rider is Harry Charles, the 25-year-old that's already got a World Championship bronze medal and an Olympic gold medal.
That's amazing. At age 25.
At age 25. I mean, most people, if that was their career,
yeah, I'd be happy with that.
Thank you very much.
45, I'd be happy with that.
And this horse is out of a mare called WizKid. But from the point of view of Harry, I mean, again, this is a horse that he will start to look. It's a horse with plenty of experience now, 15 years of age, but he himself, I want to say he needs the mileage. He doesn't need the mileage, but you know what I mean. It's good to get in there.
Absolutely. To become a top rider. All these great ones, like what did they say with Laura? It was her 90th Nations Cup.
But you want to keep the engine ticking over, don't you?
Absolutely. And again, learning from each one, come back, fight for it. You also get points, right?
Yeah.
You get good ranking points.
Very good ranking points.
Jumping in the Nations Cup.
And it keeps your eye in, it keeps your eye very focused, and it just keeps you a little sharp. I know as a rider, if you go for too long out of the ring when you're not jumping these big classes, it can be hard to get back into it.
You want to stay match fit.
Yeah, so you're staying match fit, and you're keeping your horses fit, and it's
and the pressure, I know he loves this. He
Yes.
you want to be out there doing this and jumping for your country. Even on some, he can jump a clear round and his teammates, don't pull it off so well. It makes you feel good. You did a good job.
But the point for him is his teammates tonight, Charlie and Jessica. They're the future teammates for the big championship, so they need to get in there as well.
Exactly, absolutely. And he's riding beautifully like he does. Yeah, brilliant round.
Yeah. Lovely round from Harry Charles, 68.49. So he goes clear for the team overall, although there was an 8, a 4 and a 0. So that will take them up to 27 by my quick calculations from that point of view. Yeah, 27 for Team Great Britain as they complete.
Yeah. Nice double clear for Harry.
Yeah, exactly. and as you said a little bit earlier on, for a number of these riders, it's important for ranking points and so forth as well.
Yes.
She had a time fault in the first round.
Yeah,
but
adds a
good performance. So.
Yeah. One time fault in the first round, clear in the second. Team Mexico and Patricio Pascal. From his point of view, again for Team Mexico. Now they could finish on 17, which would put them ahead of Canada, just into fourth spot there, so could just improve their spot. We'll see how that goes. And of course he had those brilliant performances with Babel through the World Championships, through the Olympics as well, and now building the string for the future.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot of this. Again, the string for the future, him being out there doing it, consistency, all of that.
Yeah. I think this horse jumped fabulous in the first round. It made a green mistake, but I think in all it was a really, really nice round. And I think definitely something for the future for Patricio. It's a nice quality horse. Yeah, he has a bunch of other really nice horses, both here and back in Mexico. So kind of a good example of just a good system set up with some nice young horses coming through. And I mean, this one's jumping fabulous tonight. It's just nice scope. Nice technique all the way. Super jump over the water. And it looks to be, a relatively rideable horse for such a big, strong, powerful, maybe younger horse. It's still quite a nice horse to ride.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing as you said it. Too bad, but I was thinking the same thing. Looks quite rideable for being a little bit on the greener side at this. Great ride.
Super. I had to put a little bit of leg on there, but the horse stayed careful. Jumped really nice out of that line. Settling now for that.
Great. Jumped that really well.
He really did, yeah. And a nice ride to the last fence. Oh, just put a toe on it.
Just on a score of 4 there for Mexico, for them to take them up to a score of 21 from that point of view. What I do notice in this round much more, Andrew, is exactly as you said, time is less of a factor.
Yeah, I think a lot of the riders have been around one time already. So, they're a little more conscious of the turns, where they could maybe shave off a foot or two here on some of the turns, and just even if they can take it down a half a second or a second off their time, it just takes a lot of the pressure off from the time allowed.
Still the battle for the podium. Canada, Belgium, Ireland, USA done and dusted. Laura Kraut is not jumping, just in case anyone was asking going to ask the question. Doesn't need to. Kyle Tim for Canada, and Kyle, who's competed on several Nations Cups for Canada, notably in Spain last year. He was top 5 in the London Global Tour Grand Prix. He was top 10 in the recent World Cup qualifier in Ocala as well. This is the Rain family's ride of Kandar Male. Canada clear here. Best they would put them at is 19, but would put them ahead of Mexico. Chance of being towards a podium, we'll see. But again, I think he's stood out in here as well. Jump clear in the first round.
Yes, and see if he can do that again. He's a wonderful rider. You know, he spent a lot of time in Europe. When we'd go over with the 3-stars over the last bunch of years, he's been there riding for his country or riding as an individual, but Canadian, and great that he's riding for the Rain family. He's a wonderful rider and definitely the future of the Canadian team. He's focused. He, again, good position, can dig in and ride strong if he has to. I think Kyle's a wonderful rider.
He's ridden a lot of young horses as well, so you know, he's kind of sharpened his tools at that. But tonight he has this horse jumping now. He was fabulous in the first round. It just looks very, very, very consistent there.
Yeah, again, a very poised ride. Beautiful. Beautiful. Way under the time.
Yeah.
Double clear, job done for the Canadians. So it is clear from Kyle Tim. So they'll carry the 8 and the 1 in this round. Final score of 19 for Team Canada. Anne Kaczynski, very impressive ride from Kyle again.
I was just going to say that. Very impressive. You took the words out of my mouth. Again, focused, strong enough. There he had to ride up there to the Liverpool. Again, enough pressure, not push too much pressure, then came and jumped the triple combination well after that. I mean, he is a really good rider, I think.
He is fabulous, and he has a nice job done with this horse. Like, it really put out a stellar performance there.
Yeah.
And again, as you say, well-mounted super support, again, from the Rain family. Again, they're
important.
bringing on team riders for Team Canada to put them back in the equation there with Ian Miller.
Fabulous. And as I say, he's a cool customer. Great. He'll have a big future. He's doing amazing.
Not a good performance tonight.
Yeah.
Nicolas Philipparts for Belgium. Battle for the podium now. Could finish in second spot for Belgium now. Nicolas, hugely experienced Nations Cup rider and Aachen last season, Rome with the superb Katanga. Now less experienced horse here in Canoca de Muse for this Belgian-bred 9-year-old. But again, jumps a super round in round 1 for just 4 faults.
Yeah, and he, with his experience, and he is fighting for it. He's going for the silver. He wants that. He's a fabulous, experienced rider and he's teaching this green horse.
He is, and he's given it a good experience so far. It was good in the first round. And again, that's what this Nations Cup is all about. Is to get these horses in the next generation and really give them a good experience, learning experience. Almost, you just rubbed that front bar of that Liverpool, but left it up nicely. Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah. And again, learning the 2 rounds, all of that, these young horses.
Super nice horse, though, like nice quality.
Very,
Yeah, good job.
Final fence dropping, so a score of 8 there for Belgium. So an overall team score of 17. That should be, they complete on. So at the moment in a second place. Ireland could go in second in the end. They have a potential score of 12 still at the moment. But 17 there for Belgium. It's going to put them on the podium. The question is whether it's second or third. And your assessment of that 9-year-old?
Yeah. Oh, I think he's scopy. I think it just needs more miles. He needs just more experience doing like this. I think he's a very, very good horse and good for the Contour girls. He's gotten a little more experience than they do. But tonight was their night, just like the American young girls. I'm proud of them.
Girls carried the weight. They're very impressive. Brilliant.
It's ladies' night here in Nations Cup, showing the way. So final rider for Team Ireland. Final rider for the night is going to be Daniel Coyle, and incredible, super performing combination rider with great experience now, having been part of the teams at Olympics and World Championships, European Championships as well, and incredible horse without going too far down that route. Andrew, possible to stick another 0 in the box?
Yeah, look, if anyone can do it, Daniel can do it. And I think he was looked very strong in the first round. The jump super. He's done a really nice job on this horse. Set up that wall. You just see Daniel's skill. Like, he can do things like that without even thinking about it. Just hit that turn so perfectly to the wall. Just shuts the horse down really nicely in the 8 strides there to the double of verticals. Even though the horse got a little bit anxious in the middle, Daniel was right where he needed to be just to help him out. Nice ride there. Got to settle here so he doesn't run too deep on that vertical. Now he's going to allow that 6 a little more just to get to the back. Oh, just really, really nice ride there. Yeah. He also has a nice, again, like we said tonight, a couple of people, there's a really good partnership with their horses. You know, he's able to pull when he needs to pull, and he's able to kick when he needs to kick without the horse getting too offended. You know, and that's the result then.
Yeah, beautiful round. Beautiful, clear, yeah.
So Ireland will finish in second place on a score of 12. It is clear there for Daniel Coyle and incredible to complete. USA will be our winners on a score of 5. Belgium will take the 3rd spot on the podium with the score of 17. Canada after that in 4th on 19. Mexico on 21. Great Britain 27. And Brazil after that on a score of 52. Andrew Bournes, again, Ireland just unfortunately came unstuck with Michael Duffy's round, really. Two fours and a clear otherwise.
Yeah, I
still wouldn't have been enough, I'm going to point out.
No, I think a solid performance. You know, what it did was it put pressure on the other 2 guys that they had to go clear. They had to jump 3 clear rounds. And you'd know this, anytime you're performing with a 3-person team, it creates a completely different dynamic for the team. It's the same with the new Olympic system, is that it's only a 3-person team, and it definitely puts a little more pressure on. Having said that, you've got 4 amazing riders. It just wasn't Michael's night. The horse got a little bit green, a bit unstuck with him. And at the end of the day, I think the American girls were going to be hard to beat no matter who was here. I think if you had the best teams in the world, they put on a very strong performance, and they were going to be very hard to beat regardless of what happened tonight.
Through the first round, 4 and 1 in the second round. 5 the overall score for Team USA. Anne Kaczynski, you must be very proud of the crew.
Very, very proud. You know, they all were so excited to be on the team. They've all been working for it. To get named to the team in Wellington is really quite a big deal. And then this springboards them forward. You know, seeing these kind of performances, they will get on 5-star teams.
Yeah.
Robert will use them. They've earned it.
And they didn't even have to bring Laura Crouch into the frame.
Yeah, that was amazing.
She got to sit it out in the second round.
Let's have a look at the winning round there. Okay, it was a good team performance, but Charlotte Jacobs there, cool under pressure, did a great job, and we're going to take a look at her round to bring it home for Team USA, and very well done to her, and that is going to be our winning round as part of the Nations Cup tonight. Anne Kaczynski, this is all yours.
Yeah, she just was so focused throughout. She knew what she had to do. Again, her balance, her, as you say, enough pressure, but not too much pressure. Lets him jump up at the plank. Has a great focused ride, you know, to the wall. Rides enough across, going right to the water jump. You know, she has a plan. Lost a boot there, but. And then can you execute it? You know, before you ever walk in the ring, you know, you have your plan, and when you can, like this, nail it, rides the water great, gets him to balance for the 8 to the verticals. As I say, her position is excellent. Thinking about the time, even though in the end she had a time fault, the 6, right to the Liverpool, he jumps it beautifully.
Stunning. Yeah, wonderful.
And then again, keeps him together a bit here for this combination at the end.
She was right, though. If she lost it anywhere, it was on that roll back to the combination. But the last thing she wanted to do at this point was rush that turn and risk having a rail down.
Absolutely.
In the combination. So I still think she made the right decision.
She certainly did.
Totally.
And I'm sure if you'd been on the floor, that would have been your instructions as well. Get that. Get that. But again, you run into the danger zone. You have a fence there, and there's a one-time fault, and suddenly you're adding 4 faults to it, and the Irish would have been just creeping back in the equation. But
we're good to spot an opportunity.
Right.
Good performances all round. Congratulations to Team USA winning tonight, and another superb performance from them. Again, as you say, Anne, it's so good to win in front of a home crowd here, because Wellington has such a big supporting crowd here all the time. It's really good to be able to show the team at its very, very best.
Yes, and for Robert to put these young ones out there, it's amazing, the stats. In the last 6 Olympic Games, we have medaled. We've been on the podium 5 times.
Yep.
More than anybody else. The other teams that have done it, only 2 times in the last 6 years. So I think putting the young riders in these kind of shows is great.
United States, that takes them up to 10 wins, last winning here in 2021 from that point of view. So you're into the double digits.
Great.
Nice and tidy. And so winning team heading on in. And very well done to Team USA. And there with Natalie Dean, Carly Anthony, Charlotte Jacobs and Laura Kraut. And Robert Ridland alongside. He's just up ahead. That's our sport manager, JP Borderland, just behind.
I think it's always nice to get a win in front of the home crowd as well. I know for Irish riders to win in the Aga Khan at the Dublin Horse Show, it's just something a little bit special to win a Nations Cup when you're at home.
And again, the history of this show, we celebrate, 50 years next year of the Winter Equestrian Festival.
Fantastic.
So it does have that history to it now as well.
Absolutely, yeah. To win it in the home crowd is amazing, and all these girls, they deserve it. Really, really exciting.
They do. They're all very dedicated, and I must say they put out a fantastic performance tonight. So I think big future to see from all of them. To be honest, they're all, in my opinion, like future championship riders for sure.
Laura Kraut, definitely a future championship rider. Definitely a future championship rider. Yeah, looking forward to her career really blossoming yet.
And it's much better yet to come, right?
She's the only one that didn't ride on one of my 3-star teams, Laura.
Yeah, okay, there you go. There you go.
She might want to look into that.
That's right.
Brilliant. Okay, so well done to the 3 there, and as you say, Laura didn't really have she didn't have to be a part because the others had played their part from that point of view, which was great. Got the job done, and so beaming smiles from Natalie Dean and Charlotte Jacobs there, just our 2 in shot, but joined by of course Carly Anthony and to Laura Kraut as well, getting photos from the side of the ring as Team USA parade around. And there's Robert Ridland. He can smile for the evening, Anne.
Yes, he's earned it. Yep, absolutely. Yeah. As you said, maybe we'd hear the anthem again, and we will.
Yeah, we will. Yep. We will. So, good luck to them. The Irish finishing into 2nd place there, Andrew, and Belgium in 3rd. Just to repeat, super performances from the Conta sisters for Belgium.
Absolutely, they're exceptional, the performance they put on. The Irish guys, as usual, put on a very strong performance, as they have been already this year, and I think they will continue. Ireland has that depth. I think it was really special to see the Contair girls go in there and really represent Belgium with Nicola, and just really put out a fantastic performance and come off with a good result. And both of them rode very, very well.
Yeah.
You know. Boys.
The Irish squad.
Yeah.
Final sash going on.
It's Michael.
Michael Blake, with the hat on, chef to keep.
That's his lucky hat.
Is it lucky hat? It has. He must have kept it on for a very long time.
Yeah, he's been wearing it a couple of times now. No, he doesn't go anywhere without that lucky hat. Yeah. What do you think they're talking about now?
I won't even try and do the clever thing of doing my own voiceover to it. I'll get in all sorts of trouble. Let's see, though, also 4 fantastic horses. and from that point of view, a Caterham, Heavenly W. Well, I'm going to go 3 of them actually, because those are the key ones in there.
Yes.
And Playboy.
Yes.
No disrespect, Laura.
No. That was a
Laura's
little.
horse is very nice too. I've seen
Yes.
him do some
exactly.
really, really nice
For
stuff.
sure.
It wasn't his night, but
Yeah, but those 3 horses, fabulous horses, and again, they were great tonight. They
Yeah.
kept their focus also and jumped the way they can.
Toby
Great.
didn't have to go and prove it in the end.
No.
And so with our 3 teams down there, and Belgium already onto the podium, Ireland stepping up with their chef to keep, Michael Blake, and the team from Florida Coast Equipment coming forward to present alongside Murray Kessler, CEO of Wellington International, holding the trophy. Down there is Michael Stone, president of the shows here as well. And Peter Doubleday, the great American voice of show jumping, to announce up the winning team. Very well done to Team USA there, to Laura Crouch, to Natalie Dean, to Carly Anthony, and to Charlotte Jacobs. Brilliant success.
they've got the new light show as well here.
Yes.
It's pretty awesome.
We're moving
actually.
it up a gear.
Yeah, I know. I like it. I like it. I noticed it. The first 5-star here, and they really put on. It's quite. I have to say, it does add a little bit of atmosphere.
Yeah.
Yes.
As a rider, it's nice to ride in that kind of atmosphere. It really.
Yes, for sure.
Lifts your game up a little bit.
Yes.
Makes it better to watch.
And so Robert Ridland holding the trophy.
It's a good, strong lineup to be in.
Very strong lineup. Always nice to add a little more to the history of it. As I say, next year, 50 years? Not 50 years of the Nations Cup here, but
No.
50 years of shows through the Winter Equestrian Festival. It's had various morphing growth over the years, and now it stands as the biggest horse show in the world.
Yes, it's incredible what they've done.
I think there's a lot more to come too.
There's a lot more
if
to
you
come.
Look at
Yeah.
how the sport is growing, and now it has a lot more competition. Wellington has, and it's great because it's going to force WEF to grow.
And here, the national anthem, our winning team.
It's like Laura's telling a joke there. Is that right?
They were getting ready for the draw. I think Robert.
they're
Robert's been well and truly stuck because he wasn't given a bottle,
Oh, no.
and I thought they were going to leave the trophy in his hand as well, so he stood no chance at all. But he came off that quite well, actually. Where's the bottle? Come on, let me have a shot. Let me have a shot. Get him. Go on. Get. I don't know who they're aiming at. Probably one of the Irish lineup.
Yeah.
And so, very
Gotta
well
get
done.
Michael.
There we
Oh,
go.
there-
Michael
Michael
Blake.
do it.
Michael Blake.
He's got it.
Yeah.
He almost
Michael
rugby
Blake and
tackled
Robert
him.
Ridland in a showdown. There we go. And the team soaked in
It's like Laura
champagne.
Conte. All right, Robert's getting it.
Michael still with a few bubbles to fire.
Michael doesn't drink at all.
So he's quite happy to
often
throw it
wonder
away.
why- Yeah,
he's quite happy to throw it away.
Jumping on other people's heads.
Excellent. Well, there's our top 2 chef to keeps walking out. It's all about great competition, great fun, great entertainment, and top class sport as well. And so we're going to go and catch up with Team USA in just a moment's time after their success there. We're comparing medals. I think Robert's saying mine looks gold, yours looks silver.
I'm like, don't get used to it. I'll win one, mate.
Oh dear. Very well done to them. And Team USA getting the job done early, not even need to send in their fourth rider in conclusion of the Nations Cup here in Wellington. Superb stuff. They're under the famous bridge, under the Rolex clock. And they're going to go and head down and catch up with Ali Wolf, who's going to get the thoughts of the winning team. I know they're going to be happy thoughts, which is the good thing from that point of view. And it gives you plenty to build on for the rest of the season.
Absolutely. Now, just to keep up with that and to build on for sure, and then even for my young riders to say, come on, do it like that, and then you can ride like these girls.
It's very motivational for them, to see girls like that go out and put down performances like that. It's a good act to follow.
Absolutely. The motivational, that's a perfect description.
Excellent. So, leading team, USA, always good for the crowd here in Wellington as well. Reminder of what we got coming up over the next few weeks. We're back into 5-star action next week again with the Bainbridge 5-star Grand Prix. $500,000 on the prize table there as well. Weeks 10 and 11 are going to be pretty packed too, and then the finale with the Rolex Grand Prix as part of the US Open Equestrian Series as well. The Equestrian Open there is going to be part of that final week with $750,000 on the table yet. So we have plenty to get our teeth into in the coming weeks here as well. And looking forward to all of that. And Ali's just about set to catch up with our winning team here tonight as well. Very well done to Team USA, rounding out a big night and day of Nations Cup here in southern Florida once again. And as I say, Team USA adding it to their 10th success in the Nations Cup here as well. Ali about to get the thoughts of our winning team, and so over to Ali Wolf, who is down with, I'm sure, a celebratory Team USA. Ali.
Hey, Stephen, I'm down here with the winning team, Team USA. First off, congratulations. That was a dominant performance from start to finish. We just want to get your take, Robert. Any takeaways from how your team performed tonight?
Well, it was obviously brilliant. What we really like is American girl power beating Irish boy power, and the other teams too. But Laura and I were just saying, because we've actually been around a few more Nations Cups than the other, that this is one of maybe the easiest one that we've ever won, because our anchor rider didn't even have to go.
That's always a great feeling, and it needs mention.
We've never had it before.
It needs mention that this was the only all-female team tonight, and a dominant female team at that. Charlotte, we just wanted to get your take. You were the last rider in to determine whether your team won or not with a rail and change. What pressure that was? Did you feel the pressure, and what were your thoughts going into that final round?
Yeah, you know, I just wanted to do the best I could do, and I knew my horse jumped great in the first round, so I just wanted to repeat that performance. So I'm really happy with the way the chips fell tonight and that we came out with the win.
What an amazing round. Carly, it needs mention that you were only one of 3 double clear rounds. Congratulations, and congratulations to Team USA. I hope you guys celebrate tonight. Stephen, back to you.
Wouldn't worry about that. Congratulations to them. My huge thanks to Andrew Burns and Anne Kaczynski here tonight. Thank you, both of you. Andrew, it's been fun.
Absolutely, always is.
Well,
and a great night show jumping.
Excellent. Team USA, Anne Kaczynski, you continue to reign.
Yeah, thank you. Very exciting.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you to both. I'm Stephen Wild saying thank you from here at Wellington from tonight's $150,000 Florida Coast Equipment Nations Cup. Everything airing on the ESP networks as well, and stream live or archived on the ESP app as well. Thank you from all of us here in Wellington. We'll see you very soon here for more top class show jumping action. Good night for now.